All right. Welcome to the TopDeck Invitational 2025 here at the Steel City Spectacular in sunny Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Today, our tournament is 7 rounds before a cut to top 16. So, today we're going to get 5 games of sweet cEDH. And how do I know? Well, this year TopDeck held over 2,000 events with nearly 6,000 players aiming for those top 64 slots. So, we're in for a lot of good magic today. Today, I am Hidden Planner or Steven from Dead on Board, and joining me is Ethan.
Yeah, you can find me as Master Oogway on Discord. This is going to be a big weekend. Because as far like I'm sure you know, it's not just the invite this weekend. We have the invite, we have the open over on the like in the same building, as well as a number of other legacy and eternal format competitions going on.
I know I'm excited. This is truly a big weekend for Magic, and it's so exciting. I love seeing how much, especially in the CDH, just the amount of tournaments have gone up, the amount of players going up. It's just great to see our format expand.
Absolutely, and this is just the start of another week. I mean, or not the start of another week, start of another year. The invitational was a lot of fun last year. I got to watch that, and then hopefully we have a lot of cool stuff going on again this time around. A lot of great players showing up today, and hopefully this first round pod does not disappoint.
Oh, 100%. I'm super stoked to see these players.
Okay. Anything else? Do we have some specific stats to the tournament, right?
I believe so.
So
Let's see
beyond
if
the
our
player
lovely
numbers.
producer can pull those up. But speaking of the tournament, I know we've seen at least the pods for round one go up, but are you excited about seeing any specific decks in this open?
I mean, I'll let you talk about it a little bit, but I think the one that stood out to me is when I was looking at the pie chart is that Tiamat list. That was something that I was not expecting to see today.
I have a buddy that picked up Tiamat as of late, and especially with dragons coming out and we got Draco Genesis, the deck has really I've always I'm a big dragon player. I used to play Urani, well, I still play Urani cEDH. It's a teamer food chain list, but Draco
Mm,
Genesis has really kind of upped the deck. Before it was on Dream Halls, which is
yeah.
a very interesting card, but that's
Uh-huh.
definitely cEDH of later days. So
Mhm.
I'm not mention that too much.
Yeah, I think
But
it's fair to say that free is better than card. So, uh,
yeah, that's
I don't
that's
know.
definitely
That-
true.
That's not a
But
hard argument to make, even if it is 8 mana or what, right? 8 mana for an enchantment.
hey, it's only 4 mana with an Arena Rector, so
Ooh.
or, no, it's not Arena Rector, but,
Yeah, no, it is. Or
oh,
Academy
no,
Rector.
I always get the
Arena
Rectors
Rector is the
mixed up.
Planeswalker one.
Mhm, but I've been playing a little too much Rocco, so that's why I've got the other one on my mind.
Yeah, wait, how is that deck winning right now? Because I mean, for a long time it was just dockside loops. Like you go your Teamer Sabertooth or any other piece to your Cloudstone Curio, even just any way to flicker dockside, make infinite mana, and then Rocco off. Like, how is that deck working now?
I mean, luckily, you still have I mean, Dockside definitely was much more of a free win, but you still like, just having access to a bunch of different tutors. And I mean, Gaia's Cradle is still one hell of a hell of a card. So that deck,
Yes.
granted, lost some pieces, but if anything, it's people are now underestimating it because they feel like, oh, it lost Dockside, it's not a threat, and then it suddenly just it sticks a win. It casts one tutor out of the hand, one tutor from the field, and bada bing, you've got a combo win.
Are you still
Especially
playing
since it's
like a turbo approach, or is it more of like a toolbox at this
I'll
point?
have to see which version. I haven't seen this deck list specifically if it's on a more mid-range plan or if it's going as fast as possible.
Mhm.
Um, but I've a lot of the meta has been really shifting towards faster all-in kind of approaches. So we'll have to see. Um, but it's a cool deck, and I love seeing non-blue decks at the table. I mean, as much as I love a good counterspell, I love seeing a wide representation of the format.
Yes, absolutely. All
Oh, I
right.
know people are surely gonna tell me Stacks is bad, and I know Stacks is bad, but let me have that rule flaw. That's all I
I
wanna do.
I think what it really comes down to is not that Stacks is bad per se. I think it's just difficult. It's just really hard to get it to work uh, in a manner that keeps things coherent at the table. Like I think people are so afraid of just like throwing the game one way or another because of a piece they put down. They'd rather
Mhm.
just sit there and have everyone draw cards, and that doesn't affect anyone else. Um,
That and with decks diversifying, and there's just so many different axes decks are winning on, even finding the right stacks piece is really tough. So you might have a good hand and just not draw anything that actually affects the board. And as you said, it's definitely worrisome if you play a stacks piece and then you just give someone else the game.
mhm. Yeah, so I mean, like it's the kind of thing where it's a learning curve, and I think the stacks learning curve is definitely different from what you see out of like a typical mid range deck because it's not just what's my win line, what are my order for things to get. It's okay, I need to know everything in my deck, or at least most of what's in my deck, and what is the
Mm.
appropriate piece for this environment, or how can I, if I don't have a way to find the perfect interaction piece, what do I have, and how can I make best use of it in a way that doesn't absolutely shift the meta and shift the dynamic at the game in the pod.
I 100%
Um,
agree. I know a lot of new players into the format often get handed like a Winota or like a Jetme or that kind of aggressive stacks decks, and in my opinion, that's the worst way to go because
mm,
the knowledge of the format is so critical in those kind of decks and timing and stuff like that, that a lot of players, new players, just unfortunately won't have that, and it really causes a lot of frustration. Instead, I love handing them just kind of that fast combo deck that's kind of that simple A plus B and just get them on their way. Worst comes to worst, yes, they'll fail a win attempt. However, a lot of those decks rebuild a little bit faster and aren't as reliant as some of the stacks decks in trying to be that progressive, stop your game plan kind of thing.
Looks like we are about to transition into our first round pod. They're not playing yet, but we will get to see what people are shuffling up. We've got some very strong players, as you would expect.
Hmm.
Just looking at the quick list for this pod, we have got Ian Lush, Andy Beach, Michael Puchkov, and Sam Black.
Mm,
Some recognizable names. I mean, I don't
100%.
know about
And
you, but
as we were talking about, looks like we'll be able to see that Rocco list up in action.
oh yeah,
We've
that should
got
be fun.
we've got Rog Thras, Blue Farm, and Rocco. So that's certainly going to be an interesting kind of pod composition.
Yes. Looking at this, I think my first thought is what kind of instant speed win line are we going to see? Just
Mm,
because, I mean, Rock Thras can threaten instant speed wins on both sides.
mhm,
Rocco can threaten instant speed wins. Maybe not in the same manner, but like from a different angle.
mhm.
And they are going first as well, which we could see something interesting come out.
That's always a help.
And then Blue Farm kind of just, as anyone that's familiar with the cEDH tournament landscape knows, Blue Farm kind of just exists. And oftentimes they'll sit there, they'll draw some cards, and then you go for something. Oh, that's a Born Upon a win on the stack. Cool. I guess they're winning on
Mhm.
top. Like that's totally like a factor that they have to keep in mind when players are trying to force their way onto the board.
I'll be interested to see how Blue Farm performs. We're in a pretty creature heavy pod composition, so I don't know how well Timno will be able to actually get in. Normally, they can kind of find one player that's just not doing anything and get their advantage that way. So I'll be interested to see how they can line that up to actually continue gaining advantage. But sounds like, I mean, I'm very interested to see how this works out. I guess the real question is how many Ristics, Mystics, and Esper Sentinels are we going to see on this day? Because I have to imagine they're going to be running rampant.
Yes, I mean that's just the cEDH as a format. I think at this point, I wouldn't
Mhm.
expect to. I wouldn't be surprised to see some smothering tithes. That one has
Mm,
been very popular, at least in my pods.
mhm.
And
Definitely.
not only very popular, but it's also a point of focus um, where people aren't just fighting over heuristic studies. They realize that making treasures is also conducive to winning the game. Um,
Mhm.
to the point
I would
where I've
say,
been seeing a
speaking
lot of lists on
as a
like
mini kind of
copy.
thing, how do you feel about that new Taru Taru card? I love it, but it seems very divisive when I see people play it.
I mean, yeah. The first thing that comes to mind is I had a conversation with I think Logan Doan, who's actually at the invite today, uh, one of the critical EDH guys. And I think it was him, but he commented that like it was one of those cards they just never sees in paper. That when people have it, they proxied it or they went great lengths to get a copy because it's from a precon from Final Fantasy. Like the card
Mhm.
is popular.
I
Um,
100%. I remember the first time it played against me, it was brand new, and we didn't read the card very closely, so we forgot that a once per turn connotation.
okay, so just mini
So,
smothering tithe. Okay, sure.
yeah, it was truly just the mini smother tie.
That seems pretty good.
Mhm. But even with that once per turn kind of effect, just like how Lotho has been great in this format, even with that, like, it still triggers a lot, and it gives you a lot of advantage. And mana is a great resource to have, especially when all the decks are jammed full of so much other card advantage. Actually being able to use those spells in your hands is pretty important. But looks like we've got some table discussions already happening. I am curious to see what they're discussing. But we'll
Maybe
have
just
to
mulling.
check back on that after.
They're probably just chatting while they mull down.
Hmm.
That's always one
But
of those things that players like to talk.
mm,
And there's sometimes where you end up with politics that may be divisive in some sense. But at the same time, if we're just chatting, hanging out, it's not super early for them, but it's not in the evening either. It's 10:15. For some people,
hmm,
that's early in the morning. And if they're just trying to wake up and talk to everyone, get situated with, and like figure out how the pod dynamics work out, then yeah.
hmm. I always love a pod that actually does talk. I think politics wins games, if anyone's
Mhm.
concerned, in my opinion of that. I think because it's a multiplayer format, being able to read your opponents, and especially if you can actually gain advantage off of that by getting them to deploy resources and stuff
Mhm.
like that, it's definitely beneficial. And
Yeah.
the worst thing is you roll up to a table and everyone says hi, and then that's the last word they speak till the game's over with.
Yeah, so it looks like the conversation is mostly just between Andy and Michael here. Uh, but then we have a little bit of a chatter between Ian and Sam. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know if they're making pregame deals, if they're just talking things out, just like catching up. Um, I know Michael Bunchy is also working on. He got his level 1 judge, so maybe it's a judge question, like just a little like chatting about some interaction they expect to see. I don't know. There's all
Mm,
kinds of things because I don't. cEDH players are funny in that maybe compared to like a pro Magic player, they haven't been through quite as much. The format's a little younger, but
mm.
there's so many different weird rulings that we end up running into. Uh,
As
that
as
yeah,
my
you have to know a
comment
lot.
section will tell me, there definitely are a lot of weird rulings that I don't always get correct. But it
Yes.
looks like they're settling on that.
Okay, so we've
So
got Ian kept second 7. Andy in the hat seat 2 is also on second 7. Michael kept a 7, and then Sam Black mulling all the way to 4. That
ooh, I
hurts.
mean, we're cEDH, you can win off 2 cards basically.
Yeah,
But
and
it
just to make sure
always
people
feels
are
bad when you have those kind of have to aggressively mulligan.
yeah, and just to make sure people are know, we'll have table audio in a second, but this is 7 rounds cut to top 16.
Mhm,
So for only 65 people, that's going to be a lot of games and a lot of just ramming your head against the wall trying to make that bubble and trying to make it in.
uh-huh.
But yeah,
Alright,
should we turn on player audio for a little bit just to hear things get started?
we'll see if the producer will be able to grab us that. But it looks like, I mean, so far, ooh, that's a Mox Diamond and an Ancient Tomb. Sounds like he's already getting a nice fast start and a Chrome Mox, it looks like. So what is he powering into? Looks like an early Timna. So, I mean, Timna's really great on an empty board, so hopefully that should help. Well, I mean, luckily he wasn't the one that had to mulligan down, but he had to use a
Mhm.
lot of his cards for this turn 1 play.
True. Yeah, I mean, and that's what you hope is that your Timna will accrue those cards back. Um, Timna as a card, maybe not the best attacker, but when the engine gets rolling, there is not a whole lot you can do to beat it, like, as far as value out of the command zone.
Mhm. And looks like we're aiming for, I assume that's Wall of Roots. As I said, this is a pretty heavy creature pod. Everyone managed a turn 1 creature. I mean, luckily Timna can still have attacks in. And luckily, Andy wasn't going last because that would have really sucked to have everyone be able to deploy nice blockers before Timna could.
True. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I enjoy about playing Timno in conjunction with Dargo is that, like, yes, it's a Dargo deck first and foremost, but Dargo as a 7/5 trampler makes Timna super easy.
Yeah,
Um,
that's pretty decent
kind of
attacker. Not gonna
kind of just throw
lie.
my big creature at your face. Do you want to block it? I mean, like,
Hmm.
I'll be taking this card.
Definitely. But let's see. What do we have? Got plenty of mana. It doesn't sound like he's looking straight into combat. Oh no, he goes straight in. Definitely free attack. Michael looked like he debated blocking it, but I have to imagine having that delighted halfling, at least for turn 2, is a little bit more valuable than just denying a card.
True. Yeah, I would agree. Like at a certain point, the card is like people will draw cards either way, but if you need to ramp that mana, you need to get the mana.
Mhm. I would say definitely.
And you're not
We
even
didn't get to
trading
see his
card for
hand, so
card.
I'd be curious to see what he's rocking for his mana sources.
Okay, yeah, we've got Esper Sentinel, like you were saying.
There we go. Although, as I said, this is a heavier creature side, plus with Andy already deploying all those artifacts, and it looks like there's a Savine's Wreck. I'm
In
seeing
in
that
uh
right?
in Seat Two's hands. Yeah.
Mhm,
We're just being told that the player two has Bowmaster's Forcible Consultation, Demonic Consultation, and Savine's Reclamation, which that is a pile of cards that can be conducive to win. But I mean,
mhm,
where does that lie in like the blue farm card quality kind of just general pod? Like or like the you expect that kind of card quality out of blue farm, whether or not it actually leads to a win.
mhm. So we'll definitely have to see. It looks like what a green was that a green sun being cast by Mike?
Uh, there was a green sun. I don't.
Okay.
What did it get?
I'm not quite sure. We'll see if the producer can pull that up. But
And then
looks like
yeah, a
things are
Robrak
going
cast as
well
well.
for Sam Black. He's getting some card advantage going.
That is always nice. A Molda 4 is hard. I mean, there are value engines that you can dig out. The Green Sun Zenith got Arbor Elf, which, if there's a Yavimaya in play, can go crazy. And it looks like there is, in fact, a Yavimaya. So
Oh,
I
perfect.
wouldn't be
Nice little
surprised to
combo there.
see. Yeah.
Especially if he can find his cradle soon, that'll be excellent.
Mhm. Yes. Cradle is the dock side of the new meta. I mean, I would say at least. Like, it's not oppressive and reliant on your opponent's board states the way the dock side was, but oftentimes it
I don't
feels like
know if
these
that's
games are just
better
a
or
race to
worse,
get
to be
Cradle.
honest.
It's harder to interact with for sure.
Mhm. And looks
And we see
like
the
we
Bowmasters.
have a looks like he deployed that Orcish Bowmaster. I guess someone could not pay for the Esper Sentinel or the
Mhm.
Ristic, one of the 2.
Taking out the
Um,
Arbor Elf seems like a reasonable line there.
mhm.
That it's a small card that gives a lot of value in the same way that I would compare it to like Bloom Tender, where
Oh,
Bloom
100%.
Tender on board, like you just if you can kill it, you probably should.
Oh,
Um,
100%. That offers just way too much mana. But I mean, he luckily, I mean, he's playing it a little fair. He took out creatures from both Rocco and from Michael, so it's not like he's hampering too much. Although now that now Sam Black's got both his commanders out and the Ristic out.
yes.
He's looking a little scary.
Oh, and we got a view of the player one hand as well. That is interesting. Okay. Uh-huh.
What are we seeing?
Okay, I can see Infernal Plunge, High Market, Silence, Defense Grid, the heck? Oh, Wirewood Symbiote, Final Fortune, and shoot, what's the Pitchcast Bolt? Um,
Oh, that
uh,
is I can never remember. Too many magic
um,
cards.
shoot, it's like what something shock, not spin shock,
Thunderclap?
thunderclap. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
Rocco gearing up for a reasonable amount, like double protection with the Wirewood Symbiote seems reasonable.
Mm.
I don't know. What do you
I mean,
think?
he's gonna need it, especially if there's any collusion with that Ristic study and the Esper.
Hmm.
That always feels bad when you're on kind of tiny creatures dot deck and your board just gets gunned down. I mean, granted, I hope that they're not thinking about giving Sam too many cards to kind of fight fire with fire, but it's something
That's
that
always one of
definitely
those.
can happen.
That's always one of those like hard decisions where or someone says, "Hey, you should give me cards so I can interact." And the question is, are they actually just going to interact? Like, do you take that gamble that they're going to draw interaction, or are they going to draw the win the game half the deck?
Mm.
Or every once in a while, you get the player that draws neither, and they just draw a bunch of useless cards, and then you feel bad. Um,
Yeah, but decks are built pretty consistently, so generally it's a rule of thumb is don't give your opponents extra cards.
I would agree.
Although it looks like there is some we just Sam just lost his commander. Although unfortunately he was able to get both Thrasios and Rograk out. So he has all the free counter magic still online.
Yes. Well, and Rugrat comes out back out easily enough. I mean, if
Hmm.
there's not a cradle in play, the one creature can matter for things like Convoke. But otherwise, I think they're probably gonna be fine.
Hmm.
Stuff like Mox Amber should already be on. Um, I wouldn't be too concerned if I was him.
Yep. All right. Well, the attacks are still open, which is nice for Andy. Timna's still gonna get some advantage, and now he's got the 3/3 as well. He should start
Yeah.
being able to double attack in.
Orcish Bowmasters, a card that everybody freaked out about, and then we've kind of just I feel like we've kind of cooled off on it. Like it's just like a good card. But that card wins games so often.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
know. I don't know if we've cooled off as we've become comfortably numb with it in the format.
yeah, that's a better way to approach it, I think.
'Cause I definitely know a few people that say that that's actually the top card that they want gone, and
That would be interesting. I don't
mhm,
know if I agree because that's just another that just lets these blue green like Ristic Study dork decks do more. I don't know if I think about like Cannon and stuff. I think Bowmasters is a great tool to keep that deck in line.
I definitely agree. I don't agree with that banning or want of a ban, but it is what it is.
I might
Everyone
also
has
be
their own
biased.
opinion.
I might also be biased. I like the card when I play Obnixilis, and uh, my Orcish Bowmaster drawing me cards is a heck of a drug.
Mhm. See. But if you had to take a card out of the format, what would you take out?
Um, I am actually a big hater of all the flash effects that we've got recently. I don't think that things like Born Upon a Wind are really beneficial for like I don't know. It it feels like it disrupts the structure of pods and of the gameplay. Because you're not really trying to play on your turn. You're just oftentimes you can just sit there. Um, so all these flash effects that we've gotten in the past 2 years, they're really cool. They play really well, but we end up in these board states where everyone's just kind of waiting.
Mm,
Um, and then if you're not in blue, then you're forced to play something like Emergence Zone, which does not feel great if you don't have a way to find it. Like if I'm looking at things from again, Tim Nadargo is a deck that's been doing really well recently, but that struggles to have an instant speed win line.
mhm.
Um,
Oh, well, I would say
Cannon Pact
speaking
and
of,
Thorkel.
win
Okay,
line table, let's see how
we
well
just got view back. Sorry, guys.
yep. Yeah, sorry about that. but Thassa's Demonic's on the field. Let's see how well they can interact. Most people are tapped out basically. So we'll see how much
Yeah, and
free
there's
counter
a
magic.
wall of
And we
roots
didn't
that can
but it looks like some information's being traded to
hands getting
see.
passed around.
Mhm. It looks like, oh, I think I spy a silence in hand, but that's not gonna stop this.
Well, and we know
I
that
guess
Andy has the force of will in hand as well. Um,
mm. Oh, it
so
looks like
that
they're letting it resolve.
well,
So
they're letting the console
maybe
resolve at least.
yeah. Oh,
Or
no.
no.
Yeah, I guess they said, "Take that back. That's not resolving just yet."
Well, because there's not with Thoracle already resolved, presumably,
Oh,
there's no way to
interesting.
blow.
Silence is on the stack.
Okay, so they're gonna try and silence to force out interaction and then interact with the consultation? I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ian's gotta have something else in hand to also interact, because once the silence resolves, then Ian's
Yeah,
the only one
true.
that can do this stop.
It could also just be to draw Sam another card.
That's
Um,
true.
the Rhystic Study is pretty good, but if you don't have any mana to use it, like, missing blue mana, you're reduced to only a couple options. Like, there are still good
Mm,
options there, but if you don't find your Force of Will, Force Negation, like, Pact, Mental Misstep, then you might just be out of luck.
mhm.
Sam's hand's kinda waving around a little bit. I can't see the cards in hand. There's an Urza Saga, that's not gonna help.
Nope. Fortunately, we're not being able to see what he's got, but we're back on the silence, it looks like. He's showing it doesn't sound like he's got anything.
We might be, in for a quick one,
Oh,
folks.
there's Infernal Plunge, so I guess
Infernal Plunge is a yeah, it's something, I
is
guess.
that the Thunderclap then?
Yeah, actually, yes, it
That's gotta
is.
be, yeah.
Yes. I was gonna
So,
say
yeah,
Infernal Plunge is a
I guess they're
sorcery.
just desperation drawing at this point. So, yeah, I would hit the Timna just to stop any free interaction out of Andy just in case.
That seems
But
reasonable.
we'll have to see. Where it things are getting desperate if you're just trying to feed Sam cards. I don't know if love to see this. Oh,
Okay,
well,
and
it
that
looks
is
like
game.
that's it.
That is game.
That was game, unfortunately.
That just that's just how it happens sometimes. If you're confident enough to go for it and everyone else is sitting there with a bunch of lands or other random cards in hand, like I was saying, like the Rhystic Study can draw you interaction.
Mm,
Doesn't mean it's going to. Um,
100%, and that's why the format's going faster and faster is you can't let the Ristic player just sit back and keep up that kinda card advantage. You gotta force him to have it, and unfortunately, he tapped out and didn't have any more interaction.
yeah, I mean, for a format with a lot of free interaction, there are still risks, and that is just
Mhm,
a fact of the matter. Like, and it because a lot of those free interaction pieces do have limitations. If, like, say you have a force negation in hand and they go for a creature line, it doesn't
mhm.
matter. Like,
Yep, I mean, plus the chat is saying that he had forced backup, so it wasn't necessarily a raw Thoracle jam anyway,
yeah,
so
and like I said, I think we knew that. That was one of
mhm,
the things that we were told as far as hand information back when we knew there was a Savine's wreck as well.
mhm.
Um, so that was definitely a good draw, or at least a good set of cards to end up with. We should be getting an interview soon, and that should be good to have. We just get to talk to the player, get some insight into what actually happened there. Was it just that everyone tapped out, or was it like actually uh, perfect setup? I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have tried to go with that with the major tap outs. That's especially
Hmm.
having at least one backup interaction spell, 100%. And
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's not telegraphed enough where he could have just like upkeep silence to try and stop it. That just unfortunately came out of
true.
nowhere.
Well, I mean, and like there are arguments that like, yes, you're using the silence to draw a card. Is there a better way to do that? But like the Thassa's Oracle in a stack should be a good enough sign that something's going to happen.
Hmm. Although I guess you don't silence on the Thoracle. You cast the silence after because that way you give another card to Sam or you force another mana out of Andy.
Hmm.
But unfortunately, silence is a great tool in our format. It does not stop that combo.
Yeah, and silence. That's the kind of situation where like Orm's chant would have been good. Because of the fact that silence, you just risk shutting off the other players of the pod can serve as collaborators sometimes. That's half of the dynamic here in cEDH.
Hmm.
And so silence shutting everyone off besides you has real risks. Um, Again, there it was just to draw a card for Sam. I don't think silence was actually trying to stop anything. But
Hmm.
say he did draw a card, if the silence resolves somehow, then it's too late. Like there are no options.
100%. Especially since if he did like, I guess if the silence resolves, you're probably set anyways. But yeah, that's just an unfortunate. That was the only spells left in hand, and they just weren't able to give anything else more to try and find more. But it is what it is, unfortunately. And I mean, congrats to Andy because, as I said, that was the right time to push and got him a win. And he's got to be feeling great to start off this day.
I would agree. That is a good place to start.
But
Sorry,
hopefully, we'll be able to.
I'm being whined at. The dog.
Your co-anchors.
Yeah. Well, one's being good and laying on the floor. The other one is pretty insistent that I do something, but I don't know. I think I like chat a little better, unfortunately. Um,
I don't know. Maybe if we get enough messages in chat, you'll have to show them off.
okay, there we go. Our beautiful producer is setting us up for an interview um, with Mr. Andy Beach.
Perfect.
Um, Andy, can you hear us? I think the interview mic is still muted.
Listen to you.
We can hear you, just quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Starting
Congrats.
starting round one off well. That is a good place to be, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Round one is the most important round to win, I think.
Mm.
Absolutely. Get yourself in the winner's bracket as opposed to trying to make up for sliding early.
Yeah.
How did you feel going into that pod? Like you see Rocco double Rock Thras. Um, like what do you think about when you're looking for cards to mulligan to or like ways to approach the game?
Well, my first thought was definitely I'm really sad that I decided to cut Deluge. um, I looked at a field of like half blue farm. I'm like, this does nothing against blue farm, so I'll just cut it and then
Yeah,
just sit down
that's
against
fair. That's
3 green
fair.
decks.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
we were chatting about. We weren't sure how well Timna was going to play into such a heavy creature pod, but I mean,
yeah,
wasn't needed too much.
she did all right because I got her out turn one.
Hmm.
True.
Um, and most of the time they're not like outside of like the wall of roots that could just straight up block it. Like they're not going to sacrifice their creatures just to deny me a card.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was definitely the case with the Delighted Halfling. We saw that.
Yeah.
Um, that does seem
But
like you could justify blocking there, but really, is it worth it long term? Probably not.
especially once I got the Bowmasters in play, because I'm
Yeah,
already limiting on resources. Like the Light of Halfling's probably the one that's going to live, so you don't want to
Hmm.
true.
sacrifice that one.
1-2. What a stat line. How are you
It
feeling
sounds like
otherwise?
I mean, every new elf is getting that new 1/2 stat line. It feels like they're
Yeah, yeah,
realizing.
yeah.
Well, they're definitely aware Bowmasters exists. Didn't they say
Mhm.
they're not printing like or trying not to print too many like 1 toughness creatures.
Yep,
I
unless
feel
it's
like I remember
Ocelot
that.
Pride,
Yeah.
they'll reprint Ocelot Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that's one of those cards that I feel like people have tried. And I feel like I've seen people mess around with it because it is such a powerful effect. But like a 1/1 first strike, outside of modern, I don't know. It's just hard to justify not doing anything immediately.
Yeah, I mean it's like fine in Marnios because
Yeah,
Mm.
I could see that.
it draws 1 card minimum, and then we'll start drawing a couple cards.
Yep.
But
You
Um,
said you
yeah,
cut Tainted Pact, Toxic Deluge.
deluge.
Are there other tweaks you made for this field, or anything that you made for meta choices?
That you can tell
um,
us. I don't. We don't want to spoil everything.
no, I'll tell you. Kind of like snowballing off of cutting Deluge, I added a couple creatures. Like I'm normally not on Facebreaker. I
Okay.
decided to be on that, especially with how insanely powerful it is with Tithe.
Facebreaker
And
is a
then
ridiculous value engine
yes, it
when it
is.
works.
Especially I also added Knuckles, so trying
Oh,
to make a lot of
Ooh,
treasures.
That is a
Um,
card. I looked at it. I was thinking about because it's what 4 mana, 2 power double striker that
yes,
has the facebreaker text on it. Like that's a reasonable creature. Is like have you found the 4 CMC to be in testing? Like has it come down reasonably?
that is the worst part of the card because like
Yeah.
once it's out, I think it's better than Facebreaker. Like it immediately
Oh, I can
starts
see that for
refunding
sure.
itself. Like it obviously doesn't have the Exile Treasure effect, but like
Yeah.
in terms of just
Are you
raw
on Rev
mana
for your deck
generation,
list?
I've tried it before. I
Mhm.
tried like an all treasure centric build with like Grim Hireling and Rev.
Yeah.
It was bad. It's too slow. There's too many
Could
like
add throw in like a mayhem
fat
devil or
creatures.
something for
Yeah,
board control.
yeah. We're not that lost in this house, so
Yeah, no, I can see that. What else? How are you feeling about this tournament as a whole? Was this something that you put a lot of effort to like prep for the specific people you're going to play against? Is it just like trying to keep things as normal as possible and avoid building up nerves? Like, what was your thought process going into the event?
um,
Like, how do you think you
I
got ready
definitely get
for it
nervous before
mentally?
like every big event.
Hmm.
Even though I've played in plenty of them, it always hits you like right when it's happening. That's like, oh, okay, we're
Yeah,
actually playing, and I want to do well, obviously. Like my
I,
goal this season was to be number one on the leaderboard, which I did accomplish.
yeah.
Um,
Congrats.
so
Yeah.
I kind of, oh, thank you. I didn't really have expectations for the tournament in particular because my goal, like my mindset for the year was just to be number one on the leaderboard. And then we get to
And
the
by
invitation. I'm
a
like, oh
decent
yeah,
margin
this
too.
exists.
You
Yeah,
got a big gap.
yeah. Well, I got what, fourth, I think, in the invitational last year. I'm like, I
Yeah.
know I could do better.
Well, and we were
So
talking
that's
about coming into that finals pod was weird. That game was, I don't know. I remember the Bowmaster just throwing everything off, but
yes. It that was an unfortunate game.
but
I didn't
hopefully it
I
goes
didn't get
better
to
this
play a
time around.
spell for like 4 turns outside of Rog. So
Yeah, I could see that. Well, alrighty.
Well, thank
And
you
do you have
so
any other
much for
questions,
taking
Steven?
some time out to chat.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good luck in your next rounds.
Thanks.
But yeah, it was great getting to kind of see, like, pick his brain for a little bit. It's nice to, or it's interesting to see, I guess, the mind space of people that try. I say, do
Yeah.
you have any routines for your tournament days?
I'm always in a weird spot because I feel like I try and figure out what my habits should be, but then it doesn't feel like anything actually like works. 'Cause, like I have like do I wear like this shirt or something like that? Like I've tried to figure out like if there's any kind of like superstitious thing that I can cling to, but then it's just so inconsistent that I haven't really found anything that really works for me yet. I don't know.
Mm,
But as far as like actual routines, I think just it's the basic stuff it comes down to, like getting sleep, getting food, making sure, especially because there's not always a lunch round in some of the tournaments that I play. I mean, usually in cEDH there is, but with stuff like I've been trying to play more like modern RCQs, and oftentimes there's no lunch round. So trying to
mm.
make sure I'm prepared with food in the middle of the day before playing another 3 rounds and
Yep.
yeah,
Although,
essential.
speaking of prep, it looks like we have some information for the tournament breakdown.
Yes, let us take a look.
I say,
All right.
I'm no surprise that Tim Necrom tops the chart for percentage played. I have no doubts about that. I mean, as we just saw, it's a top deck for a reason.
True. And then looking further down the line, I mean, we see Rog Thras, Timna Thrasios, Kinnan, those all like big 3 green creature like cradle decks have been on top of the meta since the bannings last year. Rog Thras was Rog Thras was good before, but having like less competition for that big mana like red ramp deck, there's no like dockside option anymore to prop up some of these decks. Being able to find Cradle and having a 0 mana creature for Cradle is just a ridiculous engine.
Hmm. My big thought is I wonder if there's ever going to be a deck that kind of topples the Timnachrom dominance. That I don't know if I'm worried if a deck does that or if I'm thank God finally something changed.
I think it's one of those things where the just kind of interchangeability of the two value engines, they don't require any kind of stuff. They just draw cards. So they could just exist, and then you're in 4 colors. You're in a good spot. The comparison that I would make that something that would topple is something like Kenrith, maybe, where it's like, here's a 5-color commander that just does everything. At the same time, you have to play specific cards for Kenrith. Whereas
And
Timna and
it
Crom,
also
you just
took
have
a
to play
big
some
hit in that
creatures.
dock side, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I mean, we get to see some. It looks like we're seeing some interesting commanders show up. We get to see Kalia, Tiamat, Rocco, as we said. So it'll definitely be interesting. Luckily, it's not all Timnachrom.
Yes, I would agree. I think having a Timnachrom just mirror match constantly would be a time. Unfortunately, Kellen didn't bring the Timna Dogger that I was hoping to see, but unless I can't see it here. But this should be a pretty reasonable meta shaking out. cEDH has been pretty flexible, and we're seeing that here.
And as always, we'd like to thank our sponsors for sponsoring this stream and making everything you see here happen.
Yes, a lot of big players showed up to help us out in running this event. I mean, most notably TopDeck. They're the big organizers behind this whole event, and we're glad that they were able to make the invitation happen. Other big feature people that we have here, we have EDH Top 16, great stat resource. Gold Sabertooth was sponsoring us with his playmat business as a way to kind of has kind of been pulling the scene together. I don't know. I think almost every commander I can imagine has a playmat now, and it's super cool to see because people can represent their favorite commander.
I would say Snowball is also a great spot to get that kind of funky art style that people just love. They make a lot of great things. And I guess new to the scene for Doot Loot, I just bought a few cards from him myself, and he's got an awesome selection. And shout out to the King's Court. He's actually one of the local spots in the New England area. He runs a lot of cool tournaments, and it's a great spot to go.
Yeah, and then lastly, looking at Tavern of Souls, and one of the main organizers for this, Mr. Evan Pierce, aka Freedom Waffle, coming from Colorado, Tavern of Souls, they send a team up every once in a while, especially in the past year and a half or so when we've been running these 5Ks. Great guys, super fun to hang out. But they drive up from New Mexico, not super crazy, and they show out. So we're really glad to have them backing this up.
Yep. It's great getting to I mean, it's great that we get such great support from our sponsors. As I said,
Wouldn't
we
be able
can't
to do
do
it
it without them.
Yeah, the prize pool is a big incentive to be here. It is a pretty big effort to go to this many tournaments and to come out to Pittsburgh if you're not from the area. And so having the ability to put something on the line for players to compete for is always amazing. And we're really glad that we are able to do that for the second year in a row.
It's a great opportunity.
Okay, and we will just move on to a quick ad video here in a second.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now, and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the Second Showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
looks like we are back for round 2. For those that are just joining us, welcome to the TopDeck Invitational 2025. Man, that was a
Yep,
great
that
round 1, although I know some people in the chat were clamoring for round 2 a little early.
yeah, I don't know exactly what the situation was, but it sounds like a little bit of a judge call instance. We got to let the judges have their space, make sure everything runs smoothly. We don't want any drama. Let the game play out how it needs to play out. But in the future, hopefully that 20-minute overtime will stick and we're not stuck sitting here.
Yep. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. So sometimes it happens. Hopefully, round 1, at least for table 1, went pretty quickly. So we'll see if that continues to be the fact.
Yes, turns out Thoracle and Demonic Consultation tend to win the game.
Just a little bit.
Okay, looking at round 2, do any of these players stand out to you in the top couple pods?
Let's see. Why don't you list them off?
Okay, so we're going to be watching pod 1 again, with our first seat being Z, second being Zachary Adler, third seat being Jordan Drake, and fourth seat being Dio.
I
And
mean,
so
I love Dio.
yes.
But
What decks are we working with? Okay, so Kin in seat 1, then Timna Crom seat 2. Okay, could see that coming. Jordan Drake in seat 3 with Timna Thrasios, and Dio in seat 4 with Sisse. Okay, so we've got a pretty representative pod, I would say. I think that seems like a pretty average, just meta shakeout. Like you have a couple partner value pairs. You got the Kinnan, and then you have Sisse, who can kind of just be the threat at the table for, I mean, as long as Tim Necrom doesn't feel like trying to win.
that is true. Sisse does take a little bit to set up, but I love Sisse keeps getting cards, and there's just there's so many different strategies you can take with Sisse and building that kind of list. I'll be very excited to see what pile they're on specifically.
Sisse is one of those decks that I think is actually a pretty reasonable deck to hand off to a new player because, I mean, it might not teach you the mid-range plan. Like you can still like learn things as far as playing Timna Thrasios or Timna Crom, but you end up getting a deck that is versatile, a deck that can improve in a late game that you have to understand what pieces you need to play, and one that will just continue to be relevant as far as I know. Like the deck dropped
Looks
off
like
a
we
little
got
bit when Dockside
someone's
came
asking
out,
for
but
the
like,
deck list in the chat. If our
yeah,
lovely producer would love to post that, if we have those available as well.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm super excited to see this pod shape up. Anything do you think that people will be looking out for this pod specifically?
I mean, this seems like a grindy one. I would
Mm.
not be surprised to see this go 6+ turns. It could also just end. Who knows?
It feels like it's 50-50 at this point.
Yeah. No,
Because
that's the
both
crazy part
Sisse
about these.
and Kinnan are such kill on sight kind of commanders that
Mhm.
if focusing one way really could kind of screw over the table if the other one just kind of slips through.
Yes, and I mean, in both cases, you're also threatening instant speed wins. I mean, all these decks can threaten instant speed wins with the tools that they have. Sisse most obviously, but Timna Crom and Timna Thrasios have options to be able to flash their effects in. Kinnan has instant speed activations to flip into whatever resources it needs. This will be a tense one, I expect, but at the same time, I think there is also the factor that all these players should be familiar with the matchup. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy here. Like
Well, I mean, you
maybe a
never
unique
know.
card or
We had
two.
that tap out win from last turn, so
Yeah.
even the best players don't always see it coming.
Yeah, and like we knew some of the cards in hand beforehand thanks to information from people around the table, but still, like we only knew about what the Force and Demonic Consultation and Savine's Rec. Drawing into Thassa's Oracle changed that up a little bit.
Definitely.
Taking a look at the tournament structure, so we found out that there was a player who missed out on round 1. They showed up late and unfortunately didn't get to play, but they did get added back for round 2. So that will shake things up a little bit. Looking at the bracket right now, we are unfortunately stuck with three pods, which is not ideal. but it is sometimes
I
just a
feel like
fact of
those
it. We
games are
want
going to
everyone
be
to
the quick
play.
ones. If people are complaining the rounds are too long, generally a 3 pod is going to go like that. It feels like.
Someone's gonna win because there's not enough interaction at the table, or I mean, like, I don't know. It's 3 pods are always weird because it throws off what you expect from the game, for
Mm-hmm.
better or for worse. And yeah, it's just a fact of what we have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But
Pod
while we
8,
wait
I'm
for
seeing
that, have you seen any of the new cards that they've been revealing from this recent set?
for Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at them.
Well, unless they suddenly decided to spoil another set, because I wouldn't put that past them.
I would. I mean, we got Spider-Man what, like a week and a half ago, and like that
Mhm.
wasn't all of Spider-Man, but now they're throwing Avatar out as well. Like I'm kind of losing track, unfortunately, and I feel like I spend a fair amount of my brain power on just knowing Magic cards. But yeah, I think the card that stood out to me personally was that red SWAT effect, like the 1
Oh,
mana
100%. I mean,
pay 2
from what
mana
they've
or
shown
5
right
life.
now, that card is going to go in basically every deck, in my opinion.
It is important to remember that card is not the same effect as deflecting SWAT. It is the same wording as things like Bolt Bend,
Mm.
where it only hits single target effects. It's not quite as limited as misdirection. It can still hit abilities, as far as I remember.
Man, remember
But
when people were really playing misdirection?
I think people are still playing misdirection. I've seen people try it. There's
That
people playing
card is
commandeering
my
Kin.
nemesis. Whenever I have it in hand, it does absolutely nothing.
Seeing Kinnan playing Commandeer in that game, I've lost to Kinnan commandeering someone else's Smothering Tithe. It is a legitimate threat.
Mm-hmm.
So those big pitch cards, if you can pick up enough cards to justify using 2 spells for 1 free effect, sure. Like, okay. And looking at this pod, like we said, Kinnan, Blue Farm, TNT, Sisay.
Mm-hmm.
Kinnan in seat 1.
I'll be curious to see because there's a lot of different configurations on how heavy you go on big flips Kinnan compared to speed Kinnan. So I'm
True.
wondering what line Z is going to try and thread.
Well, and I've even played. I play against Jason Doan and some of the critical EDH guys a lot, like on weeklies here in Colorado. But Jason the other week played essentially Clam Chowder Kinnan, where Kinnan's not there for the flips. There
Mhm.
is like it's just blue green with mana.
I would say I think that was the list that Ian rocked recently for a top 4 finish. I'm trying to remember the tournament for that, but I think that was the list that he wanted to play with Kinnan to try and stay away from that big flips and just use Kinnan for just the mana acceleration mode.
There's a question in the chat about why 3 players left after round 1. I think it's not that 3 players left. Let me check the standings just to make sure. It's that there was a 65th player added who missed out on round 1. So it wasn't like 3 people dropped. It was that another person got added and the math changed as far as putting pods together. Because 64, nice clean number, divides by 4. But 65, not so nice. And in order to include that player, because they only missed the first round, they had to reshuffle things a little bit.
Mm. Yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, things don't always run as smooth as possible.
Mhm. Yes, just a fact of a tournament. It's just how it goes.
All
Okay,
right.
we're seeing some mulligans.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect a turn 1 play to look like? Is this going to be a very value engine heavy? Because I could definitely see it.
Yeah, I mean, card advantage is so king in this format that I mean, definitely I have to imagine that everyone is going to be mulliganing for an action-packed hand as soon as possible.
Is
It
this
feels really bad. I mean, I guess if you take Sisay as a slower one, maybe you can rely on a slightly slower hand. But especially with Kinnan at seat 1, that can be very explosive. So
yeah.
you really want that interaction.
John Winehandle asked in chat if Steel City the Open. Steel City is a whole weekend. So it's Steel City is hosting the Top Deck Invitational and Open, as well as a number of other side events. So this Invitational is 65 players because they had some things with the top 60 players got invited, as well as the winner from last year and then 4 other people that got voted in. The Open is like 300 people, because whoever wants to go can go. But then I've also got friends that are going to go play in legacy events, and I think there's a vintage tournament as well. There's all kinds of stuff going on. It sounded like there was modern. It's just like a whole. It's like a
It's a magic
convention almost.
convention, basically. It's a Magic-Con.
You go, you play your tournament. If you don't do well, cool, drop and go play something else, and you're still there, still hanging out. Like if you go 0-2 at the very beginning, then sure, there's plenty of other things to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that there's so many people right now in Pittsburgh right now.
Gotcha.
It's insane.
Gotcha. So it looks like Emily Doan, wife of Logan Doan of Critical EDH fame, just mentioned, and Zero backed it up, that I guess I overassumed that initially Logan wasn't able to make it, but because he was, then they pushed up to 65 just to make an exception. Because I mean, missing out on a huge tournament because you're a father, they're both great, and if you can do both, more power to you. So glad to see that Logan was able to make it, even if it did make the math a little weird. Shout out to him for making the time, and shout out to Emily for supporting.
Mm-hmm. I would say, yeah. I mean, having a child is a very special thing, so it's understandable that it throws a wrench into things.
Yeah, and especially when when you're stuck between 2 awesome parts of life. If you can make room for both of it, might as well.
Mhm.
I don't know. I've interviewed Logan. He won the Snowy Summit 2 tournament in Denver. What was that, February? So we got to talk then. Yeah, and then he comes to Weekly's a lot. Great guy. Glad to see that he is having fun and able to play in this event.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll get to see him on camera later in one of the further rounds.
Emily, if he comes on an interview again, I'm going to have to ask you what his shirt is once again. Who else? Anything else in chat? I was asked why I am not at the Invitational. Or no, unless that's someone else. I mean, I just got out of college, so I have not had the flexibility to attend some of these huge events that some other people do. Or at least, I don't know. I love the game of cEDH. I have found that, especially play against such talented players weekly, whether it's our beautiful producer Raul, or like Jason, Logan, like anybody of these, Pigeon, the level 7 crowd in Denver is so strong. It's a little intimidating. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No,
But,
I wish I could be there as well in person. But I mean, luckily for me, I'm getting married in like 2 months' time, so I'm also tapped out on being able to go to these big events, unfortunately.
Jack, can we get a round of applause for Steven?
I know. I got very lucky that my bride to be was fine with me going. I'll be at Atlanta in a few weeks, but after that, it's crunch time for the wedding. So
Yeah, I mean, congrats again on the creator pass. That's a big deal.
mm-hmm.
Do we want to? Were there any other spoilers or like new cards coming out that stood out to you?
So I'm interested to see how waterbending will play in the format. Being a like Omega Convoke kind of strategy has always been strong with like Court of Calling. So I know they've spoiled Katara, that basically just lets you put things into play. Looks like people are resolving.
We get some mulligan numbers.
It looks like.
Yep. Let's get to that actually.
So we've got
player 1 Z on Canon is at 6. Player 2 is down to 4. Player 3 is at 5, and player 4 is at 7.
It looks like he might be going down to 6. Maybe he's keeping. Looks like it.
Is that okay? Command Tower for turn, sure. Yeah, that is a pretty Command Tower. I do like that art.
I love the OG art. I'm not gonna lie. Polluted Delta.
What do you
Cracking
think of the
that.
future sideboarder?
Oh, and there's the Esper Sentinel.
Nice. We had someone in chat say the Cabbage Merchant seems crazy. I agree.
Mm.
That card seems like it combos so easily. Um,
Oh,
but
100%.
where it finds a home, we'll have to see.
I mean, I used to play Balin, so I'd love to see that deck kind of spring back. We'll
Mhm.
have to see whether or not that's enough to kind of push it into the limelight.
Yeah.
But we'll have
That
to
deck
see. It's definitely
definitely.
oh, there's
Yeah.
second Esper
Esper
Sentinel.
Sentinel. The deck definitely took a hit coming out right before the round of bans. That was definitely awkward.
It was one of those things where losing Dockside was kind of a benefit as well as a curse,
Mhm.
unfortunately. Oh, and
Ristic Study. Oh boy.
yep,
Yep. We're here for. We'll see.
we're
It
gonna
might
be
be
here for a
long.
long time.
It depends on how much people respect these value engines.
Hmm.
For sure.
Okay. Yep. I mean, we'll see. Both. I think most of them are trying to be as respectful as possible. Sisei doesn't
I can
care if
see
it
it.
goes late. It's the
Yeah.
king of late game, and even
Sicily
Kinnan,
doesn't
if
run
he's
into
on that
anything.
big flip kind of plan, he's got monsters in his deck, and
Mhm.
hard casting a Hullbreaker Horror is perfectly feasible for him.
Yes. That's the whole deck's whole MO, and I would not be surprised to see some things. Let's take a look at the deck list actually while we're looking at it. See what kind of cannon we're dealing with because we have that information.
Oh,
Um,
sweet.
yes. I'm not a cannon expert, I will say that. But we're looking at. Okay, so we're seeing Tezzeret, the Seeker, makes sense.
Mhm.
A Suite of Dorks, Mockingbird, and Flesh Duplicate for clones. Drift of Phantasms. Okay, so we are trying to
Oh, so
find.
that feels very combo oriented. They're
So Drift
playing
of
Drift.
Phantasms, Trophy Mage. Um, the Flips package is Sphinx, Hullbreaker Horror, Nezahal, Nyxbloom, Tidespout. Also Clever Impersonator and Phyrexian Metamorph as clone. So we are going hard on the clone.
Mm. How do you feel about that?
Um,
I know some people have been, I guess, on the fence on how many clones you should be running. I love running a set of clones, but I know to each their own.
I mean, it really depends on the pod, but I think if, especially with Clever Impersonator, you can just have it be a Ristic Study, which is insane.
Or One Ring, or anything on the field.
Yes. Um, like looking through this list, like I was mentioning, the interaction suite is very unique. I see Disrupting Shoal here. They're on Steel Enchantment. No, that's Misdirection. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on Misdirection. They're on Disrupting Shoal. They're on the Commandeer that I was talking about. So they're all in on like crazy stack interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else of note? Copy Artifact, copy Enchantment, Mirror Maid. So another clone.
Mm.
The lands
It
package is pretty standard.
it looks like they're not respecting that Ristic study. Z just got 2 free draws on the Thrasios and the Sisei.
Yeah.
We'll see how much that eats in. Unfortunately, I can't
Well,
quite see what land he played. I don't think it matters too
yeah, there's a little bit
much.
of glare there. But
Oh, I think it's the City of Brass.
makes sense. Player 2 with both Lotho and Esper, that's a pretty good spot to be in, I think.
Mm. Although with all the taxation effects going on, I don't know how many players are going to be casting multiple spells in this early game. I guess
That's fair.
depending on how fair they want to be.
Yeah, but it's always nice to put them into like a do or don't kind of like situation where
Mm-hmm.
they either feed the Lotho, they feed the Esper, or they don't do anything. So that's
Mm-hmm.
always nice. We're hearing some information on hands. So it sounds like early on, player 1 had Otawara and Endurance. Those are both decent pieces of interaction for this board.
Yes, I don't
Nothing
think they
crazy.
do a whole lot, unfortunately. The Ottawara is kind of slow, and Endurance
Yeah,
is situational because there's only one player that's really on Breach, and that would be Blue Farm itself.
true. It still interacts with stuff like Hazel's Brewmaster, which is nice.
True.
That's always good to shut down. And the Otawara is just a really nice catch-all if it comes down to it, because there are a bunch of white decks at the table.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to interact through a Kutzel at a Sisei or a Grand Abolisher is super nice. Player 3, it looks like, has Aven Interrupter and Flare of Denial. Both interesting interaction pieces. They don't see that often, I feel like. Flare being a free counterspell at the cost of Thrasios is
It's something.
kind of reason. I don't know. It depends on the situation, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
And then player
I
4 has Tyvar and Giada.
mm. Tyvar is such a house in Sisay.
Mhm.
As long as you can protect it, it does so much, and it lets you combo off so easily.
Copy Artifact. Is that going to be an Esper Sentinel, probably?
Probably. I mean,
It
at
could be
this
a
point, I
Mox
think
Diamonds.
Z's getting fed off this Ristic study, so he just kind of has to offload cards unless he just wants to go straight to discards.
True. And I would imagine that a lot of the discussion is about whether or not they feed these engines. Because there's always that conversation of like, well, you feed one person, do you feed everyone?
Mm. Are they showing off potentially Chain of Vapor?
Yeah. Looks like it.
Interesting.
I like that foiling. That's so pretty.
I agree. Is that the original foiling for
Should
Chain of
be.
Vapor?
Should be, yeah.
But what are they targeting? Oh, the Ristic, I assume?
I would imagine the Ristic or the copy.
Mm.
What do you think of Chain of Vapor? I feel like it's a nice catch-all bounce spell, but I feel like at the same time, the
I think it's
politics
an
kind of.
evil that you need to run.
Mhm.
I like Into the Flood Maw a little bit more. I mean, especially now that you're not necessarily trying to bounce your own dockside.
Yeah.
Not being able to hit yourself isn't as worrisome.
True.
But with so many different threats, I think you might honestly just need to run both, unfortunately. Or I guess fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you take it.
Do we want to turn on player audio to see what they can, what they're saying about this Chain of Vapor?
Sounds good. Let's see what they're talking about.
Wouldn't do anyways.
This rotation?
Yeah, this rotation.
Okay. Yeah. I'll do this one.
The only problem, which is you did draw from Asper Machine.
Right.
So I don't know.
The trigger is on stop. I have not. Well, no, you passed them at draw, right? With draw.
You pass on the trigger. I don't think you pass on them.
Oh, is that what you do? Yeah. Walk it back then. That game action is already taken place.
New information.
It was new information from this Esper Sentinel.
Yeah.
So I cannot walk on this. I cannot walk this chain.
Okay.
Wait, what new information is being? Hey, Drew. Sorry, I thought you were talking about minus. You're good. We dropped the FC. Okay.
Looks like we can.
So
If you want to back this, you can.
can we do a new target? We've already locked in. I can draw for us. We'll catch it. Sure.
Figuring out what they want to do. Okay. Sounds like they've resolved it. They bounced the Ristic, and now they're just trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, that's one of those like touchy situations where it's like, I have this Chain of Vapor. Are you just showing it off or are you casting it? Because if you're casting it, then triggers go on the stack. You can't, like, whether or not you can take it back becomes more dubious.
Oh, well, there's the Otawara coming out.
Yes. What is the target?
Probably Sissay bounce would be my. Oh
Is this
no,
just
he's just going to discards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess unfortunately Kinnon's just doesn't have the mana rocks that he was hoping for to really have a whole lot of mana.
And
So
that's
even
weird.
with the reduced cost, unfortunately, he's just giving up the interaction. And then we've got
Demonic
a demonic tutor
Yeah.
feeding again. But it seems like probably missing land drops, so Zachary is probably just hurting. And unfortunately, no one's fed the Lotho, as I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
It's always like
but imagine if it was
you're banking on people being greedy, and then the second you have it, everyone decides that they're as responsible as can be.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where the card you were mentioning earlier comes. If that was Taru, then he'd be sitting pretty.
That is true. Taru definitely would do some work this game. But I assume he's probably grabbing a land. Or do you think
I would
he's
be
trying to go for any
surprised.
greed?
I don't know. We'll have to just see because I don't know what's in hand at the moment. Only 2 cards, right? Or is that 3?
I think that's 2 cards left from what he showed. Oh no, it is 3. 3 cards left. He didn't have anything of note at the start of the game. I can see what a force on top, so that's not in hand. So I mean, if I know I would be feeling way behind in this game, and I just might be even just going straight for a command tower. Um,
Yeah, I mean, my
unfortunately,
go-to is
the
usually getting Ancient Tomb
say it
to,
again.
like, catch up. My go-to is
Maybe an
usually
ancient
Ancient
tomb.
Tomb. But what are we getting? There is a
Well,
card chosen.
I guess it's not a land because he didn't play it. So
Do you think it's a win attempt, though? I don't know if I would go for it here. There's just too much going on, and nobody is pressured
yeah, that'd be
anything.
a little risky, especially since I have to imagine. Well, maybe he's trying to bank on the Ristic coming back down,
Mhm.
um, and just hoping to tap Z out of mana for an attempt.
Okay,
Um,
okay, okay. We're seeing our little information broker, the judges at the table just told us that it was actually for his own Ristic study. So
okay,
we
well,
might be here for a while.
hopefully he has that third mana source. Or I know I would just be kicking myself if I tutored that up and still didn't manage to actually cast it.
Elvish Spirit Guide for a Sisse activation. Okay.
Mm. Well, this is what I was saying. If you don't have the interaction, Sisse at least gets 1 free interaction.
I mean, this isn't a win. It's a
Unfortunately,
2-power Sisse, but it's definitely
it,
going to be
it everything
something.
adds up, especially since there's a Tyvar coming out.
Mhm.
So I guess just a mana rock right now is or a mana dork. It could be cultist, dependent on
Are they on Cultist? Let's see.
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that is a line possible. They have the creature to sacrifice from the Esper Sentinel.
They're on the
So if,
they're on the standard Planeswalker
oh,
line.
Guy's Cradle.
Guy's Cradle is a great get there. It's not insane yet, but if you are able to go ahead and drop a creature or 2 on the next turn, you will be sitting in a pretty decent spot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they are on Cultist of the Absolute. That is a card they could get. They're also on Flowering of the White Tree.
Oh, interesting. I saw that
Yeah,
card when it first came out, and I haven't really seen it make a huge impact
it's
since,
a. I think it's
unfortunately,
a
even in
weird one 'cause
Siste.
it's legendary. It's 2 mana, but it's only 1 color. Yes, it buffs Sisse significantly and gives her ward, but that's one of those
I mean,
cards
it
that I
buffs
feel
all
like
the legends up, so
yeah. Yeah, it's just one
but
of those
maybe
cards that, like,
that's
if it works,
some
it
tech for
works.
something. Maybe
Player 1
that's
and
one of their
player
flex
4
slots.
seems like they're making some kinda deal about what to do. Like, maybe it that seems to me like player 1 is showing off interaction to interact with
Producer, if they're
Sisse.
still talking, would we be able to hear them?
Over now then. Yep. Good man. Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, it looks like we
I
missed
understand that
it.
like in an interaction cycle. Yeah, you're going to first. Yeah, they didn't know for sure. You're not on your job. Drop turn.
So I think it was Sisse trying
Second.
not to or
Yes, I
Ken
have
was gonna
it.
I
stop
mean,
Sisse from doing stuff.
once Sisse has access to
Hold
5
on a
mana,
second.
Sisse's always a threat. So it was probably some form of are you going for it or are you not kind of threat analysis would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, because the whole argument of like, I won't interact if you don't win on your turn does have flaws, but
It's possible that Dio might have said, I have a silver bullet.
yeah,
There's that's a Psych Rift in hand.
Sisse,
Uh,
yeah. So we got a picture of Sisse's hand. It's Dihada, Binder Wills, the Planeswalker, like the Mardu one. Tyvar Jubilant Brawler, Cultist is in hand. Swords, Verdant Catacomb, Cyclonic Rift. So that seems like a reasonable place to be just kind of sitting. Like, you have your board interaction in hand, you have an activation available. I mean,
and
I
worst
assume you
comes
don't
to
really do
worst,
that much.
they have the overload if something for a panic button.
They do.
So I wonder if that's the play. they end step on Jordan's turn, overload, and then just go for the win.
I would be surprised if that resolves though. I think
It's
it's more
possible that
likely
it
they
might
just go
just
for
be
small.
yeah, it might just be a bait spell.
Yeah, could see that.
Let's see. If it's the cultist, this is nice, but he needs another mana source. Yeah, I was wondering, depending on what he has in hand. But if no one messes with Sisei, he gets 2 activations. That should be enough to just go for it. Especially with Tyvar in hand,
Mhm.
that sounds like a recipe for disaster. But it looks like more information is being shared between Zach and Z. I guess we got the
Yeah.
Z's
Let's get
getting
let's
it
get
up.
some table audio to support this.
Did I have a deal there? If I could show mine, yeah. I should have did it differently.
You kill your own commander.
Oh, I never thought of Okay, Bluebird. I would like to touch. So I can, yeah. Badlands. All this turn early.
Well, at least he managed to hit his third land for that Ristic study he looked for. But would you be worried that tapping out is just not the right move?
Yeah. It's definitely risky. I mean, like just jamming Ristic Study. I mean, you have a hypothetical mana source in Lotho, but as we've seen so far, it hasn't done that much.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have interaction that costs mana in hand, and you draw into interaction that costs mana, and you need to use it, well, then you're kind of in a rough spot. We've seen that. That's what happened last game.
Mm-hmm.
His
And
players
especially since
tapped
Sisei
out.
isn't really casting anything. Oh, I guess he's going for it. I mean, at this point, I'd feel so far behind that I would just jam it just to jam it and
Yeah, you just hope that you get back around that the other players have stuff because I mean Thrasis has 2 activations with the Biomancer's Familiar.
Mhm.
Can instead with mana open and some value. Yeah, I mean I wouldn't be super concerned, but
oh,
at the same time,
they're
Sisei
revealed
is
Mindbreak Trap.
that's good.
So that's some good information for Dio to know about. And a
Unfortunately, not the most
candelabra.
effective spell
Okay.
against Sisei. Um, Sisei's not going to put enough spells in the stack necessarily to turn
It's not, but
on
it's definitely
MBT.
something depending on how they're gonna try and protect it, because they still, if they're going for the Dihada line, they still
Mhm.
would need to cast it because Dihada is in hand.
True. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Now we know active player as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Our producer's a cutie pie.
But yeah, this is a rough kind of spot for a lot of players, unfortunately. And I don't know. I think I would probably try and go for it, depending on what happens, and maybe, as I said, maybe just lead on the psych, try and bait out the counter magic while it's there. Worst comes to worst, I mean, maybe that just uses the Mindbreak trap up there, and that gets them to tap out for Jordan. Maybe that's
Yeah.
enough value.
So we have an end step activation, presumably. Because it
Yep,
was
sounds
polluted
like it.
delta for another lands. Thrasius, Timna is just there. Like they have Thrasis activations, but not much to do necessarily. That like I don't know.
Yeah. So Sis is at 2 power still. As I said, Cultist line is still there. The Dihada, unfortunately, is in hand. And with open mind
Yeah.
break trap mana up, I don't know if that would be the line anymore.
Having Cultist, Tyvar, and Dihada in hand is unfortunate. That I will say that like those are all cards that you want to just be able to pull out at any point, and getting
yeah.
them stuck in hand where they can be countered is just a rough part. That is
Okay, they're going for
Skrell.
protection with Skrell, which makes sense. Clearly Sisei is feeling like the threat at the table, so trying to protect it best they can is, of course, the best opportunity too.
Mhm.
They are getting close enough to be able to cast that Flowering of the White Tree as well. So it's
Mm.
and have activation. So if they have a land in hand, they could go for that into another activation, and that would put Sisay what at 5 power.
That wasn't in hand, but they could definitely get it. Yeah, that would be. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
threading this line is going to be very interesting. And yeah, Wayne Cam notes that there's still no treasures from Lotho. I feel you. That Lotho that you were banking on, oh, it must feel bad.
Yeah,
But
this is one of those pods that like you sit there and just like, ah.
mhm. But he did have another land, so maybe he goes into a bait spell because I don't know. Now that untap with the Ristic Study, luckily Sisay doesn't cast too many spells. But that does just like feed like if they're fighting over it now, that Z's just gonna get fed. But you also don't want to let Thrasios with those extra activations just kind of stack up without doing anything. So it's definitely tough. It looks like they are having some more table talk. Let's see if we can listen in.
And spelling the nice protection for it. Yes, this is a 30 now. They can, yeah. Need one more legendary to get there too. Because the Agathos are going to get there.
They're doing Sissy math.
Mm-hmm.
What was the rest? We're going to Torgal. Yeah. Might say a good job. That'd be awesome for or Lotho. Yep, yeah, on this. Fucking take them. Guy sucks. 20 turn cycles has this been like or a single turn. Yeah.
Yeah, they're also laughing that the Lotho hasn't paid off whatsoever. I wonder how many cards are is there. I know someone says it looks like Bison Back says they think it's going to be an overloaded into spin Cauldron and then pivot around with Cradle and 2 lands. Interesting
I could see it.
idea.
I would be surprised if it resolves is the thing. Like that just throwing out Cyclonic Rift is a good way to use one spell, but I
Especially
don't
now
think
that
that
we
it
know literally the mind break is live. Like it's not
Mhm.
even that you need to get a free mind break. Jordan just has the mana to cast it.
True.
But it looks like they're letting Grim Monolith. We get another draw off for Dio, and let's see. Maybe Kinnan now can do some work in the shadow when everyone's just worried about Sisay, and start sticking some rocks. We have an
Yeah,
imposter back.
imposter mech.
Oh, and finally, the first Lotho activation. The first Lotho trigger goes on the stack. But what would you be looking for in an imposter mech? Biomancers to get more like Kinnons? That doesn't feel right unless it's just another Grim Monolith for a lot of mana.
Maybe Lotho. They've seen how impressive it is. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like in all honesty, the treasures with cannon would be crazy. It's just a question of how like much it would actually do.
Mm-hmm.
And is that what Nature's Rhythm going in the graveyard?
That looks like it. I think that
Not a
is.
bad place for that card to be.
Yep. It's funny how it can be cheaper in the graveyard than it is to play it normally. But I guess that's as I said, once they take their eye off, well, if Dio draws all their attention, that could definitely kind of fall under the radar depending on how long this game goes. And especially if they either find a way to give it flash or just forget about it for a turn cycle, that could
Yes.
be very worrisome. But I guess Zachary's gamble paid off because he managed to make it back, which is always good. And there's a Mistrise village, so that's also a potential issue with Dio actually having to cast spells.
True. Yeah, no, that's it's funny talking to some of the Sisei players, especially there's a Sisei player that comes to my locals that he swears that he was so close to cutting Ristic Study because he didn't want the cards in his hand. As wild as that is to say, I don't like Ristic Study is such a good card that I don't see a world where that actually happens. But he's definitely talked about
it. When I first started playing Animar, I was like, should I cut a Soul Ring? It doesn't cast Animar.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So
like when
it's just
I've tried to play Rafine a bit, and there's actually a Rafine player at the tournament. But one of the issues is you're so pip heavy, with all the little creatures in Rafine that like stuff like Grim Monolith or Mana Vault just don't feel very good.
I 100% agree. If you're not specifically going on like an ad nauseam strategy where you need to get to that 5 mana as soon as possible, having that extra colorless can sometimes feel really bad when you're holding like a Grand Abolisher you can't cast.
Yeah. Okay, we're turning on player audio again just to hear what is going on in this moment.
I don't want to show you all the cards. Is that the only way you're letting this in? Probably. Okay, that's understandable. Where? Freaking Thrashers.
The big butt.
Yeah. So yeah, combat. I don't think there's. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna swing. Second main.
Imposter
Let me
Mech's
select
Thrasius actually makes a whole lot of sense. I don't know why I didn't think about that.
I'm gonna cast a Tar. Trigger Lotho.
Here's our card.
You're good.
Yeah, so it's as you could expect, a lot of just Ristic Study back and forth. As the card tends to do.
They're trying to figure out how much we can feed the opponents because everyone seems scary.
Yeah, Randy, it sounds like the Imposter Mech is Thrasius. That would make a lot of sense with Kinnan because now they're just one piece away from winning the game.
Yep. And it's a lot harder to kill an Imposter Mech than it is a Thrasios.
True. That card is annoying. Like the number of Imposter Mech Bowmasters that I...
Oh, keep
Imposter Mech as Bowmasters, like, it just kills me every time.
It's like, okay,
sure, you have a Bowmasters that doesn't lose to Bowmasters. Okay, sounds good. Now what? No more drawing cards, I guess.
Although I do love it when I see someone Imposter Mech a Esper Sentinel, it warms my heart because it's not me doing it.
Does it have a power and toughness then?
It doesn't. The power and toughness is 0, so you can always
just
pay
sits there.
for it.
Yeah, people don't Imposter Mech an Esper Sentinel.
Although, funnily enough, you can refuse, I'm pretty sure, and still give him the card just in case. You can choose not to pay 0.
So player 3, Jordan, is spinning Thrasius, hit Otawara first, and now they are scrying a card to the bottom on their second flip, hitting Swansong. Okay, that's a good card to have.
And that just proves the point that, unfortunately, the cards are kind of rotting in Sisei's hand. Because casting them is bad.
Yeah. No, I think the point about Cyclonic Rift is still an option. Again, knowing that there's now a Swansong as well, like if you do want to commit 7 mana to that, or do you just spin Sisei into more value?
100%. I think once the Swansong got revealed, there's no point in trying to overload it, because at least with the Mindbreak Trap, you're hoping to pull 4 mana out of him. But a Swansong for an overloaded Psych Rift is just not the way you want to go for it.
Like what the Sisei targets right now with just Skrelv play would be like Kinnan, Lavinia, Lotho, Marvin is potentially interesting, but doesn't increase the power. Torgal, a Fine Hound is a card. Sure.
Are they playing Pippin?
They are not.
Okay. Then I don't know. He doesn't have the rocks to really warrant a Kinnan. I mean, granted, he has at least one. He could potentially try to go for like an Agatha's line. But that doesn't really increase Sisei's power.
Agatha's is an option. Mox Amber is just like a card. We were talking about Flowering the White Tree and Cultists in hand. Yeah, not really sure.
So it honestly might be flower. You said flowering wasn't in hand. It was in the list.
No, yeah, the cards you knew in hand a little while ago were Dihada, Tyvar, Cultist, Burning Catacombs, Psychrift.
Okay, so then flowering might be in the move because it's the most power they can get for just an activation, at least under
It
my
doesn't
assumption.
it doesn't increase Sis's power based on colors, but it would put it up by 2. Yeah, maybe.
Plus, it gives both Sisei and Skrell ward,
True. And then
so
yeah,
it
Skrull
could
can
just
take it
be a
from there.
surprise.
And then there's no mana for another activation, but
No, there's a bunch of green mana, but unless he's grabbing because he's still 1 mana short from Cauldron to reactivate, unfortunately.
yeah. Like this would be a great. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't play Sissa enough to know every line from
Yeah,
here.
the hard part is because there are so
Do you have any
many
thoughts?
lines, he can just go way different ways. Um, Wayne's saying that end step to get Kinnan or Soul Cauldron could
Soul
be a
Cauldron seems
thing.
valid. Are there creatures in graveyard right now?
There
To-
isn't. There's a land and then an Elvish Spirit Guide in exile. So I would say
Well, in
probably
anyone's
Cauldron
graveyard.
over Kinnan because you don't want to have to use your Otawara or because there's an Otawara in play. You don't want to have to protect that and then leave your Sisei open.
True. Yeah, I agree. And then Cauldron is just good value. Okay,
Oh.
so there's the cannon off the flip. Sure, that's
There's
fine.
the Kinnan.
Um,
So maybe he's just trying to get more just free activations and hoping to hit in big. I mean, luckily,
Well, I
Kinnan
mean-
is a +2.
we could see Kinnan into untap cast Dihada. Busy's right that Kinnan does just increase the mana off Cradle, which is good value. Not in Kinnan itself, it's just another body. Cradle tapping for 3 is just more resources to work with naturally. But then you also have Kinnan. So if you want to threaten to go for anything there, Cradle plus a combo piece to make mana could just be filtered into Sisix. You can spend any color through Cradle.
I would say I'm curious. I don't
Or
know
not through
if
Cradle, sorry, through Cauldron.
do you. I don't know if there should have been a discussion on that end step because letting him untap is feeling really risky. So I don't know if I would have tried to talk
Yes.
the table into interacting after that activation, just to try and stop him.
Well,
but
this Dihada resolves, that's immediately +4 mana. We'll see if that's the play though.
So we'll see if this is the point of kind of just he's going for it.
Okay, there's
He's
Agatha's Soul
tapping-
Cauldron up on screen. The ability to tap and steal abilities from the graveyard is interesting, but
It's
even
the colored
more-
mana, the colorless mana,
yes.
the big thing.
Yeah. Cauldron
So-
letting you spend any color to activate Sisei is huge. Because then you can just tap Cradle and activate Sisei. Like, no problem.
100%.
You could go get
So-
Derevi right now. Like,
Yep. Right now we have an activation on the stack. So this has got to be the point where players have to start pulling the trigger, I have to guess.
I would say so too. The issue is there's already a Skrelv on board, and so one piece of interaction is not going to get there. Although Skrelv does not stop something like a channel ability.
Can it give it protection from colorless? I can't remember for Skrelv.
No, I think it's only colors. And it's not protection, it's hexproof and can't be blocked. So it's like almost protection.
Same thing. Same thing.
You can
But
still enchant it.
I know Giver of Runes is the one for colorless, so yeah.
Yeah, so it's Phyrexian white, tap, choose a color. Another target creature you control gains toxic 1 and hexproof from the color until another turn. It can't be blocked by creatures of that color this turn.
Definitely.
Grabbing Kutzel is scary because Sisei is now a 5/5. Kutzel's scary, and then go from there.
Right now, they still don't have the mana showing for a second activation if they grab Kutzel. If I'm reading that correctly, because Mox Amber will produce 2 mana of 1 color. they'd be one color off from another activation. And I think they've played land for turn, correct? Or was
I
that
was not looking.
scrub from last turn?
Unfortunately, I was not paying attention. Chat, do you know? Yeah,
Yeah,
this
Teferi
could
could
also just be
also.
Teferi.
Mhm.
Wheels, no players dropped. There was actually because the tournament is 65. We started out with 64 because one player showed up late. So it ended up in a bunch of even 4 pods, but because it moved up to 65 with that player being added back in, it forced the TOs to move to 3 pods. So nobody dropped. It's just one extra player made the math harder.
So yeah, Cutsel's probably the play to protect against the counter magic, and they have.
Let's go ahead and listen in to see what they're saying about this.
One. But it only multiplies one thing. That's it.
The creature you're grabbing doesn't make these orcs.
Oh, it does. Now he's thinking about getting that creature. Which
Yes, so if he gets that creature, these are all double. Then he has
Don't have double color. So that's my problem. I don't have 2 activations.
with the Catilda.
I don't have
Why
2
not?
activations.
Well, let's walk through it instead of just.
Wait, yeah, you do.
So let's say
like
it's
all of Wooburg but green, 3 green float. What am I missing?
They only tap to the colors of their mana cost.
Okay.
That's what
That makes a lot more sense.
Right.
So it's double white.
Man,
This is a bunch of double white.
I've got a bunch of white.
green, blue.
Got a bunch of white.
So let's just work
Black.
with this.
Black, blue, white, green.
You guys are going to pass. I'm going to pass. So we do. Okay, we're good.
Okay, cool. I believe that you're going to get the 2 drop. If not, well,
I still
Oh,
think
well.
we're gonna pull it back.
Sure.
yeah. I feel like I'm too far behind to really like
Well,
go first on anything.
maybe right now.
I think you're pulling ahead of me. We can trade boards if you believe that.
The table is trusting Tio. I would have not let that activation go through.
Sisse grabbed Kinnan because it was at 3 power with the Skrulv. Sisse doesn't count itself, so it was at it was a 2/2 +1 from the Skrulv existing. And that allows them to grab Kinnan. Yeah, this is certainly a leap of faith.
So
I mean, I would expect to see Kutzel or Teferi here, but if they agreed to grab a 2-drop, maybe that's something that can be. I mean, we were talking about flowering. Okay, there's Kutzel.
yeah, there's the what?
Is that Kutzel?
I assume that is Cutzel.
No, that's
And
the
that's-
That's what's her face?
Catilda?
Wait, what? Is that Catilda? No, that's Kutzel.
That
Am I tripping? Because I don't see Catilda in this list.
yeah, I have to imagine that's got to be Cutzel, right? Oh
Yeah,
no, it is. People are saying it is Catilda.
That's weird. Yeah, can we get the audio back on?
We're not being able to hear the audio, unfortunately, from the table. But maybe there must have been some sort of politicking that went on that stopped it, unless he just didn't see the line. But at this level of play, I can't imagine that he didn't see that kind of line. So maybe he made a deal to let the Sisse activation go through if he get grabbed certain cards. So yes, they're confirming that it is Catilda, which does let him spin again. But as I said, they must have been a deal that we just didn't part here, because Cutzel would have been just a clear win, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no way. We still can't hear the player audio, but I'm pretty certain that they would have made sure that they don't just get hit with
Let 3
Teferi
mana go
or
away, but
Kutzel.
looks like we're up. Let 3 mana go away.
Because then you can hold it up defensively too, right?
Pretty much.
Makes sense. All right, passing that.
Yep.
Or,
Discard.
Good me.
I got sick.
Discard this land.
He's got so much money, he can discard land and think he got in this area. Untap. Upkeep.
Okay, yeah, just us. So that is one of those situations where like they did politic Sisse into not winning. At the same time, that really
I
comes down to whether or not people trust it.
yeah, I was we were very concerned on they were letting Sisse get his way. So I guess that was the deal that they made. And Hans, there are pods of 3 due to one player missing out and being added back in. So it got a little wacky.
Yeah, there were some interesting things with players that originally couldn't make it, but then were able to, and they got added to the tournament, increasing the number to 65. At the start of the day, one player missed round 1, and so we were at 64, just making it for easy 4 pods. And then because that player joined after round 1, they got added back in, and we are at 65, meaning that it would not be even pods of 4.
But all right. I assume it's got to be Z's turn. Yes.
Yep.
I have to imagine that they're trying to figure out what they want to do because they can't let Sisse have another activation. But I have to
Well, they
imagine
have
they're
an
also
activation on
worried the
board,
second.
so they have an activation available on board as
Yeah,
it
well,
currently
that's the thing.
stands.
I think they need to try and like build up multiple, so that way it's not just one removal spell into an activation over top.
Yeah, I mean, they could try and get a werewolf. Oh wait, Cotilla has protection from werewolves. Oh no. Actually, though, yeah, Kinnan, Esper Sentinel, and Sisse all tapping for mana is very scary.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. We've got blue. He says he has 2 Kinnan activations. White. Does he? I thought he's got only 1 due to the double up on Kinnan for white mana. So he definitely has at least 1, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, Elias, they have to have 2 removal pieces to try and stop this. But we'll have to see. So definitely politics aboard trying to figure this out. But it's tough. It feels like the people aren't running nearly as much removal as they used to be. They're running a lot of stack interaction, but not as
Yes.
much actual removal. And Sisse's like, haha, you let Sisse through, and now I don't have to cast another spell on the list. But I have to imagine for Dio, he just has to stay calm and collected. Don't activate Sisse, just hold that up. And once you have extra activations on your turn, I can't imagine they'd have enough to stop it.
This is one of those
And
scenarios where you just shut your mouth and lean back and hope that nobody does anything.
what
At
card is
least in
that?
my experience. Which one?
Uh, is that just a
Oh, it's
token for the mayhem?
no, that's the showcase. It's the Secret Lair Mayhem Devil. It's pretty
Gotcha.
wild looking. If our producer could put it up, it's pretty crazy. Looks like a playing card almost.
Mm-hmm. Yep, cracking the. Oh yeah, that is very interesting. Oh, and you are correct that art, Catildo is not in the Sisse list.
Yeah, that's for the judges to deal with, but
Yeah.
hopefully it doesn't throw anything off.
Yeah.
Yep, I love Mayhem Devil as a card, and to see it being played in blue farm is I did not expect, but
Yeah, I would have expected that out of a Malcolm list, not a
well,
not
like
blue farm.
I've even added it back to Obnixilis because even without Dockside making a ton of treasures, it still just triggers off of any kind of fetch land or the treasures off of Smothering Tithe.
Well, what's crazy is now the Lotho is actually really paid out. He's sitting at a
Yes.
lot of treasure.
Well, not only that, the Lotho also just serves as board control if it comes down to it. Like that
Mhm.
is multiple removal spells on board. Because you can float mana and then target.
Yep. And unfortunately, Kinnan is only a 2/2, so
True.
looks like he's casting Tymna, but he's got some Mayhem Devil triggers to resolve first. So they have to be discussing on where they're going. But I have to imagine they're just going straight at like Kinnan. That card is too scary. Although I'm gonna laugh if Jordan's holding up like an opposition agent or something like that and just hasn't said anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he also gets treasures from the Tatar that card, because I don't want to try and say that again.
Tataru tataru.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to listen in a little bit just to see what they're saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's border creatures. What am I doing? Mid range.
I want to be. I want to be you, baby girl. All the police. What the heck is happening? How
Well, so we got some flirting going
He's not
on.
a creature.
Yeah.
All the police.
Okay, so as agreed, one here.
Wait, I gotta take two.
You do have to take two, unfortunately.
All right.
Two here.
Not personally, something.
Two here.
Blocked. Not sure. I knew they lied. I would have blocked a decent amount of me anyway. But you know, I would be like, move. Manache?
We all agreed to no block, so okay. Cool.
Yeah, I took my damage. Yeah, I'm just
I guess Zach's using the excuse of I can control the board, give me cards.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. And I would imagine this Taru is doing a lot of work for those treasures coming down.
It's still
And so
only
it's not
one
even
a
like
turn, but
yeah, but still.
hmm
If that is contributing to Mayhem Devil getting to take control of the board, then might as well. There's also Professional Facebreaker over there. And that secret layer
that's
is even
true.
weirder.
Hmm.
Let me find that card.
Say
The
it
like
again?
double-sided Professional Facebreaker.
Yeah, that's some of the art that's a little tough, unfortunately.
I only know these cards
Um,
because I play enough in the like non-blue turbo piles that I'm like I have run into people adding these before.
hmm Yeah, that's an interesting facebreaker. That's gonna give him so many treasures.
Yeah,
I know we're
and the
stopping
treasures turn to
Sisig, but that
cards,
feels like
and
a lot of advantage on Zachary's side, and
yeah, I mean we were just talking to the winner of the last round about playing Blue Farm as a treasure pile, and this list is doing that.
that is true. Yep, 100%. I would say it's great
Uh,
to see our Lord and Savior Mayhem Devil back in the limelight. So
Okay, it sounds like the situation with the list not matching has been taken care of. So we'll just move on from that.
mhm.
Um, uh, in this situation, we got some Thrasis activations, presumably on end step,
He
and
might
then
just
a
be going to
discard to hand
discard.
size.
Yeah,
Well, Thrasis spun a couple times.
that's true. So we'll have to see. Hmm. It feels like this is going to be the turning point for Zach's win. That'd be my opinion. With control of the board, being able to kill Kinnan. If Kinnan can't stay on the board, Kinnan generally doesn't win a whole lot. But that's tough. Plus, everything is going to be making him more treasures with the Facebreaker, the Tataru, and even Lotho. It feels like he has a lot of control if someone's not winning through Athasas right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the issue though is that you have to hope you have enough control to get back to your turn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
What?
what was hit with the Mayhem Devil.
What was hit with the Mayhem
So I think
Devil?
some of it went face. Can't see for sure.
Yeah, as
All the
far
creatures
as
that were there are
I
still
see,
there.
it must have gone all because none of the creatures died. But I don't recognize the art for what Jordan just played. Do you know what that card is?
That's Smothering Tithe?
Is that the Smothering Tithe?
Yep, that is the Double Masters, like full art Smothering Tithe.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, dang. Ah, that is.
That is gonna make the Mayhem Devil go crazy. So yeah.
That is gonna be rough. I I'll be very curious to I'll be very curious to see what Dio said on his last turn about
Yeah,
what
that is
deals were being
there was
made.
like a big win concession. Like they didn't concede the game, but like not going for a win there must have been some serious leverage put on the line.
Mhm. Oh, and there's a Neoform too. Neoforming into a 2-drop. Do you think this is gonna be a risky Thassa's? Or do you think for
I
what would
could
you want
see
for
it. I could see it.
value?
I mean, if I was Timna Thrastus right now, I could be tempted to just sit there. This
Mhm.
could be Kinnan for even more value off the Thrasios.
He has no mana rock, so Kinnan doesn't do a whole lot, and Kinnan just dies. There's so many treasures out, it feels real bad to tutor up something only for it to die.
Yes, I would agree.
Unless
Although there's probably some argument that like, hey, I'm not the problem here. Sisse is way ahead on board. Like use your treasures
maybe
over
it's a
there.
clone, like oh no, Phantasmal Image would be terrible for Mayhem Devil. Maybe like a flesh duplicate, depending on if he's running
That could
it.
be interesting. Double Mayhem Devil. Oh no.
Mhm.
Yeah, do you want to listen in?
Yep.
Oh, man. I really don't know. I'm like trying to think about like what's in my deck right now that actually helps me here.
Yeah, let's think it out together. And then before it spell resolves, you can have an identified target.
What am I gonna be? That's a good question. I actually have to figure out what even helps me. I just wanted to look. Yeah, I think this. I really wanted to look. Everyone already drew, right? I have all my type triggers.
Yes. I will pay for. Are you going to pay for
I no, I'm not kidding.
I will pay for my type.
I will pay for mine.
Are we all paying? I feel bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're all going to pay here. Just use 2 treasures. We're 1 treasure.
I do think I'm gonna have to start pinging in stuff eventually. So
I can ask you not to.
you could.
I'm paying here. It's not a good thing.
You can just give him a treasure.
Yeah, but you. Good man is it does make it so
I don't have a smite myself, so
I don't either. My mana is. I'm not paying.
Yeah, this
No,
is
you're not a treasure. David.
any kind of tutor in this
Everyone
pod is
buys
going to
that.
see a lot of discussion
Mhm. Yeah,
because
he can
Neoform
go
could go. This could be Neoform for Thassa's Oracle, like in some world. I don't think it's
Mhm.
correct, but it definitely could be.
Yeah, it's tough. We haven't seen any counter magic out of Zach that we would know about, as far as I
Yeah.
know. And no counter magic has been used this game because Sisse really hasn't had to cast any spells. So I have to imagine there's got to be a lot of interaction just kind of floating around.
I wouldn't be
Um,
surprised. Yeah.
we know that there is specifically Swan Song, so maybe he feels strong enough that like just one piece of interaction will be enough. I
Yeah.
wouldn't probably go for that kind of risk.
Well, there's also the Mind Break Trap, but I don't think this is a very good Mind Break Trap pod.
Yeah,
It's-
unless you have the interaction to protect it, Mindbreak Trap's not going to be active for you protecting yourself, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So let's see. Maybe Sisse has a Voice of Victory. I mean, you can't tutor out Voice of Victory specifically. And as we said, there's a lot
Yeah.
of counter magic that hasn't been used. So
Well, I mean, does
Um,
Voice of Victory even do anything? They just crack 3 treasures and kill it.
yeah,
'Cause they can still
that
activate
doesn't do
artifacts
anything,
through it.
unfortunately.
Um,
It would
Grand
have to be
Abolisher also
specifically
can't
Grand
tutor.
Abolisher. Somehow they sneak in a Grand Abolisher, and I don't see that resolving.
They play Karn the Great Creator.
I know some lists are on it, but I don't think this list will probably be on Karn.
Is Sisse playing Legolas's Quick Reflexes? A question from the chat. I could see it. I don't know how much it would change.
Yeah, unfortunately, that
Because they can
doesn't.
still just kill the things around Sisse. Like that's why the Skrelv is good, but it wouldn't necessarily save everything because it could also just kill the Kennen and the Catilda in response.
Mhm.
I am seeing Legolas's quick reflexes in the list, so that is definitely an option.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
as
I
well
mean,
as
they have the
Siege Smash.
ability to tap it for mana as well.
Yeah,
Um, maybe
Siege.
it's trying to be sneaky and, like, tap Kinnan for extra mana to get, like, another Sisay an activation on the stack. I
There,
don't know if
there's a
that
card I
works on the
haven't
math.
seen. There's a card I haven't seen outside of Magda's Siege Smash from MH3. It's common.
Mm,
Let me pull this up.
yeah, Eli, I feel like Zach, unless specifically there's a Thassa's Oracle coming out,
Mhm.
it's gonna be tough for them to kinda unseat Zach. It's
Uh,
possible that they could go into, like, a Hullbreaker line, but
Yeah,
even he has enough treasure to kill a Hullbreaker or
true.
so.
Yeah, this is the card that I was talking about, Siege Smash. So it's one in a red for an instant from Modern Horizons 3. It's a common. It has split second is the big thing. But it's either destroy target artifact or target creature gets +3/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. So you either buff your Sisay or you just blow up an artifact. They can't do anything about it.
Interesting.
Um,
I don't think I've seen anyone actually use that for Sisay. I've seen it in Magda, of course, because mono red kinda limits your options, but
yeah. Well, like destroying the artifacts is the big one. You could say that the +3/+2 is interesting, but there is a Mayhem Devil and the treasure mana abilities. So
mhm.
yeah.
Looks like they let the, search go through, would be my assumption.
Yeah, I think they're mid search right now. We don't know what they got. Their deck is kind of split.
Yeah, so the search is going through, maybe they're just talking through what they're looking for.
This is one of those games. I think I said this earlier. This is one of those games where it's like you just know that things are gonna be really awkward. I mean, some people absolutely thrive in these games. Some
Mhm.
of the chattiest players have a great time in these games. Um,
Oh, 100%. As I said, I love chatting in these kind of things, especially if you're not the one trying to present the win, you get so much extra free information from your opponents, it's great.
yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I always just get overwhelmed. Like it's fun, but like if I especially if I'm playing an interactive deck and I'm supposed to be responsible, then I'm just like my brain gets fried and I'm sitting there like I don't want to deal with this. Like,
Oh, he went for just a simple Cloud of Fairies.
okay, without Cradle in play, that was probably a politics choice.
Yeah, I have to imagine that there's nothing else of warrant, and so he just grabbed the 2-drop that wasn't Thassa's.
I could see it.
Uh,
Yeah, so we got some
yeah.
lands. There is the Otawara in play.
Mhm.
Command Tower is available. Smothering Tide that I was talking about. Untapping Mana Confluence and Trop. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, makes
You've
sense.
got 2 Thrasis activations to dig into something.
Yeah. Even two Thrasios activations feel, as I said, it feels like still a losing proposition. Um, I guess he was just casting it to cast it and was hoping that he had something better in his deck.
Joshua
Unless
Liphart
there's
in the
some,
chat.
yeah.
Josh is the Sisay player that I was talking about that is anti-Ristic Study. So I'm interested to see what he thinks about this board. Because it's not often that you run into Mayhem Devil with a pile of treasures while playing
Looks like
Sisay.
there's a Sisay activation on the stack. So I have to imagine that this game is probably going to end soon, or
It's just a
take
question of is one player able to force through a win,
hmm.
and if they do, is there going to be a draw forced as a result because they don't want the next player to win?
True.
Um,
That is 100%. And we've seen Dio be pretty um politic. I guess politic is the best word. So it's possible that they can force a draw right here. I don't know. As Zach, I'd be trying to play for this win as hard as possible. Um,
Absolutely, yeah.
it feels like this game is on lock for you. As
It,
long
it
as you
it
can.
feels like every player has the option to win. At
Mm,
least, like maybe Jordan the least, but still having Thrasios, a Biomaster's Familiar, and a Smothering Tithe, you're not in a bad.
uh-huh. 100%.
Kinnan has what 3 activations on turn, like
Yeah, he's
with a
got
Thrasios in play.
a bunch of mana. um,
Eliza just got back to Sisay's turn. They are just.
well, it's end step right now for
Oh yeah,
activation.
sorry. We're not quite at their turn yet.
Yes.
Sisay definitely could have won next turn. We don't know what the interaction they had that the rest of the table had available was. So like maybe there were pieces that they couldn't win through. So yes, you could argue they should have won. And they had the resources to win, but it's a question of like, would they have been able to fight through what the rest of the table had available?
Yeah.
Um,
And they don't have 2 activations right now, unless we're oh, that's a
Ruby.
that doesn't give
It adds
another
another
activation,
color.
does it?
Taps for mana.
Yeah, but it taps for green and red, and he already has those floating. He would need to tap for blue. So it looks like he just went for another value piece for setup. Although I would not let anything on tap right now. I would have cracked
Yeah,
a
I don't know why
treasure
you
to
wouldn't
kill
just crack treasures
Skrelv.
to mayhem a bunch of the board.
I would have at least killed Skrelv. That's what I would have done end step.
Killing Skrelv makes sense. Killing Catilda also would be pretty reasonable. Because I mean, Kennen making everything tap for 2 is very, very scary.
Yeah, and now giving multiple activations on that is tough. Plus, that also boosts Sisay's power up. So Sisay should be
True.
what? 6 power?
Yeah, they're just missing black. So yeah,
So,
6. Which
that
is
means if they're running Deadpool in the list, that means depending on if they let another activation go through, Deadpool steals Mayhem Devil. And I mean, granted that still results in a board wipe on their part. So
yes, I don't think if you are blue farm that you let an activation resolve. Yeah. Drevy Meal on top is an option. That is something that can happen. There's already a Cradle in play. Yeah, I don't know. This is the kind of situation.
They've got a lot of mana available, so it'll be hard even with the amount of treasures. They still have 9 treasures, so that means 3 kills on a meal.
I don't know. This looks like a draw to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if it. I don't know. If they're letting it pass, they have win available, obviously at instant speed. The question is, what can the rest of the table do? And so I imagine this is going to get to a situation where the rest of the table pushes for a draw, especially if you're later in the turn order like Jordan. You're pushing for the draw. If there
Wayne, I
isn't
don't
enough
think
interaction to
Deadpool
stop.
saves you either. It stops the Mayhem Devil, but that if he went it on his last turn, that would have just caused everything to die. Because if he's losing Mayhem Devil, that means all those treasures are getting cracked.
Yeah.
Plus, we have 2 additional treasures on Jordan's side as well. So there are
Yeah, and you just make a deal to
sacrifice.
crack the treasures from the tithe.
Kennen
is probably presenting a win right now with that many cards in hand from Ristic Steady. Sisay is going to say, I have win. Blue Farm's going to say, wait, I can kind of stop some of this if we draw. And, yep.
There's Mirage Mirror, so... yeah. Maybe this is the conversation they're having right now.
Does Mirage Mirror win here?
Mirage Mirror doesn't necessarily win as far as I'm aware, other than it makes another Mayhem Devil, but...
Sure, yeah, because it's not... You don't need it to filter. There's already Thrasios in play off the Imposter mech, if that's what it is. Signet after the Mox Amber.
Yep, and there's another Lotho trigger.
Yay, Lotho! Actually doing things. No, the Talisman's already on board. That's the Signet that just came down.
Yes. So... oh, that wasn't a Mirage Mirror. That was the Talisman. Now the Mirage Mirror is coming out.
Okay.
Which makes a little bit more sense why there wasn't any kind of fanfare. Although, as I said, I don't know what that does specifically.
I mean, I don't think Mirage Mirror does. I don't think Mirage Mirror is as scary as it could be usually. Because you're in the position where you already, like I said, you already have an outlet. The question is,
I
what are you doing
mean,
to get
worst comes
there?
to worst, he might just make it a smothering tithe.
That would be pretty bad for the table. I would
Yes.
agree.
So it's possible that, as I said, with 7 minutes left on the clock, this is tough.
Yeah.
This is tough.
I mean, I think, yeah, we can listen in. Let's see what they're saying, because
They've
this
got
is
to be fighting
congested
over
for
this
sure.
right now.
Too strong. But
It could be to say like
yeah, this like both
You
these
can-
players are representing the ability to do anything at any time already.
I hear you. I know how good Mirage is. I can't let it.
So I feel like this is more of a policing tool than like any form of advantage in this board state.
Well, I'm happy with the policing tool.
Me too.
Just letting you know if it's still on the cycle, attempt to fight.
I mean, I'm at a point where I got to start activating Tinnin. So I can't even do a search.
Why?
Yeah.
I think you understand why I'm sticking to that.
All right, Mirage Mirror on the side. Oh, that's you want to know.
I have a Mystic Tree on polling priority before I draw a card.
How do they make sense to spend their option on this?
I mean, it does. It does.
Can you just tell me what you're afraid of me copying? And then we can go from there.
You said everything.
Tell you.
But like everything's not
No, it is because it's
math. Okay, so Tithe, Mayhem Devil, you said. What else?
Sure.
Say
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like,
It's
you can
too much.
grassy it.
It's like that's too much.
12.
We'll just put it away.
Again, this sounds like a draw to me.
Wow.
Mhm.
Oh,
I don't.
I don't know. I was about to get
As I
jammed.
said, Zachary's going to try and fight for this because he feels like he is in charge, which is
They're gonna
why
keep arguing
he's
until they reach
making
some
his
kind of
stance
deal.
known.
Yeah.
And
Ah.
I agree with him. Mirage Mirror is a scary card. I have played against enough Kinnins that you can make the argument that potentially even a Smothering Tide doesn't do enough because the game's not going to last very much longer. It's
Yeah,
just
but
tough.
how many? Oh, because it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 mana worth of rocks alone.
hmm
Yeah.
It also gives him
oof.
a secondary Kinnin in case he does want to try and push.
And I would be
so-
scared that like they're fighting over this mirror enough that something else is just going to come down, and yeah, that things are going to get worse from there.
You're not wrong. It's tough. I think worst comes to worst, if you use the treasure mana to counter the spell and then go after like Catilda and force
Yeah.
it, or Skrell and force it. But he might be worried that he just doesn't have enough interaction until he untaps.
Mm-hmm.
But we're at 4 minutes left on the round, so it is.
It might be
I
another
can't
turn or
see
two.
this resolution coming down quickly. You know
so
who
there's
would
a
have
Fin
cleaned up this
Vernels.
board? A Kefka deck. That's
I don't
funny.
think Kefka does that much here.
No, it doesn't, but it's hilarious. But we've got a little under 4 minutes left.
You know what? Clean
I
up his
mean-
board is Cataclysm.
Yeah. Are we missing anything with that Mirage Mirror? Or do you think it's just an honest, I'm playing it now kind of thing?
It's hard to say. It's one of those cards that can be very honest, but also it can just throw everything out of whack. If the player feels like it.
So, I'm too afraid of that. I would not.
As far as the
I would've
rule for the
thought-
timer, it will go to the final turn with a maximum of 20 minutes overtime, assuming that there wasn't an extension. So it doesn't immediately end the turn. They still get to act in that player's turn, but there will not be any additional turns. But yeah, do you want to go back to hearing what they're talking about? Because there's a lot of hand waving going on.
Yeah.
It's helpful.
I feel like I can't be.
I just don't know why I start killing your board then.
I don't know, but you have the opportunity to do it anytime. So am I gonna sit here with a gun to my head? No.
That's super.
I'm just gonna.
I can't kill everyone for it.
Correct.
Right.
And you know what? That's fine. Certain on stuff.
Yeah.
I'm passing over.
I know.
You have it.
It
If it gets to me, I will be passing.
it doesn't matter.
How big is it?
Fighting over it, but it sounds like it's
1, 2, 3, 4,
There's a systemic
5, 6.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
he's
we're
right.
doing that.
Mount Doom wipes the board.
Mount Doom would be funny.
Is that because Mount Doom? Because you don't want to activate Sisay over top. Does he have enough mana to get a Mount Doom, put a Sisay activation, and then Mount Doom over top of that?
There isn't a legendary artifact on board, is there?
Is there Skrelv is a legendary artifact?
Oh, is it? Is it an artifact? I
Yes.
thought it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure Phyrexians are all artifact creatures, aren't they?
Actually, that would make sense. I guess I just forgot about that.
Yeah. So he does with the Mount Doom tech.
Yep, it is a legendary artifact creature for Exumite.
So, I mean, worst comes to worst, that definitely forces a draw. Unless he thinks he can just. Oh, Mount Doom is sorcery speed? Okay.
Mount Doom. Mount Doom. Legendary land. Tap, pay 1 life, add red or black. 1 black, red. Tap, does 1 damage to each opponent. 5 black, red, tap, sack. Mount Doom and a legendary artifact. Choose up to 2 creatures and destroy the rest only as a sorcery. So not happening just yet.
True. That would have been one hell of a line, though.
Orcish Bowmasters as well.
Oh, there's an Orcish
Zachary is going
Bowmasters on
all in
top.
on the board control. It sounds like
Yeah,
playing for a
'cause
draw to
I have
me.
to imagine he's gonna hope that he can. The fight happens now, and he just gets to draw a bunch of extra cards and just keep the board down. Because right now, I would say you said the timer's off. Is it saying 30 seconds for time? So I'm curious to see how much that we actually have left.
Oh,
what
lovely
is the-
producer, how much time do we actually have? Because Top Deck is saying we're 3 over.
Because if we're 3 over, then this game is over.
All right. Well, we hit round time on this timer anyway, so it's entirely dependent on the judges to make sure that we stay on schedule.
Enforce. So,
Did they move the active player card? Where'd it go?
it's Z's end step, I believe, right? Because we just fought over the Mirage Mirror, so I have to imagine Dio is trying to force something before Blue Farm can untap. So,
Yeah, it is
okay.
Kinnon's
Now
turn.
we've got the proper timer, so they've got another 6 minutes left.
That's interesting.
Do you think that warrants it? It's still tough trying to thread this. I wish I knew. I wonder what Dio has in hand now. Because we know a bunch of the cards that would try and go for the win are all in hand.
I mean, we still know Dihada and Tyvar and Cyclops. Yeah, let's open it back up to player audio. It seems like a tense enough moment that they can just.
We already drew, right? So I'll just right, and then we'll go back to Bowmaster.
I will give your creatures won't get touch minutes.
Ours?
Yeah.
Okay. Works for me.
Will our faces get touched by it?
Probably.
I don't think it's gonna tell me all. I don't think we're doing.
Hey, if he manages to do 67 damage to us, I'll be impressed in 12 minutes.
Good.
Sure.
Okay,
Let's do it.
so again, do it.
I don't have nothing to say to that.
ETB. I will target. Can I have a bonus?
All right. Sure.
Okay, so they let the Bowmaster through because they're really worried.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the best course of action here is because there are a lot of treasures over there, and it's a matter of why is there still a board? I assume it's probably that they don't want to overcommit to one player, because you can definitely crack the treasures and kill the Sisei creatures or you kill the Kidding creatures, but you can't do both. It's one or the other, and you risk giving the other an instant win potentially.
Well, remember, there's also 7 treasures on Jordan's side, so there are a lot of treasures on the field. So, Sisei's activating for up to a 5 drop right now. Deadpool's an option, and maybe that's just the hope. And then he can politic with Jordan. Well, I mean, Deadpool state dies anyways for the ETB. Or no, it's a clone. It'll just enter. So I guess that would be the play then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Deadpool is good on this board, but is it good enough?
I mean, is Deadpool the ETB or is it enters like a clone? I can't remember off the top of my head. Because if Deadpool can do it, that's potentially. Because if the Mayhem Devil's gone, then things break pretty wide open. Let's see. As Deadpool enters, you may exchange. So that's an as enters. So that means they won't get a response, right? So Deadpool gets there, right?
Yes. So there's no opportunity to respond to Deadpool. It is already a clone.
Yeah. So Deadpool would get there then.
I think so. I mean, again, that doesn't do anything about the number of cards in hand or if Kennen wants to spin 5 times.
Oh,
Okay, it sounds like we agreed to draw.
Yeah, it looks like they took the draw. This board was getting a little too convoluted. So, I mean, I understand this game was not going to get resolved unless Deadpool truly was the option. But even then, you start feeding the Bowmaster and Deadpool dies, then I don't know. That's a very interesting conundrum,
Yeah.
I'll say.
Okay, and we should be able to get an interview here. It'll be interesting to see who Raul picks up for our interview because there was not. Was there a winner there? It doesn't seem like it. Just to confirm that they drew. It doesn't say yet on TopDeck. Refresh the page.
It
hasn't finished up yet, but I assume that we are getting someone to interview here, and most likely for a draw. Just based on whoever is doing the most, and get to hear their thoughts because we heard some of the chatter at the table.
I would love to be able to get Dio's thoughts on that game, especially that pivotal turn with a Catilda. Like, I think that would be great to kind of pick his brain to see if we missed anything, and what his game plan was at that moment. If not, then yeah, anyone from that game would be great to talk to because that was definitely an interesting battle.
Yeah, well, and then there's always that argument of, hey, I have all these engines. You should let me have one more. So I can also help out, but are you actually helping out? And like the jockeying for position kind of drives me insane. And I can understand why it would be a bit of a turnoff to players coming into the game. And I don't know, it's a unique part of cEDH for better or for worse. It creates interesting environments, so people really enjoy it. And at the same time, how much of it is actually a test of skill versus being a test of how much you're willing to talk?
Yes, that'll always be kind of the toss up. It's not a 1v1 game, unfortunately. You have 3 other opponents, and very rarely are you in the spot where you can just kind of hold the table down by yourself and just be like, I'm winning this game regardless of what you do.
I think what we got there was a prime example of like the mid-range exchange. Like we have all these decks that have their resources, they're growing resources continuously, they're feeding off each other. Nobody is getting way far ahead, and then everyone is trying to be responsible for the other table. And yes, it ended up in a draw, which I'm not surprised. But yeah, we'll have to hear what the players have to say.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting that interview just this second, so that'll be very fun.
How's it going,
Hey,
Jordan?
Jordan.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. That was
Doing
quite the
well.
battle we saw.
You're telling me.
Yeah, how did it feel being stuck in third seat?
Yeah, I think it's rough, right? Because you're already going down to 5 in that game, and then my hand
Yeah.
was really interaction heavy. So you kind of saw how it played out. It was every turn. It was just like hold up interaction, flip Thrasies a couple of times with the Biomancer on the board, and then
Yeah.
literally at the end there it was 7 pieces of interaction. I was just sitting on, and I was like, that's what they're like. Do you want to draw? And I was like, I don't know. I actually think I might be able to push through this with all the activations I'm going to have off this Tithe as soon as this battle begins. But yeah, draw's fine there. We have a win in round 1, and so it's fine to take the draw here.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think it was at least for you. I think it came down to seed order. Like I think looking at the board from outside of the game, everyone was threatening a win. Like there was, everyone had so many resources. Kinnan had what, like 3 flips available. Sisay had multiple activations. You were sitting there with a bunch of resources with your Thrasios. And so it kind of just becomes like, do you have a flash effect or can you get back to your turn or what? And I mean, a draw kind of makes sense in that scenario.
Yeah, I think so. That's kind of the conversation we were having is like, yeah, any of us push, especially where we only had a few minutes left in the time. That stack battle probably needed to happen around like the 30-minute mark if we were going to have one. At 12 minutes, we're not resolving a stack battle with that board state in 32 minutes. So
no, and then does it king make someone else? Like, are you willing to take that risk? Like, what are the repercussions from fighting that battle?
Exactly.
Like, it's
So there seemed to
we
be
were
a
just
lot
saying
of
that's like, yeah.
Sorry, there seemed to be a lot of deals going on across the table. We didn't hear all of them, but I guess what were your take on that? We saw a lot of Sisay activations actually resolve, and we were pretty surprised. It felt like everyone was being kind of trusting. So what was going through your head?
Yeah. So I think like Dio and I know each other, the Sisay player. So I figured like when he said, "Hey, I'm not going to do this," he was true to his word. I think he's a pretty honest player. So the other players, when we're making those deals, you also just put yourself in a position to where even if they go back on it, you're still not down and out. Like I was sitting on some interaction that I could still use in light of that, I believe at that point. The Kinnan player had the Beseju that would have shut any like Derevi win line down. So I think he was just in a spot where it was like, yeah, even if he tried to go back on the deal, like he's still not in a good spot to push either way. So and that's kind of where I was at with the Neoform, right? Like they were like, well, what are you gonna get? And I was like, this was totally about to be devoted Druid, and I was just hoping to sneak it through and no one would care because there's already so much value.
We were joking that you were gonna grab Thassa's Oracle right then and there.
Oh, shoot. That would have been hilarious. I really
what I wanted Oracle, just throw it out.
No, yeah. I wanted devoted Druid because if I got it on the board, then it puts me in a position to where if I draw Chord or I draw Swift, I'm in a position where I can win on top of whatever's happening. But I was not expecting the conversation to have. So they're like, "What are you getting?" And I was like, I don't know."
Well, like the Neoform is just like getting a blanket 2-drop tutor is pretty scary. Like, it could be Grand Abolisher. It could be like all kinds of things. And so I think trying to play it out, that seems reasonable to me. And it got where it got. It wasn't on your board, but what did you think of Mayhem Devil? Because we had talked to the previous round winner about that treasure package in Blue Farm. It seemed like the card impacted the board a lot. How did you feel coming from your perspective?
I think it was a good play in that moment. I think it's for the specific metas, it can be a good play. I don't know that I would have brought it for the Invitational because I do think it's going to be very Blue Farm heavy, and I'm not sure how impactful that gets in the later rounds where you're playing against 3 other TNK players. But obviously, like a game like this, it's perfect because you just you kept Sisay out of the game, stops Kinnan from really being able to send it, and even in my position, like there was nothing I was willing to put on the board besides Cloudifairies that I wanted to lose there. So it was. It was pretty devastating, and then combine that with the amount of treasures he was generating, and it really set us all kind of back from being able to push there as well.
Makes sense. I guess.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and thank you for the insight. We were definitely trying to piece together all the things that were happening on that board.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me.
That was a great game to watch.
All right, good luck in this round.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will move back to our kind of intermission between rounds, and then we will see you again when round 3 starts up.
It was definitely fun to see kind of the thought process in that game. As we said, we were trying to listen in as much as we could, and I definitely liked being able to kind of pick his brain.
Well, it's funny hearing about the interaction we didn't know about. Like, I never would have known and it had Boseiju in hand. Have the Emil Derevi
All
line
that
covered.
interaction. Yep.
Like it's funny seeing like not to dunk on chat, but chat was like very confident that Sisse had it there. But you never know. The table could have lots of things.
Mhm.
And so hopefully we get another really good game in next round.
Yep. And as always, we want to thank our sponsors because without them, this wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, a lot of great cEDH adjacent entities helping out to run this event. Naturally, TopDeck and EDH Top 16 play a big part in making this happen, as well as other artists and stores. Yeah.
Yep. I would say thank you to Gold Saber for doing the playmats, and Snowball has a lot of cool stuff as well to check out.
And then
if
King's
you need a
Court
place
and
to
Tavern of
actually
Souls.
play those things too. So thank you to King's Court and Tavern of Souls as well.
But yeah. All right. What do we have in store for round 3? I guess we will have to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's get the standings coming up here. And yep, I think we will be excusing ourselves for a little bit
We'll
while
be
things
back
wrap
for
up.
round 3 shortly, I would say. And as always, you can check me out at Dead on Board MTG if you want to hear more of this sultry voice. And and Ethan, where can they find you?
I don't do any content creation personally, and I'm not actually on Twitter, but if you run into me as Master Ugui on Discord, or in the cEDH spaces kind of hanging out.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys back in just a little bit. There's one pod finishing up that we're waiting on.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamlined registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
are back for round 3 here at the TopDeck Invitational 2025. Well, that was a great
Yes,
last
sir.
round, but we've got some spice coming up for round 3.
Let's take a look at our standings real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that stands out to me is there is not a single player with 10 points. Nobody is 2-0. And
Well, there's a
there's a
lot
bunch of
of
sixes.
talented players here, so I have to imagine it's going to be tough to try and get as many wins as possible today.
Yeah, the top 11 are all at 6 points, and then another 5 players at 5 points with a win. Everybody else is 2 or less, a bunch of 2s and a bunch of 1s. So draws are the truth, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the warrant. As much as I'd love every game to be able to go 2 hours long to make sure we figure out the winner, it's not feasible to to do that.
I mean, they do have 7 rounds, so
Mhm.
if the pack is staying tight, that's not the worst thing. People will have the opportunity to break away later on, and then not risk just getting left behind.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm happy to see that the game's been playing out well. Nothing ridiculous so far, at least as far as I know. And yeah, our next
Yeah.
pod is shuffling up.
I'm excited to see this. We've got Evan on Kinnan, Chad on Magda. Oh, I'm so happy to see Magda being played out. We've got Jeremy on Sisse and Matt with another blue farm. So this is another very representative game of cEDH. This is like classic, it feels like.
Yes, and this is one where again, this might go long. We'll have to see. It really depends on how much Evan and the rest of the table chat, because he likes to talk. I don't know if you ever played against him,
I have
but
not.
he likes to talk. But then again, that's just a good way to win games. Is if you can get the table to do what you think makes the most sense, then it usually works out reasonably well. Kind of like last game, I expect to see value engines at a blue saying Kinnan and then Magda kind of doing their own thing. I know. What do you think?
I mean, as a Magna player, I'm just happy that there's only Bowmasters probably coming out of Blue Farm.
Mm-hmm.
Because that card feels like a house. But yeah, this is it's gonna be an interesting pod layout. So I'm very excited to see. And we've got some people in the chat that are repping the boys.
Yes.
But
Glad to see people taking the time to support either their favorite creator or their friends or their local players. This is a great
mhm,
opportunity for people to come from around the country and even around the world and show up.
definitely, it's great that we get to highlight this great format. Waffle 100 words per minute plus.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But
What do you think about
it's a
this pod
skill.
as someone that plays Magda? Do you think this is a pod that you're fine with, or are you worried about how much they're going to focus on you as the linear kind of combo-y toolbox deck?
Not
An
necessarily.
oxymoron.
When I'm playing Magda, I'm worried about how much removal there is on the table, and
Mhm.
then B, how much hate there is. So
Sure.
it's Bowmaster, Opposition Agent, and
Mayhem Devil.
uh, the green 2-drop. Those are the
Oof.
cards that I'm looking out for the most. And luckily for me, this table doesn't feel like it is going to be nearly as oppressive to a Magda specifically. Sisse wants
Yeah.
to sit back on activations. Well, Magda wants to do basically kind of the same thing. So Magda can get a little quicker out of the start. I guess it all depends on how much of a threat early on you want to be. And that's always been
Yes.
the kind of the tight rope that Magda has to walk.
Mhm. I agree. It's very easy to just point at Magda and say, "Hey, you're going to try and win." And I mean, like, if you get scapegoated, you get scapegoated. But that is a really real fear when the rest of the table is trying to deflect from whatever Ristic Study value engine stuff they're doing.
Mhm. I would say I was a little sad. I was hoping for a few more Magda cards from Edge of Eternities, especially
Mhm.
with spaceships being another crew opportunity. I was really
Yeah,
hoping
sorcery speed makes it a little hard.
it does, unfortunately. And the one card that I'm like, oh, that's really cool, happens to also deal 4 damage to all the creatures, which
Oh,
is not something Magda really wants to see.
yeah, it makes sense. Who that is what the land destruction one
Uh,
or no?
yes, that is the land destruction one.
It's like what
Um,
4 red. Each player chooses 6 lands and sacrifices
Oh,
the
no,
rest, and
that's
then
that's a different one. There's one that destroys target, I think non-creature permanent, or maybe I think it's non-creature permanent. I saw Saffron Olive play a standard deck all around doppelganging it, and it was
oh my
hilarious
god.
because
Oh wait, yeah, Extinguisher Battleship.
yes.
Yeah, that card is funny.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can find it. I don't
Yeah,
think
no,
it's gonna come up,
that
unfortunately,
was a
but
funny one, but unfortunately, it happens to also just kill Magda, so
yes.
mhm. We've got from the chat, Rowan, Magden, Kinnan can all decently avoid feeding the farm engines, which is a good way they can kind of do that. I guess, and then cEDH Time says, oh, it's all about how Blue Farm is going to police Magda and Sisay,
I could see
which
it for
is
sure,
very much
yeah.
true.
One then Cannon's kind of just gonna exist. Cannon's funny in that it's kind of a midpoint where it threatens those kind of combo wins, but also just exists as a value engine. Like,
Hmm.
so I'm interested to see how that's gonna play out.
Yep, and I believe Evan's list is what, no bad cards, Kinnan. So
Let's see what he's doing today. I think he should be on that kind of similar pile with all the like crazy pitch spells. Um, I think it's almost identical to the one we saw last game.
mhm.
Um,
Oh, yeah, and Emily, he's yawning because he's been here all morning helping us set up this live stream. So big props
yes,
for helping us run this and also playing at the same time.
yeah. The team has been great. It's amazing to be here, and it's great to have the support of a whole crew of people that are making this work. Like whether it's Evan helping us set things up, Ro behind the scenes as a producer, the judges coming over to like let us know things to make things more interesting for you guys. It's a decent sized production for being only
I believe
part
this
of
is
the entire
their
event.
first opportunity to do coverage, correct?
For this, yeah.
Hmm.
MTG Basics was on coverage for the 2 Snowy Summit events that I helped out with and in Denver.
Hmm.
But beyond that, yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity for them to grow as a channel.
Definitely.
Yeah, but this Kinnan list is the same one we were talking about before, where they're on Misdirection and Commandeer and like
Mm.
Disrupting Shoal and like just a bunch of
Is he actually
more
on
niche
Disrupt
interaction.
Control, or is that another misdirection that you saw?
It's right there. It looks like Disrupting Shoal to me, and it says Disrupting Shoal. So
Okay. So it looks like Rowan from the chat saying that he thinks this is a bad matchup for Blue Farm, and I could see that. Blue Farm being the policing type, all these decks can just go burr,
mhm.
and they're not getting necessarily held back by each other. So this is one of those things where we could see a lack of interaction just give the first person to go off just a win. So we'll have to see that.
Yeah. Well, and this could also be one of those games where multiple people have an instant speed win set up on board, and they just can't get to a point where it actually happens. Like I've had pods like that where back this was a little while ago, back when Pigeon played Magda consistently. And we have a local Tyler Lindblad who I think he's actually playing the Open, but he's pretty consistently doing well. He plays Arkham Dagson, one of the few notable Arkham Dagson players. And I just remember being in a pod where they're like, I was doing my thing, but they reached a point where they could both win on top of each, had to draw because otherwise it wouldn't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Evan's style
Uh,
deck is tailored for the mid-range matches with big stacks and lots of things to cast. Yeah, so
oh wow. Okay, we have our mulligans. Chad
oh,
on Magda is mulled to 6. Player 2, Matt is on 5. Evan is at second 7. In player 4, Jeremy mulled all the way to 2 cards. That is rough.
I hope those 2 cards are Lionside Diamond and Echo of Eons.
Which dwarf is that? Can you tell me off the top of your head?
Dwarven Trader, is that
Yeah.
it?
With the basic mountain, sure.
Mhm.
See, I couldn't tell you what the dwarves do.
They don't do
they just
much.
exist.
They are generally 1/1s for 1, and that's most of what dwarves do.
I know Dwarven Scorcher. That one's kind of annoying.
Yeah, most of the dwarves don't do much other than produce mana. Let's see. It looks like Evan's got Fish Ready plays out, Clever Impersonator, some lands. All right.
Yeah. Magda kept Mountain Ancient Tomb, a high-speed hover cavern, another mountain, and
Oh, you cut out on the last ones.
yeah. So I'm seeing 2 mountains, cavern, hover bike, the Dwarven Trader, and then Ancient Tomb and some other. I think it's Lord of the Rings card, or like some other universe beyond.
Yeah, no, that's he mulled that one away.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I see.
Yep. So we have Underworld Breach, Urza Saga, Flooded Strand, Into the Flood Wall, and a Marsh Flats and a Flooded Strand. And then the 2 cards. Oh, he found a Ragavan off the top. That's very good for Jeremy.
Since I kept City of Brass, Demonic Tutor, and hit a Ragavan. That is an awesome draw.
Yeah, that has to be the best one that they're looking for. But none of those hands had counter spells.
No. I mean, there's a fish. We could see where that goes, but yeah, if I were as the table, I would be very concerned about something just popping off and having no answer.
Especially since there's a hover speed, Magda doesn't even need to attack now. So
yeah.
Granted, there is that Urza Saga, so that can go grab hate pieces potentially. But there's not a good 1-drop one necessarily that really stops Magda totally. There's the 1-mana rock that prevents creatures from coming into the library, but Magda can still win around that. Because most Magda lists run that cards even. It makes it a little harder. But yeah, none of the lists so far that we saw is running basically any interaction. So that is a very good start for Magda if they don't have to worry. I mean, they don't know that, but not having to worry about interaction, that means Magda can go burr if he's feeling like it.
Yeah, this seems like the kind of pod where Magda's going to get ahead, or at least like be under the radar enough that the rest of the table starts arguing about what to do about it, which is always funny. Then the Magda player gets to do their usual deflecting, and then they just hope that something stops them from winning. Looking at this blue farm list, they're playing Vivi. That
I love that. I think Vivi in blue farm in Rogsai, it blocks and attacks so well.
This is a crazy blue farm list looking through. I mean, like maybe not that crazy, but like compared to not a whole lot going on. They're on Gifts, they're on Adnaz, they're on Flare, they're on Trickbind.
Trickbind. Ooh, that's spicy.
They're playing Scheming Symmetry without Opposition Agent. That is a choice. Wow. They're on Stormkiln for their Stormkiln Chain of Vapor combos.
All right, looks like Ragavan managed to hit a Mox Opal. I think that's a card you have to cast.
I think so too. I think with making treasures, like you just make another treasure and you're doing
online
okay
for the mana, and that way, I mean, you don't Demonic Tutor this turn.
No, yeah.
But oh man, the draws off the top have made him at least be able to get into this game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And that's crazy coming from like Sisse. You could just draw a bunch of random planeswalkers or something. Like you
could draw your Chromatic Ori. That's my luck.
Yeah.
That would be my luck. I molded 2 and draw a Chromatic Ori, Nico Bolas, Oath of Teferi. Those are my top 3 cards.
Like, what am I doing with these? Like,
Is
there anything interesting in this Sisse list? They're on Ashiok, which is a card that I've seen every once in a while.
That is, I mean, it's a good hate piece against Magda specifically if Sisse manages to get an activation.
They're on Essica, they're on Gigantha in the main. Colossal Sky Turtle is great. I love that card. They're on Entomb. Okay. Is that for Entomb with Cauldron and Gigantha? Probably, I would guess.
Probably. I'll be curious to see if Chad fires off that high-speed hover bike to stop the Timna draw. I have to imagine that's probably what he's holding up mana for.
Is that Flash?
It's a 2-drop flash that taps a creature down on ETB.
Okay.
I don't know, because he doesn't have anything else in turn. That's probably what he's going for. And that's what,
Makes
Soul Ring off the top.
sense.
Okay. So Matt's not choosing to try and slow down Magda. He's just accelerating himself, which is probably correct.
Mhm.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I think if
But
you're Blue Farm, you need to make sure your resources are under you before you dedicate any kind of effort to interacting with a Magda that doesn't look that threatening right now. I mean, yes,
Magda
they're
has 3 treasures. That's half the treasures it needs.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's
Magda has enough
a couple
treasures
more
on its
steps
turn
there,
for an
but
activation. Granted,
yeah.
one activation doesn't win the game.
Yes,
However, Smothering Tithe.
that's pretty good.
Yep.
No, I mean, like the one Magda activation could just put you in the dumpster. Like, there's it definitely doesn't win the game necessarily, but if it's something like a Godpharaoh statue or any of these other like
Portal
huge
Deflects, yeah.
interactive portal deflector would be really annoying.
Mhm.
I could definitely see it. They're not just going to immediately get clock comboed.
Yeah, no. Well, unless depends on what they draw. As I said,
Sure.
depending on what they have in hand off of their mulligan, they're out of really action at this point. So it's going to be dependent on what they draw off the top. As I said, they still will have a Magda activation on their turn. They flash in the high speed hover bike
Mhm.
and do that. Although I would have flashed in the high speed this before the Smothering Tide resolved.
Yeah, so you're not giving both
Um,
a card and a treasure.
yeah,
Joe
but
Holland asking in chat, what round is this? This is round 3 of 7.
yep, we have 2 more rounds today, and then 2 more rounds before a cut to top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, so Steven and I are doing this round. We're hopping off, and then the other
We'll be back
pair
tomorrow
of
morning.
casters will the other pair of casters will take the rest of the day, and then we will be back tomorrow morning for 6 and 7 before handing it off to them for top 16.
All right.
I don't think
Looks
my dog would forgive me if I did more rounds.
All right. Well, it looks like all the mana is just going in. Evan's just trying to keep that fish going to get some more card advantage.
Makes sense. I mean, that's if you've ever
And
played against him, that's kind of
which
a
that
pretty
VV
common
is
play.
in hand.
Huh. For Blue Farm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if
Although
I don't know if they're actually running any combos for VV. I think it's just value. Just like a weird mana battery.
As I said, it's a very good attacker and a very good
Yes.
blocker.
I would agree.
So yeah, I guess it's just a value piece. Yeah, you're not really gonna try and steal like a curiosity off the top.
No.
I wonder if Chad is just gonna screw over Jeremy and flash in that high speed to tap Ragavan and make him feel absolutely awful. Because he's gotta do it at some point. Because you want to have your mana untapped for that.
Yeah, I would agree.
So what are they? Are they discussing anything or just shuffling? Probably just shuffling. But right now, Matt's off Blue Farm drawn 1 extra card. He's got the Smothering Tide, which is kind of scary. So we'll see how long this game ends up lasting. Because if he can just keep that with the Smothering Tide, he is going to be set.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, as I said, I would have denied that draw off of Timna.
I could see that. Yeah.
But I guess, yeah.
Sisay with Ignoble Hierarch, Ragavan, Cydia Brass, a Treasure, and Mox Opal. Ragavan would turn it on unless Magda feels like doing something about it.
As I said, I mean, maybe he has something else in hand as like a protection spell, but
It doesn't seem like it.
He doesn't know that there's no interaction on the table, so it's possible that he is just trying to play it calm and collected.
Mirror
Um,
Maid off the top. Does that become that's artifact or creature, right?
I believe so. So that can be a fish for 3 mana.
Artifact or
I
enchantment,
don't
so it
know
can
if
be a
that's
fish, yeah.
or it's a Smothering Tide. I'm sorry, that's what it should be. It's a
Oh,
Smothering
yeah. Yeah,
Tide.
yeah, 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 yeah. I actually that's definitely correct.
Mhm. So, Joe on the thing is saying that Vivi is a kind of pseudo Bergie in that lineup. Yep, that's
Makes
fair.
sense. If you're playing Storm Blue Farm, like, yeah, totally
Oh
makes
wow,
sense because
he
you're actually making
chose
blue.
not to go for the Mirror Maid.
Interesting.
Maybe as I said, maybe these are good players. They know that Magda can activate on attack. They don't know
Mhm.
he has a high speed hover bike. They know like just on board before attacks, you can swing in. He can sacrifice the 5 treasures and get portal, which wipes all the creatures. Oh wait, never
Oh,
mind. It looks
it
like
sounds like they were just discussing what the Mirror Maid's gonna be.
gotcha. Which it's got to be Smothering Tide.
Yeah, let's listen in for a second just to make sure we're all on caught up.
I passed my as well. I got past the rear view. Yeah, it's going to be a smothering type. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's we kind of caught it towards the tail end, but I think that is definitely the correct way to go about things. People have so many treasures, and your limiting factor was treasures when you're playing Sisay. You don't need
And
to
as I
draw
said,
cards.
why is Chad not flashing in that artifact? Like, I have to
I don't
Smothering Tide
know.
is the obvious point, and that just gives now 1 card and 2 treasures. I wonder if he drew something that's kind of preventing this.
GT Frank, we have one of the judges that is letting us know in the casting uh, chat that we're in, that is letting us know what's in people's hands, as well as information on the board. Like if we're not sure whether or not the Mirror Maid is copying Smothering Tide, they just let us know.
Mhm. I saying Demonic Tutor that we knew about, that was one of his 2 cards kept. So what card do you think he goes for?
If it were me, I would grab a wheel, but that's
I don't think Sisei's playing any wheels as far as
yeah,
I
yeah,
know. I
yeah, yeah.
mean,
I mean, wheel with Smothering Tithe and no cards in hand seems like the ideal situation. And realistically, it should probably be some form of interaction.
mhm.
Because
If
you
not,
are not in the position to win and you're just passing the turn with a Smothering Tithe, but no actual interaction available. Like Sissy with Smothering
yeah.
Tithe can very easily win next turn, is how I would
100%.
look
I
at
guess
it.
this depends on how greedy he wants to be.
True.
I know Kinnan would be very funny, but probably just a little too cute to really warrant the play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
But as we said, Sisei runs so many different cards. It's kind of hard to figure out what line they're going for unless you're in their own head.
What does this card do? No.
What are you
I
thinking
saw
about?
I saw Basim in Sisei's list, and I was wondering. I knew it did something with artifact, but I wasn't sure if it actually interacted with the Smothering Tithe or not. It does not.
Is
It's
this
on
is
cast.
Basim the one that gives hexproof to things?
No. Basim is the one that draws cards once a turn, I think. Let me check again.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
He's
but
he's
Basim.
found his card.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's whenever you cast a historic spell, draw a card. It can't be blocked this turn. Triggers only once per turn.
Mm,
Then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a counter on it.
okay.
So I
Looks
thought it would
like
do something with the treasures, but I guess not.
yeah. Looks like Chad still didn't cast that card. He's played out his Cavern of Souls, naming dwarves. He's
Hmm.
paid for 1 Smothering Tithe. Um,
Oof.
so yeah. Robert's saying it's probably a swords or something to kill Magda or Timna
Makes sense. I would
potentially.
agree. I would agree. I mean, with 2 treasures available, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Oh,
should we
taking
listen
time
in
against
just to see
player
how people are
one.
talking about Magda?
Yeah. All right. the attack is going through. Trigger Magda. Magda's got
And I would
5
like
treasures.
to-
She's got the loaded gun.
Pass the turn.
Okay. Well, clear. I mean, luckily, you don't really have to worry about opposition agent except for blue farm, and blue farm doesn't necessarily always
I don't
play that
think
card.
they were on it. Let me check again. Blue Farm C2. I didn't see it. I think that was because I was commenting on the fact that they're playing Scheming Symmetry without Blue Farm. I do not see, or without Opposition Agent. I do not see an Opposition Agent in the list.
True. But Chad
So-
wouldn't necessarily know that, and that card can see play in blue farm, so
Yes.
that'd be the thing. I mean, luckily, as I said, it doesn't feel like there's much interaction. So I have to imagine it's possible that he's trying to wait for a better portal to Phyrexia, or he's just trying to get him on end step, untap, and do something more.
Yes. Zerob, the Mirror Maid is the Smothering Tithe over there on Sisse's board. The Blue Farm player casts a Vivi Ornitier. Is it Ornitier or Ornitier?
That is a good question. I'm not a
don't know.
Final Fantasy player.
Good card. It is a card that has maybe want to play standard less. I'll say that.
What, you don't like it being the top 16 of a tournament? All of EV?
Yeah, well. When the deck that I was going to put together is just trying to continue playing Jeskai Oculus from like last spring, and it's just a worse version of the deck, yeah.
All right, looks like there's a little bit more conversation. I don't know if people are afraid of Vivi. I mean, it's a very scary card.
Yeah.
Can we hear the table if they're talking?
Oh,
it's
it's
a
a
judge
judge call.
call. Okay.
What was the judge call on? Our producer is not sure what the judge call was about.
Yeah, it looks like they're discussing something.
Lavender Bringer saying Soul Cauldron is a problem card. See, I would agree, except for that Cauldron was fine until Vivi became a card. Like, yes, Cauldron will get broken again, but Vivi has been broken in every shell that it's been put into. Like, it was really good in Is It Prowess? Like, it was the problem card besides Corey Stonecutter and Is It Prowess. It's really good in the Is It Cauldron decks, but it's also really good in the Is It Prowess decks that still exist. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I legitimately think the card is just really, really, really strong, but they're not going to do anything about it because it's WotC. It's like the One Ring. They didn't ban it in Modern for long enough time until Lord of the Rings stopped selling.
Well, we'll leave that doom and gloom kind of on the side. Although we'll leave that doom and gloom on the side. I mean, Vivi's a menace. I am happy to not see mono red mice though. So you at least have
That's fair.
one benefit. Plus there are some pretty cool decks showing up. I love seeing the Sephiroth sacrifice decks.
The deck is cool. It's just really annoying.
Oh, it looks
okay.
like there was a Myth's Smothering Tide treasure or trigger.
Okay, so they're just going back to make sure that trigger resolves correctly if it does resolve, and if it is put on the stack and whatnot.
Yep. So into the Floodmaw, bouncing. Could we hear the table talk? I'd love to hear what they're discussing for this.
Well, it's the last treasure. He's got. This is Otherwise. This is Otherwise.
Yeah.
He's got 5 mana, 6. What are you thinking? Because it does matter if I draw or not.
I'm
actually.
worried.
I mean, I think I need to.
How many cards do you have in hand? I have 3 cards.
What are your intentions with the Floodmaw?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
It resets.
Hold on.
Yes, I will give you the tap first. I will get that's part of like cost, right?
Who's on resolution?
Before everything else, but still during resolution.
Okay, cool. So, I want to do that first. What were you saying?
There's no reason to put that back in his hand to let him get it again for 1 unless you're going for something right now. Is what that's
That's my thought too, right?
yeah. I mean, I'm happy to
see what yeah, I don't know. So I mean, can I don't know. I don't really want to. I have a little bit of interaction. I really don't want to give too much away. Like, also cannot win on my next turn. I'm either playing this fish or developing Kinnan, or paying for fish and developing Kinnan. I mean, now it's different, but I just want to work with you on this. Let me think. What do you think is
I'm gonna let it go, and if he tries to do more, like if he tries to storm out, that's where I'm gonna go. Yeah, because I might have a more specific piece of interaction that
There's a lot of ink on the stack right now. Like
No, it's just now's the draw matters. The mana matters.
like if I were at which is generic and does well, but if we wait a little bit, I can go get something that's more targeted, specific to if he goes off.
Okay, I'm gonna pass my fish trigger. I'm gonna draw.
I pass. Good to let you drop.
Good.
Tie trigger.
Side triggers are good.
Okay. So I think they're worried whether or not
Pass.
Vivi can actually kind of combo off.
Well, it's also, why are you bouncing the fish? Are you trying to win?
Mhm.
Should Magda be able to go find something? Are we allowing that? Because it screw everyone over. The fish is tapped. Yep. Gift is a funny mechanic. It reads like it should be an additional cost, but it just adds the text to the very beginning of the effect.
I also don't necessarily know even giving Magda fish is proper. I don't think giving a fish is actually proper in this one.
Well, it wouldn't bounce.
Magda
It
does
wouldn't bounce the
have-
fish anyway.
Hmm?
It wouldn't bounce the Mystical Moor then if you didn't give it a gift.
Oh no, wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I kept thinking it was targeting a creature. Never mind.
No, it was bouncing the Mystical Moor.
Yeah. I think you might have, well, I guess there is Gaia's Cradle from Sisei.
Yeah.
So either one is not potentially good.
They could
Ishi
play,
Shadow, if Kinnan and Sisei come out, Magda is in prime portal position. I know. I definitely know Chad's gonna try and sequence it where he can get the most creature value possible. And that would be I was hoping that Vivi would activate, I'd crack all the treasures, cast Crom, and then like pass the turn there.
Wow. We just got a message from the judge at the table that Blue Farm in seat 2 has Flusterstorm, Underworld Breach, and Adnaz in hand. So if they really, really wanted to push, I'm sure they could.
Yep. We know Underworld Breach was in the opening hand, so we knew that. But they've drawn the Fluster and the Adnaz. So what do they have? They don't have a tutor. They have another Floodmaw in there. I don't think.
Oh, that's another reach.
Yeah, I think this is a bait spell, isn't it? You
Maybe.
bait the Underworld Breach so you can resolve the Adnaz.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Do we know if Vivi got activated or is it still?
I don't think so. I don't see any indication that it was. That's the hard part with the card, is that there's no, it doesn't tap or anything to show that it was already used. Like, you have to indicate it some other way.
But yeah, I think Underworld Breach is a bait spell.
What is in graveyard right
now? Some lands into the Floodmaw. But I don't think really anything substantial.
I mean, if there's enough mana, then it could also mean protection through flashing back the Flusterstorm. You want to listen in to hear what they're saying? Because I think the rest of the table probably agrees with you that there's not a whole lot to do with the Underworld Breach.
Oh yeah, I have way
without knowing
the card jab. I know that you said you're just developing. I do understand that, but like you have the most card advantages.
But you're also very close to one.
I do. Well, yeah.
Like if everyone's can activate Vivi response
on board pretty close.
Crom's not out, correct?
No.
This is
yeah. There is Adnaz mana on board.
So
with Vivi, the 3 treasures, and the Autobara.
I'm gonna let this pass. I have a Vivi trigger.
I'm gonna pass.
You're passing too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we each lose life.
Did I bumped it twice.
Yeah, I think we.
Yeah. Sorry. Freezes off.
Yep.
Disqui asking, how does Magda not GPS here? I don't know what Magda would be looking for where they would need a map.
Glad that's there.
Actually, the Godfrey Etchery would break this up pretty well.
Yeah. He might be trying to do the target because if Breach resolves, well, yeah, that stops it too. But no, because it doesn't stop Godpharaoh's statue necessarily, depending on what Evan or what Matt has in hand. Because Into the Flood Maw has enough mana to bounce it.
Maybe you did
Okay,
activate to
Vivi's
add
been
2 blue.
activated, and now we have Adnaz on the stack. So yeah, I think that was a bait spell. The Underworld Breach was a bait spell.
I mean, yeah, I could see that. It doesn't make Nas any worse, as someone in chat pointed out. Like, it's just there now, and if they have another way to make mana, it does just mean that they can protect this Breach with Flusterstorm and then have it again. Elias, he did have enough mana.
Fluster. Vivi was at 2 counters when he activated.
Yeah, so the 2 VV mana plus the 3 treasures leaves Otawara open for Flusterstorm.
Although, I mean, technically, to be true proper, he probably should have tapped the Otawara to leave 1 treasure untapped, but...
I agree. I think that would have made more sense, but... yeah, not much to do at this point.
Matt has to be careful because Chad has some burn spells.
Let's take a look at the list.
I mean, he definitely has some burn spells, but by the time the Adnaz resolves, generally, he's got enough counter magic to stop any burn plans there.
I'm seeing bolts, sudden shock.
I do agree, Samurai, that I think Godfarer statue here is probably the correct option. It leaves him without being able to really cast any spells and just having to discard. I guess he might be trying to get it on the first activation or like the first spell cast, so that way Matt goes deep. Because if he knows Godfarer statue's already out, then he's not going to add Nas down to like 2. So that would be my guess, unless he has it in hand. That would be probably one of the worst draws he could have had, is drawing that. Let's see if we can hear them.
Adnaz resolves, and I understand that you need to see information, but like they might have 30 cards in hand. Like,
And then the first spell's a rock. Right, so you've given a rock. So like now is the better time.
he still has to cast something.
No, but then there's more advantage, and it might not be a win now. But what are we doing later, right? So like the first spell's a rock, and then I miss that spell if it's either of those things, right?
I guess all I want to say very simply, you see what goes in his hand too. There's going to be a lot of people, but you're going to see them, and then everything will already be in his hand. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to say one more thing.
Yes,
I will now pass priority, so that's
I think okay. I think quickly before you pass, I think what else could you get that would matter here? Or maybe you don't want to tell me, but think about that, because I think those are the only 2 things, and I think you have to do it now. You just have to, because like it's just going to get worse for us. He'll just be way ahead of all of us, and then we'll have a big block or 2. It's not like we're getting through, and then has just
we've already
a rock. Even if the first thing's a rock and you get anything, then he passes more. Like limiting anything you can do now is the important thing. So Godfarers or damping is good.
But if you do that, you should offer the word.
How are you losing to me? That's not true at all.
Or here, one of these. Seriously, that's what I'm saying. I will take it because I feel like I'm being forced to use all night. I mean, I know you that I've agreed to do it. I will offer the draw if I will. I have 6 in the stack.
Yeah. I don't think I see another option here. Yeah.
So is that you saying yes?
What do you think? I think so. I mean, again, I don't really want to go draw number 3, but
You have how many cards do you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, but
My head's not that kind of, but I mean, I just bounce the fist back to him.
That's great. Yeah. Listen. But there's 2 whatever.
Yeah.
The win is, I think I don't really have a choice. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in professional leagues too, so I'm incentivized to draw. But like,
yeah, okay.
I there's also a very
that interesting conversation. If I'm Chad, honestly, I would let the Adnaz resolve. That's what I would do. I know people are trying to force it on him. I think if anything, you force him to draw as many cards as possible. Stop him on the first spell cast. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Actually, he has to do it now. Because if he doesn't, he just has to hope that Lion's Eye Diamond isn't the first spell cast, because that would give him enough mana to recast into the Flood Maw to bounce it. So, looks like people don't want to play that out. They're worried that one win attempt would go to another, and looks like they took the draw. I say, Dasqui, the issue is, if he casts, literally the first one is LED, he has enough mana to flashback into the Flood Maw, and then he's all set. And then he's got a full ad nause. So he would have to do it beforehand. Well, assuming he hits Lion's Eye. Ethan, we aren't hearing you. Looks like we have a bit of technical issues on that. Hey, I would say politics is important. It matters, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a skill, and I think that game, like as I said, that game leads to someone else's win. So it's one of those things. It's better to get 1 point than it is to get no points. Dusky, if you cast LED, you get Spine and eat that.
Wait, am I back?
You're good.
Okay, I think I just like pushed a wire.
Depends, Dusky. Depends on, he might have deflecting SWAT as well. So it's really risky to let that ad nause resolve for those specific things.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's too many factors to try and have a specific answer go through. Like I think you want to play something out that disrupts it early enough that it can't just be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it is possible that he doesn't get LED as his first spell, and then you're kind of set.
Yeah.
But if he does, then that's the issue. Then you just said, oh, well, I guess you probably win. And taking the guaranteed point is better than 0.
Yes. And I mean, like, as much as people dislike draws in cEDH, at the end of the day, the point structure does incentivize it. And that's something that everyone I feel like acknowledges that could use some work. But that is just how these big tournaments end up like panning out, because you're not trying to rework the system when you're playing for the invite or playing at the Invitational. You're trying to win. It's the same thing with IDing in any kind of tournament, whether it's cEDH or any other format in Magic. If you have the option to take the draw and that's better than losing, I mean, you might as well, I guess.
Yeah, I understand. So it looks like people are trying to. Yeah, there's a million different ways that could have potentially played out, and unfortunately, Adnaz isn't a guaranteed win, but he had quite a bit of life left, so it would have been very scary.
I imagine this is the kind of situation like the last round where we had where it seemed like a no-brainer for Sissy to go for the win. Like why didn't they win there? We don't know exactly what was in hand. We could have there could have been things in play that we didn't know about at the table that would have made something like a Godfair statue much worse. Like maybe there was some kind of leverage to interact with the magic activation. I don't know. There's a lot of factors, and with their information they had present, the table agreed to a draw. I don't fault them for that. I think there were enough threats present that, sure. I mean, and especially looking at like how Evan was approaching things, where it's like, well, he doesn't want win hand. We know from previous events that Evan is also like not willing to fight someone else's battle if he feels like it's not his. So Magda's put in a position where like, do you even stop it? Like, are you just king making?
I 100%. I mean, for one, you kind of have to force that into play. I don't know. We didn't know, as I said, we didn't see really any interaction to begin with from the opening hands kept. So it's possible that Evan really couldn't have fought to begin with, and you have to kind of force Magda to activate because it's shown on board. It's not like you're trying to get some extra hidden information. You know Godfair's statue is going to be there. You know he's got 5 treasures, so you just have to kind of force it.
Well, and then if you're Magda, then you're last in Torter at that point. You're using all your to get this interaction piece, you're taking yourself out of the game. Like that's basically where, like, if nobody else is going to interact, why is Magda responsible for getting them? If they just lose to Kinnan, like, does Kinnan care about the piece you get as well? That kind of comes back to that stacks conversation we had at the very beginning. But like, if they get God Pharaoh statue, does it actually stop everything, or are you just giving Kinnan the free win on their turn? You go grab Portal, like, sure, some stuff on the board is gone.
Portal
Then what?
loses you the game.
Yeah.
That's 100% you lose the game if you grab Portal on that specific.
Yeah.
Because then Adnaz resolves. If
There's
Adnaz
still a breach of
resolves
play.
and there's
Yeah.
Portal doesn't do anything, unless you're hoping to specifically shut off like a Fierce Guardianship because you get rid of his commander at that one point.
Yeah, but there's a Flusterstorm that we knew about, like that. Yeah, I don't.
Mhm.
It's not about what Magda could get to shut off the win. It's about, is what Magda gets enough to hold them over for a couple more turns. They need to get back to their turn, and then they need to rebuild from 0 treasures with whatever stacks piece they have.
Yeah,
About the question.
It's tough.
So we have a question in chat about, like, should there be a judge call there because priority was passed weird? I think that comes down to like what the table really wanted. Like, that's because the multiplayer game, passing priority is not as simple as like, okay, you passed it back to me, my thing resolves. It's almost like there's like sub phases in priority where like people say they're going to pass priority, but someone else says, no, wait, hold up. Like, I'll tap my land to go back. I don't know.
But we've got some questions and we've got one man of the hour on, so let's see if we can get that interview going.
All right, who's this?
How's it going, guys? I'm Evan,
Not
Freedom
bad.
Waffle. What's up?
How's it going? That seemed like a bit of a conundrum for the table, but we didn't have the full information. So chat was trying to guess what you could have or what the rest of the table could have. Why didn't Magda just stop them there? I don't know. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, that was a tough spot for me because I felt like I was in a really, really, really good spot there. I had, I think, 11 or 12 cards in hand. But the Magda player has to lose out on their chance to actually push for a win anytime soon by stopping them. And my only interaction was a disrupting troll in hand. So I could counter, I could have countered the breach, but I know there's a Magda. And I'm like, if I counter the breach, then I don't have any interaction for the Magda. I kind of need to force them to interact. But because of that, they also need to force me to do something. And so I think there are two options there. We're getting a God Pharaoh statue or a damping sphere. And
we were talking
both
about
of those,
yeah.
Yeah, and both of those just screw me really bad, right? Because my hand, I have a Mox Diamond, I have a Grim Monolith, but I have to develop Kinnan, and like my plan was to copy a Smothering Tithe, right? But I'm just super behind into a Sisay that has a Smothering Tithe themselves. And if I replay, I mean, I'm going to try to replay the fish if I can, but that gets even harder with the Damping Sphere or, God Pharaohs. So I just felt like I kind of had to accept the draw regardless there, even though I was in a really good spot, because either if they go and get the answer, I think I lose to Sisay anyway. So it was really tough.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, we were talking about that. It's not just that Magda gets something to stop the win. It's does what's stopping the win hold up all the way back to their turn and let them win on their turn? Because like a Damping Sphere, God Pharaoh statue, does Sisay care? No. Like,
no, not at all.
Sisay,
that's why it had to be God Pharaoh statue, I think. Like, that's the only way that you at least reduce the mana from Sisay. But, like, that doesn't help me. I'm screwed either way. Like, I need to develop all my rocks because, like, I had been doing basically land paths for a while there. So it felt like a lose-lose even though I was in the best spot.
Yeah, plus even the reveal off the Adnaz, it literally, his first two cards could be Thassa's Demonic. So he's like, sure, you got your Dampening Sphere, I'll just pass the turn, and on my turn.
That's exactly my point, yeah. We were talking about that in the game.
He had a Flusterstorm as well in hand, so we knew he had protection.
Right. Yeah. So, and that's another thing. I'm glad I didn't. He kind of indicated that he had protection just because he was like, he felt pretty confident when he was asking me what I had, and I told him I had interaction, but he still pushed. So I figured he had something, right? And so I needed to let the Magda go, but man, weird game for sure. This is draw number 3 in a row, which is not fun.
Yeah, we were looking at the standings. There was nobody going into round 3 with 10 points. Everyone had 6 or less.
Yeah, that's insane.
And like the top 11 people all had 6.
It's because everyone's good at not losing. Everyone knows how to not lose, and it doesn't mean they can win, but they can sure as heck not lose.
Yeah,
I got a question. So, what Was there any thought on countering the original Underworld Breach?
Yeah,
Because we knew he had
and that's what
Underworld
I'm
Breach
saying.
and Ad Naus in hand, so we weren't sure. I was calling it a bait spell.
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't know he had another like piece. I didn't know the breach was bait. But I figured, like I was saying, I had to force Magda to do something because again, like my hand develops, but like doesn't actually do much. So I can't interact with either Sisei or Magda. So my thought was I need to let them do something. And again, he indicated he had protection, right? Like he wouldn't have jammed because he knew I had interaction, right? He doesn't know what it is, but most of it's going to counter a non-creature spell. Like he doesn't know it's the one very restrictive disrupting shoal in my deck, right? But like if I only have one piece and my fish is gone. So like I'm basically just burning both of our interactions and then I have nothing to do against the other two players. And disrupting shoal is especially helpful because I could have countered the Sisei. I did have a 3-drop. And honestly, I think I was going to counter the Magda and he drew Cavern of Souls for turn. My plan was to counter Magda at the
He
beginning.
had it in opening hand, so
he's
got
okay.
that.
I think he said that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you
it was
said that you didn't throw out the counter spells for anything because you just felt like that was giving the game to either Magda or Sisei.
Well, I mean, it's like I thought he had backup and I had one piece, and I didn't expect them to have any backup. And I knew that Magda could stop it on board, and Magda stopping it also means Magda doesn't win. So it's like it just feels like it makes the most sense. I would have interacted if I had to. Like I'm not gonna like sandbag forever there, but I felt like that was definitely like because I only had that one piece, I think I needed to save it there. And
Yeah,
like
it's kind of
there
hard
was
to
Magda
force
could
someone
interact as well,
on
like,
board
later.
to like not use it.
And there's a Beseiju in hand that I didn't know about, but I figured Sisei had something.
Do you think there's a world where you can convince Mad D to get a piece that stops both, like at the
Yeah,
expense
if I
of your
could
win,
think
it
of
just
one.
stops both like, breach and Sissy? Like I'm thinking like a graph
what?
figures page type thing. Like
I asked
where
right away.
Yeah,
They don't have it. That was
Gotcha.
exactly what I thought. That was
'Cause-
immediately what I said.
that would not impact you. You could agree not to touch it. Like
And they think it will impact me, but I don't care.
yeah, I mean, yes, it does affect Kinnan, but like you just like you don't need to go for it there. Make sure Sissy doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Make the breach like
Graph Digger's Cage wins me that game, but they didn't have it in the deck.
Gotcha. See, I don't know. I can never
actually,
tell what Magda
realistically,
has.
then the Nas resolves. So maybe
Yeah.
not, but
True.
Yeah.
No, I can never
that
tell
was
what
the thing.
Magda
He just
has.
had haymaker after haymaker.
I know, right?
I've gotten got by Gerard's Hourglass Pendant out of Magda because they were teched against Tivit. I tried to Final Fortune after a Necropotence and like
that's so
nope,
funny.
no extra
Magda
turns.
always has some weird things. Yeah, the weirdest. I mean, Disruptor Flute is always really nice, but there's all kinds of weird things in there.
Yeah. Well, all right. I think we're probably gonna move on. We need to transition to our casting. So yeah.
Okay, thanks
Glad
for
to
having
talk
me.
to you.
Yeah, best
Good
of
luck
luck
in
on
next
your
couple
future rounds.
All right, see ya.
Alrighty. So that is the end of our shift for today. We'll be back tomorrow. And glad everyone could be here to watch all 239 viewers on day one.
Yeah, that's great. I can't wait to see what the finals are going to look like.
Yeah.
Any predictions? Who do you think's the final four? Just commanders. You don't need to say anything.
I'm gonna guess. It feels weird to say, but I'm gonna guess probably like double Blue Farm, Rog, Thras, Kinnan. Like some like we kind of know what is really good. I could see some spice, but like it's just like kind of inevitable that those decks at least
I
do
see
well.
the double Blue Farm. That's what I'm gonna call that. I don't know what the other two are. I could see Rog Thras or either Rog Thras or Rog Sai. But yeah. I double Blue Farm definitely.
Yeah. Do you wanna shout out your links and stuff before we head out?
Hell yeah. So if you want to hear more of this sultry voice, come find me on Ted on Board MTG. I'm on all the different social media accounts under that. Additionally, I do some really cool really cool embroidery work. I've got a site dobmtg.com, and I'm working on some really cool stuff. So come take a look.
And I don't know. I don't do a whole lot of content creation. I just kind of exist in the cEDH space. I like being friends with people. I like hanging out, chatting. So I mean, if you run into me on Discord or in these spaces as Master Uguay, I will try and say hi. Yeah,
definitely. And this was such a great way to start off this tournament. Really enjoyed seeing these matches.
Should we do a quick check on the standings or just move on?
We'll see what the kindly producers want.
Yeah. Okay, it sounds we're just going on 2 seconds. It sounded like 2 tables had a player win. Jordan Drake won at 6 going to 11. That's going to be a good spot to be in.
Mhm.
And nothing else definitive just yet. But yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, that sounds like a good way to wrap it up for today.
All right. Thank you guys. Love you. See you tomorrow.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamlined registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
Hello. host. Yeah. And together we are That's a Good Card. We are so excited to be representing cEDH in the most beautiful way possible in a tournament setting. So thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. But I'm just so excited to be finally in the casting booth with you, Ya. It's been a long time coming. Kind of a dream of mine.
I agree. This is kind of like when we started our podcast. I think this was like the one thing I told you that I really hoped that we would get invited to do. So let's hope we don't mess this up because I'm stoked and excited and can't wait to cast some games. Thanks for joining us all today.
Yeah, thank you to everybody in the chat, everyone who's been listening, chiming in. Fun fact about the city of Pittsburgh, where this is hosted, the first smiley-faced emoji was actually created in Pittsburgh. I Googled that. So smiley face emojis in the chat, everybody. Yeah. In trivia and fun facts about Pittsburgh, apparently It was from Carnegie Mellon University, and they made the first smiley face emoji. So smiley face in the chat, everybody. We are so happy to be here.
That's so funny. Actually, that you really did your research. I'm really impressed, Kyle. That's
I
awesome.
did. I've never been to Pittsburgh before, but you know what? I'm a little sad that we didn't make it out there. But at the same time, if we were out there, we probably wouldn't be doing this. So it's bittersweet.
True.
Have you been
This is true.
watching the early rounds so far? Because I have been sipping my coffee, enjoying some wonderful cEDH gameplay.
I have caught a little bit of the end of the second round and then most of the third round, which was really cool. I mean, obviously, the third round was pretty short for those of you tuning in. That last round that was on stream did end up in a draw. There was a win that was put on the stack, and there was just too much to fight through. So, yeah, that was an interesting one to watch, but I'm not surprised by there being so many draws so far today.
Yeah, it's been interesting, and I kind of want to take a look at the meta breakdown, and I think our producer here will go ahead and pull up that graphic so we can just chat about it. See if we can point out anything that, catches our eye. I'm kind of excited just in general for any sort of fringe deck. I'm not going to lie. So listeners, if you've never heard of us before, what we do is we have a cEDH podcast where we talk about fringe cards to play in cEDH, things that go in and out of the sideboard, things that have been good, haven't been good. And along with that, we get a lot of support for fringe commanders. So I'm looking here at these tiny percentage points here. We got Tiamat, Thrasios, Yoshimaru at only 1.6%, which is interesting because that's kind of been the flavor of the month recently. We have a Rocco pilot. I'm guessing 1.6% is one player. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm going to guess that is the case. So we have Rafine, Rocco, Niv Mizzet, Narset, Marnius, Malcolm Vile Smasher, Hedis Malcolm, Kali of the Vast. And then and then those are the one pilot onlys. And then we have a couple of two pilots, Tevish Thrasios, one of my favorite decks, big mana, soul tie stuff, and then two Magda pilots. Any of these kind of jump out to you, in terms of the single pilot or duo pilots situation?
I'm pretty surprised by the amount like that there's Rafine here. That's pretty hot.
Heck yeah.
I love being able to see a Rocco. Malcolm Vile is not a surprise. I believe Lily is on that. And then also same thing with Malcolm Kedis. That's going to be Shauna. Kalyo the Vast is, I believe, Bad Dog. His real name escapes me at the moment. And I'm actually a little surprised that there's only one Thrasios Yoshimaru deck. I kind of expected at least a few more players than that, but
I would have guessed 2 or 3. That would have been my guess. Just because it's been so much of a flavor of the month, I feel like a lot of the TNT players or the Rog Thras players who have kind of shifted to it, maybe might have gone back to their well, I'm going to play my main deck at the Invitational, so then gone back to it. I will ask this question. Pittsburgh is the home of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Does that mean that any Malcolm deck that runs Glinthorn Buccaneer, which I believe is a pirate, is going to have advantage in this tournament? What do you think?
I think that's possible, but that's like the home.
You think it's a bit of a stretch?
That's a bit of a stretch.
All right, let's kind of move on to the next set of commanders that we see here. At 6.3%, we have Sisay and Rogsai, as well as Kinnan. This is fascinating to me. The small amount of Rogsai is kind of crazy. I was expecting people to just show up and just say, you know what? Rogsai wins fast. I need to win games to get out of Swiss. I don't want to sit into this. I mean, this is my thought process. I don't want to sit into a mid-range hellscape against 3 of the best cEDH players I have ever played against. To me, I'm sitting there going, I'm going to sleeve up Rogsai, try to win on turn 2, see if I get there. But I guess if you are a high-level, high-tier pilot, you're probably feeling pretty confident. I just don't have that confidence, so obviously I jam Rogsai. And as a natural turbo player in Corvold, I'm basically a Corvold-only player in tournament play. I feel like the best way to beat a really good pilot is to just simply win the game fast. Are you kind of shocked to see the Rogsai be only at 6.3% here?
Yes and no, right? I think that I'm also really curious when we look at that breakdown, whether or not these are the 6.3% is traditional Rogzai, like turbo Rogzai, or if they're playing Rongzai, right? Which like I'm not sure. I'm fairly sure Logan is on his version of Rogzai, Rongzai, and then like of these other Rogzai lists, like how many of them are actually trying to go
Like
fast
pure
versus
turbo.
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. And we did just get a notification from the producer as well as the judges. So we're connected with both of those, if any listeners were wondering. And it looks like round 3 just finished. So, I would assume that after we yap a little bit more, we'll get into round 4. But we're a little ways away here. But if anyone's just itching to see some gameplay, it's coming up, I assure you. The other thing out of this pie chart in the 6.3% is just a small amount of Kinnan. I know a lot of people were kind of talking about, or at least consider Kinnan to be like that S tier commander. So it's interesting that this is also really low. I personally don't see it as being that far away from Blue Farm in terms of power. But maybe it in a matchup against really, really, really top tier players, it'd be kind of more difficult to pilot it. I don't know. What are your thoughts about Kinnan only seeing a couple of entrants?
I think the thought I was going to make about Rogzai earlier it ties into here with Kinnan as well. It's like this top 64, top 65, right? Like we can consider it like a top 64, top 65. So it's like a top cut, right? Top 16. These players are all really responsible. They're all really like used to seeing these decks. And so I think that these players just want to win, and they're all bringing the statistically most advantageous deck, which is Blue Farm, right? And I think that unless they're super proficient on like a Rogzai, Kinnan, Timnathras, or Rogthras like type of list, most players are kind of leaning into what is statistically going to get them there, right? Which is
and statistically the best deck in the format. Yeah, in Blue Farm.
Yeah.
And kind of in between that Kinnan and Timnachrom, we're seeing Timnathrasios and Rogthras. So those decks kind of land somewhere in between Kinnan and Blue Farm. So it's not necessarily a kind of shock, I guess you would say. I think that this is. I probably would have guessed that there would be Kinnan would be above Timnathrasios, and it would go like Kinnan, Rogthras, Blue Farm. But seeing it like this, it doesn't super surprise me. I think that there is a lot of really, really, really good Rogthras pilots and a lot of really, really, really good Timnathrasios pilots. So they're probably just feeling like really confident in that. And are bringing that. And then, of course, this huge, large chunk of Timnachrom, which doesn't really surprise anybody. Decks that you didn't think, or decks that you thought would be at the tournament but didn't show up. One for me is Atali. I think Atali has actually been performing really, really well. So I'm kind of sad to not see Atali. Is there any deck that you are kind of sad to not see, or maybe surprised to not see?
I think Atali's at the top of that list for me. I'm also surprised there's not like a surprise Lumra, like just a surprise.
Oh, true. A Lumra would have just snuck right in. Yeah, that is really interesting because Lumra does a really good job of going fast and being really difficult to interact with. So it's just kind of one of those things where, similar to Atali, it's a turbo deck that's not in blue. So I guess if you're showing up against the best players in the world, you're like, maybe I don't bring that. But it would have been sick. It definitely would. They would have at least gotten a win. You know what I mean? But whether or not they could actually transition into winning at all, which is what everybody wants to do, might be a little difficult. But now it is that time to talk about our wonderful, wonderful sponsors. So thank you, MTG Basics, for bringing us on here and giving us the opportunity to actually be able to commentate this wonderful tournament. And then we have all these other wonderful sponsors: Snowball, Gold Sabertooth, Doot Loot, the King's Court, Tavern of Souls, of course, TopDeck themselves, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. I think that it's really funny to see just a picture of Evan as a sponsor here. I kind of love it. It's kind of like that one rap song that's like, shout out my label, that's me. That's like Evan. Evan represents himself. So
Evan
thank you
does
to all the
represent
sponsors
himself.
out here. It's wonderful to see such great support for an incredible tournament. And right now it looks like the pods have been released. Ooh, I am so excited. So the pods for pod 1, I believe, if this is accurate, checking, Steven, Matt, Sterling, and Zachary is going to be our top pod. So I'm really excited about that. I'm not sure exactly what all these pilots are going to be on, and we're going to see as they're setting up right now. But we do have the pod organized. They are probably getting mic'd up and ready to go. So, yeah, it's going to be a banger pod. It's interesting when we take a look at the standings right now. There's 2 players at 11 points. Only 2. Does that kind of shock you that with that we're 4 going into the 4th round and only 2 people have won twice?
No, I'm not too surprised. Like, I think what chat has been kind of observing today is there's a lot of politicking going around. There's a lot of, I would imagine, safer play. Just people just trying to make sure they don't lower their win chance to try to get into the top 16. But by doing so, they're kind of ensuring that like these games just go long. And so
Yeah.
there's just more draws happening than you would kind of normally see in these early rounds.
Yeah. And here's the interesting thing about round 4. I have found that round 4 and round 5 on the day are the most grueling of the rounds because you are exhausted. You're so tired. You probably spent the first 3 games, politicking your butt off, trying to survive, trying to get to this position. This is kind of where experience lends in these larger, like big field tournaments can be a huge advantage because I know that there's a lot of pilots here who are used to a smaller meta, right? So they've played in like 80 tournaments, but of those 80 tournaments, how many of them were 5 rounds to 7 rounds, right? It's a big difference between having an experience in a small field tournament that's maybe, 4 rounds, cut to top 10, or potentially even cut to top 4 immediately, versus being in these massive or bigger style tournaments with more Swiss rounds and having the stamina to perform in the 4th and 5th rounds. Yeah, you've been in these kinds of big tournaments before. How does it feel going into your 4th cEDH grueling game on the day? What are you tapping into to get a dub?
Well, luckily, I don't eat that often, or that much. Probably eat a snack real fast just to make sure, just to kind of feed that brain, because I think everybody says in these types of games, they are just fried, right? And so just gotta make sure you fuel yourself. Try to put yourself in these positions as often as you can. But like again, how often are you playing these really high stressful games? And so I think that the thing that these 65 players can say is that they are used to being in these type of positions. So
Yeah.
I think that they're just gonna try to do what they normally do, right? And hopefully they're just treating this like any other tournament, except it's not like any other tournament.
Yeah. And what's interesting to me as well is I'm wondering if as people get more tired, the rounds will actually end sooner because people will expend less energy into politicking every single Ristic trigger, I'm wondering if people will just because they just have less, brain power in round 4, round 5, that we'll see these games end faster. It'd be really interesting to see that. But I've just gotten word from our producer that, oh no.
It's a 4.
Listeners,
This is, you ready for it? Go ahead.
It's a 4 blue farm pod. Holy guacamole. Oh, baby. And we are live. We have 4, count them, 4 blue farm pilots here. Oh, my goodness. And we got some handshakes going on early. I love this right here. It looks like we got great honorable players sitting at the table here, shuffling up. You got to keep the vibes strong, especially if you're going into a 4 blue farm pod. Because, when it comes to the mirror match, the funny thing about mirror matches is you kind of know how ahead someone else is, because it's like, this is my deck. I know how this works. So I think it'll be very clear for these individuals to see who is in the driver's seat, who is ahead.
Yep.
And that might be difficult to navigate, whoever comes out first, whoever comes out hot. You know what I mean? So like, for example, I think of this as the Mario Kart dilemma. You're playing Mario Kart and you're like, bang, I'm out in first place. I'm moving fast. Look at me. That blue shell comes around. The first big event is you getting absolutely destroyed by that blue shell in a pod like this. That's just a massive mirror match. I'm going to guess that the person who starts fast is going to get knocked down a peg. That's my prediction for this pod. So whoever's coming out the gate hot, 100%. Because I think it'll be really easy for the other three to just point at that person and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy has a Smothering Tithe turn 2, or this guy has a Ristic Study turn 1, you know? So
I think this is a pod where one of these guys keeps like a turn 2 demonic consultation Thassa's Oracle. Like just try to really sneak under,
just
right?
Rip it.
Right. There's like a little bit of I think that we saw Zach earlier. He's on a little bit more of like a treasure, really utilizing a Lotho Smothering Tithe to just gather as many resources as possible. Steven, I play like Zachary and Steven are fairly local to me, and I've met Matt Hayes here. So I think that they all play fairly different styles, even though they're all on the same type of list. And I think that one of them might just try to sneak in a really sneaky turn 2 win.
It's interesting because like if you try to go that route, and obviously Blue Farm is able to do so, especially ones that are playing a more like Nas focused or turbo build. It is very interesting because a lot of times these really seasoned pilots are thinking to themselves, jam second. Like don't just jam blindly, eat interaction, and lose the freaking game, right? So I'm hesitant to think that somebody is going to just rip it turn 2 into potential free interaction at the table. I mean, I'm guessing that all of these decks are somewhere between 8 to 12, maybe even 14 pieces of interaction. So at least stack interaction. So I'm of the belief that what's going to happen is this game's going to grind. The person who jumps out in front is going to get knocked down a peg. And then the player in turn order directly after that is going to win the game. That's my prediction. Big prediction, folks. So whoever is going to come out hot, and we'll identify them on this cast. This is my huge prediction here. We'll make the identification. Chat, if you could help us out as well. In your opinion, who is the furthest ahead early on? And then we'll see if the player directly after that will end up winning the game. And right now, I think we're getting mulligans resolved. I already see a piece of free interaction in somebody's hand. Exciting! Just by seeing that, I'm starting to think that your prediction, is not going to happen.
So what Kyle's saying here, folks, is settle in, grab a drink, make sure you go to the bathroom early. You're going to be with us for the entire duration of this round. I still think that somebody's going to try to squeeze one in. We'll see here when we get mulligans in just a second, but otherwise, you're in it with us.
Yeah. Someone in the chat just said, I got $20 on Blue Farm.
Yeah, saw that.
That's a good bet. That's a good bet right there. And you know what's going to be the real struggle of this is I am taking notes on a piece of paper. So if you see me looking down, that's because I'm really locked in on this. And I have a pencil in my hand. Here we go. This might be the first time I've been holding a pencil in years.
Really?
Yeah. I don't write anything.
Oh man, all the time. All the time.
So this is a big challenge for me to overcome of whether or not I know how to pilot a pencil. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But it looks like Steven might have grabbed the mulligan already. Let's see here. Everyone else,
like Steven has
his hand out, and then everybody else is still taking a peek. I love just being able from this perspective to kind of see all the little things. Is that Jonah from MTG Basics waiting in the background watching? Wow, shout out MTG Basics for hosting us. Another funny thing I'd like to point out as well is, do you see it? Because I see it. In that front row of the camera screen.
Oh,
But that's
I
a
do
good
see it.
card.
I just saw it.
Floating mana counter. Wow. Ain't she a beaut right there? Oh yeah. If you want to float your mana, check out our That's a Good Card floating mana counter right there in front and center. Man, I just love to see that everywhere. We are
Hey,
Pacific Northwest and LA based. So anytime we see our tokens somewhere that is not those places, it's always a little joy, you know? It's always nice to see.
Fuzzy Dunlop, I think because we're seeing 4 blue farm lists, every card is going to be a good card. Just not covered by us because they're all good cards. We talk
That's
about
true.
fringe cards that could be.
I'm wondering if we will see any That's a Good Card
Ooh, that'd be hot.
specials. I'm guessing maybe some of these lists are on Commandeer. For sure, these lists are on Delny, which was one of our best takes, I think, ever. I don't know how that card got to be so dang good, but it is. So we'll probably see Commandeer. Well, maybe we'll see Commandeer. We'll for sure see Delny. I'm not sure. Maybe a Steel Enchantment or a Mirror Maid, probably, for these lists that are kind of more mid-range / control focused. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Another interesting note for this is because they're all blue farm pilots, do you think that there's do all the blue farm pilots know each other? As someone who is not a blue farm pilot.
You mean there's a club?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a blue farm club. Do they all know each
There's
other? Do they
too
all
many
know
of
what their
them.
lists are doing? Yeah. Do they are they oh, you're a turbo blue farm pilot. Oh, you're a control blue farm pilot. I wonder how much information they have on each other up here in the noggin.
What I can say for sure, so closest what's with the folks on camera right now, Steven is in that black shirt closest on the left, and then that's Matt Hayes. And then we've got Sterling in the far right away from the camera, and then Zach over here in the right-hand corner,
brown shirt.
which will kind of mirror. Yeah, the Steven and Zach are local to my area, so Southern California.
Ooh, so they
I
know
will
each other.
see them occasionally. They do know each other. Matt Hayes, I believe, is from the Hawaii region, and so I met him at a local when he was visiting here a couple of months ago. So
That's cool.
yeah, it is cool. So I know that at least 3 of these players have played together before. Sterling is the outlier for me personally, but obviously good enough to get here for sure. And so they've probably all met in some capacity.
Yeah, watch Sterling, the one person that we're not talking about, just actually be a super gamer 9000 that everybody knows about, but we don't for whatever reason. If that's you, Sterling, sorry that we don't know your game, but you're here at the TopDeck Invitational, so obviously you're pretty good at.
And we're commentating, so
yeah, and we're at home.
We're the ones that
we are
people
not
don't
the
know.
same. Yeah, we are not the same. But anyway, these mulligans, I don't know if these are just the most shuffled decks we have ever seen, or if these people are mulliganing low. Because right now we've been seeing quite a bit of shuffling. And with Steven keeping an early 7, Steven might be poised in first seat to be the sacrificial lamb to this pod, as my prediction. If Steven gets out early, because they kept a 7-card hand, presumably, we don't know yet, they might get shut down by everybody else. And if my theory is correct, that would leave Matt to win the game. That's my prediction. Boom. If you disagree with me completely, please let me know in chat. I can't tell if it looks like Zach is just
he's mulliganing further.
Mulliganing
he just wanted
again.
To show, yeah.
Just showing everybody oh man, I can't keep that. That's because they're all TNK pilots. Yeah, so they all know what the mulligans are supposed to look like. Oh man, but we'll see. Let's kind of I would always want to do this, yeah, and I wish that more commentators did this. I kind of want to analyze the, I guess, posture and how confident we're thinking that these players are right now. Because right now it looks like Steven is really hunched over the table. Historically speaking, from what I've heard, if you're into the table and moving into the table, you are real excited for what's going on at the table. And if you're sitting back far away from the table, you're less engaged, not as happy. Yeah. So from what I'm seeing here, and maybe this is just because, Zach and Steven know each other and they just want to like move into the table closer to each other because they're like friendship. I don't know. But I'm thinking that Steven's feeling real confident here. It's difficult for me. I mean, Matt's been smiling, laughing, just friend at the table. I'm enjoying that. Maybe in some sort of a neutral position. Sterling kind of sitting back. So I don't know if that's I don't like my hand very much, but I'm not sure. Or if it's like maybe my hand is really, really good and I want to pretend like it's not very, very good. I don't know. Yeah. Have you kind of like looked into what body language means at the cEDH table?
I mean, besides what I learned in an interpersonal communications class, like 20 years ago, like dating myself a little bit. No, not really. It is something I do pay attention to. But I think that again, with these 65 players, they're situating themselves so that they're not bleeding hands, right? They're making sure that they're sitting in a way that is going to make sure that their information stays private until it's time to not make it private.
Absolutely.
These four will probably be sharing as much information as is needed, but trying to keep things real close to the vest, if you will.
Yeah. And listeners, if you are just hopping in, because I've just seen maybe 100 people hop into the stream right now. 1, hello, thanks for joining us. 2, we are in round 4 of the TopDeck Invitational, and it is about to start. We are just finishing resolving mulligans here, and the judge is probably making one last little announcement. I see the thumbs up. We might be good to go.
And you are seeing correctly. It is 4 Blue Farm lists. This isn't an old pod. This is a 4 Blue Farm pod.
Yep. And the round timer started a while back, listeners, but for the production pod, it has just started now. They get an extension because it obviously takes a little extra time to get them all ready to go, mic'd up, all that jazz. So really excited to also get a sneak peek into some hidden information on the cast. So luckily we are linked in to both our producer on set as well as the judge of the game. So we get to kind of see into the players' hands a little bit and get an idea of what is the strategy that these players are kind of cooking up. And immediately we're seeing a fetch come out of Steven, as well as a Chrome Mox imprinting that poor Mockingbird. Honestly, Mockingbird's an incredible card. It must feel rough to be imprinting that. But I'm assuming with 2 mana something is coming down, but guess not. Matt playing a land and passing. We're seeing Sterling playing a land and passing. We are seeing Zach playing a land and a Chrome Mox as well. And oh, baby, we got a Lotho turn 1. That's got to feel great. That's got to feel absolutely incredible. Oh, and just like that, Steven did have something in the first seat, the Fairy Mastermind, which I'm feeling excited about as well. You probably would feel a little bit better if there was like a turn 1 Esper Sentinel coming out of Matt or Sterling. But the fact that you still get to deploy that early Fairy Mastermind, not trigger Lotho, it's got to feel pretty solid. This is going to be a really interesting turn for Steven. If this is simply a Tymna move to attacks pass, I'm not sure if they're going to be the threat. Okay, yep, it's just going to be a classic Tymna move to attacks. Draw a little magic card, hit the Lotho player, life total kind of matters. Yeah, just a cool, calm, and collected game by Steven here. Oh, thank you for the active player token. That is extremely helpful. And I'm seeing a Vamp Tutor coming out of Matt early. Yeah, you want to take a guess on what Matt is going to be searching for with that Vamp Tutor?
Well, considering he had mulligan to 3, a Vamp Tutor, and a land, 2 lands. Scalding Tarn and a Flooded Tarn. It's probably a fish or probably a fish, right?
Yeah, we should highlight that for the listeners here. We just got the information here. It looks like Matt mulliganed 2/3, 2 lands and a Vamp Tutor, which is pretty rough. We also had another player Our Zach in the turn 1 Lotho kept solely a hand of turn 1 Lotho. So in a bit of a tricky situation here. Looks like Steven kept 7, as well as Sterling keeping 7. No, Sterling kept 5, but we saw the full hand here. But Sterling keeping 5, Zach keeping 4, and Matt keeping 3. Went and got that fish like you predicted. The game's kind of really open up, but like completely open for Steven at this point in time. In terms of known interaction right now, we see there's a little bit in Sterling's hand. And of course, Steven has interaction as well. So this is kind of set up for it to be Steven's game to win. Now, that being said, Matt deploying an early fish, it might be able to be the only thing that can slingshot him back into the game. We'll see. Sterling fetching for a land currently. I am very nervous for basically everyone at the table that is not Steven. Oh, man. I think keeping a Lotho only hand to get a turn 1 Lotho and not seeing it triggered it just must be completely brutal for Zach. And it's tough, right? Because you're not incentivized to really go to 3 if you can get a turn 1 Lotho. But at the same time, you don't have an ability to get card advantage. You're just going to have to pray that because you're playing Blue Farm, that you'll have the natural card advantage in the command zone. You'll be able to draw into card advantage as draws for turn. At this point in time, how would you kind of evaluate who is the threat at the table or who is it in the driver's seat at the table?
Looking at mulligans and then, whose boards are more developed here, I would say Steven is still being in the first seat, still the most threatening player, right? They have already drawn off a Timna. They have another way through their Fairy Mastermind to continue to draw cards as the other players get their draw engines up. So they're really kind of in the lead here.
Yeah. And the interesting thing here as well is Zach once again draws for turn, coming back around without getting a single trigger. And now we're going into Steven, who's getting yet another. Oh. See what Zach's deciding to do here. Okay. So Zach didn't pass. Zach was definitely just deploying Timna.
I think Jace from the chat here makes a really good point. I think this is one of those games where life totals will probably become very important. With this many Timna attackers coming onto the board, these life totals are going to matter. And like if I were Steven, like he's been doing, I'd be attacking into Zach with the Lotho on board, right? Like those triggers will eventually add up.
Yeah. Yes and no. I think that in any other game, like if everybody kept 7s, I would 100% agree with that. In this position right now, where we had a player mulligan to 4, mulligan to 5, and mulligan to 3, I don't know if we're going to see the end of like life totals. I don't think a life total will dip below 20, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. I think that this is like the resources in this game are really low currently. Steven is in a really dominant position. Sterling has interaction for him, and there might have been drawn interaction there might be drawn interaction through the Mystic Remora on Matt's board. But right now, Steven's in a position where he can kind of do whatever the heck he wants. He's going to be drawing cards. He has plenty of mana, hasn't missed a land drop. I am very concerned for this table just because Steven is putting up, basically getting everything that he wants at this point in time. The interesting thing to note is that Sterling did keep Thoracle in his opening hand. Doesn't have a tutor, as far as we're aware. So if he just like somehow is able to stop Steven jamming, and Steven fights and Matt helps. Sterling could actually naturally Thoracle consult. That being said, we're pretty far away from that happening. And oh my gosh, Steven just plays a professional facebreaker onto the board. Now Steven has both card advantage and a mana generator, as well as reactionary card advantage through Fairy Mastermind. This is just he has the world right now. So we'll see
So
if
good.
the gang can work together to try to stop him, because right now, ooh, it's looking pretty rough for the table. Oh my goodness. Those wonderful treasure tokens coming out. Are those poker chips? I can't tell what those treasure tokens are.
Looks like poker chips.
They look like poker chips.
They're
That's
upside
kind
down
of
for
cool.
us.
They are upside down poker chips. I think they're upside down for everyone, yeah.
Not for Steven.
Yeah. What's funny, all right, I want to hear from the chat here. Do we think that this game is going to go to time, or are we seeing a winner within the next 20, 30 minutes here? Yeah, in the chat, they're getting cooked by C1. I 1,000,000% agree with that. It's not particularly close right now. But that's what happens when you have to mulligan deep, which is really interesting because I feel like Blue Farm mulligans pretty well. So the fact that we have a mull to 4 and mull to 3 is tough. But they might be on really aggressively built decks with like really low land counts. And if that's the case, then it's kind of just like, ugh. Everybody in the chat saying it's going to draw, obviously. I disagree. I think we're going to get a winner out of this game. Just based on the interaction that we know. Ragavan here being deployed by Matt, obviously paying for the fish. The likelihood of that fish dying this game, almost 0. Oh, I agree with Aiden in the chat here.
If I can.
With Steven having both card advantage and mana advantage deployed to the board, it's just going to be super difficult for me to see Steven lose. Oh, shoot. We're seeing a Stormkiln artist being deployed by Sterling, which is actually super rad. This is some recent-ish tech from Blue Farm, probably within the last 6 months or so. I had seen it previously, like a long time ago, but this card's really cool. Producer, if we could put Stormkiln artist up on screen, basically what it is, it's a 4-cost creature, and it has a Magecraft ability that will create a treasure. So Magecraft is triggered by casting instant or sorcery spells. But it is very much a mana generator that, generally speaking, when deployed with something like a Rhystic Study or a fish, will allow you to end up having like infinite gas for your big eventual stack war. Because as you are casting spells, like let's say you're casting your Swan Song, you are making a treasure, so that then once that Swan Song resolves or gets countered, okay, we resolve the treasure. Cool, now I have mana for this offer you can't refuse. Cool, trigger Magecraft. So every 1-cost spell you have is netting you mana. And I think that Stormkiln is just, it's something that almost all of the Tymna Kraum pilots have been, maybe not almost all, I would say a large majority of Tymna Kraum pilots have picked up recently, just because if these giant stack battles are inevitable, you want to set yourself up and be in a position where where you are poised to win through the giant stack battle, you know? For me, when I see Stormkiln artist, I think immediately a Chain of Smog combo with Stormkiln artist. I don't think that anyone is playing that in Blue Farm, but I used to do that in my Corvold list. So it infinitely combos with Chain of Smog, which is gas to make infinite treasures. Oh, it looks like Zach's getting the Rhystic Study. Isn't that exciting? Zach right now probably feeling great. Like they got back into the game here with their Rhystic Study deployed. Very interesting. We don't see any interaction out of Steven. We don't see any interaction out of Matt or Sterling to stop this. So if everyone's just okay with the Rhystic Study resolving, we might be getting closer into that realm of stalemating. But you never know. I think Zach has pulled himself back into a great position. Steven's still in a commanding position. Matt has that fish deployed, but hasn't been triggered very much. Only 3 cards in hand. And Sterling's, I would generally feel confident with a Stormkiln artist, but in a situation where everyone else's board looks like that, it's kind of like, I have a Stormkiln artist, I guess. But it does turn free interaction into mana, which is nice. You know what I mean? In this position right here, though, how is Zachary feeling once Ristic Study's deployed? Yeah.
I think he's feeling in a pretty good spot. I think that being in the 4th seat with now a really reliable draw engine on the table plus a Lotho, you feel much better. You've survived 4 turns and now have at least your engine up, and 2 of your other opponents don't really have as much up as you do, right? Fish, yes, and that Fish is probably going to stick around. So this game is starting to look a little bit more even.
And just like that, Steven reveals an ad nauseum from his mystical tutor. So, there might be a window that is going to be absolutely crashed through when Steven untaps here. So we'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, we knew that Sterling had I believe it was a Reb or a Pyroblast in hand, but in order to deploy Stormkiln Artist has completely tapped out. So I'm not sure, unless they perfectly drew Simian Spirit Guide, they're going to be able to help out with this. Naturally, Zach and Matt might be drawing into interaction through the Ristic Study and their Fish. They have to be able to play through, or they have to be able to draw interaction for this Nas that is inevitably coming down. Okay. Steven opts to go to combat first. No, that was drawing off the Timna triggers from attacks.
Triggers. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, playing land for turn. Now with what looks to be 10 mana, we are deploying a Silence. Ristic and Fish triggers on the stack. Let's see how Steven decides to pay for that. Pays for the Ristic, gives the Fish. Silence on the stack. Priority at Matt. We will see if the table is able to fight over this. Matt looks like he gave the hand gesture of passing. Sterling sitting with what I believe is no Simian Spirit Guide in hand. And even if he had the Simian Spirit Guide, oh my gosh. Zach showing a Pact of Negation targeting the Silence trigger. Right? Trigger Fish. Going to be drawing off of the Fish here, as well as giving a Fairy Mastermind trigger here. Now, we know that Steven has had a Force of Will from the beginning. Oh my goodness. Swat off the top rope from Steven. Trigger Fish. Trigger Ristic Study. Steven has to kind of make a choice here if he wants to pay for the Ristic. He probably will pay for the Ristic. We'll see here. There's also a Lotho trigger being denoted. Okay. Didn't pay for the Ristic. Wow. Yeah, deflecting SWAT, targeting the Pact. We'll see if Matt has any response to this. Has drawn a couple of cards. Zach showing a card to Matt. It was a blue card. My guess is he's showing him something that needs another blue to pitch. It might be something along the lines of Force of Will. I don't exactly know what it is. Maybe the commentators can let us know what Zach just showed. Oh, he's about to cast it right now. Chain of Vapor. Okay.
Ooh.
So Chain of Vapor. It doesn't do a ton, but what it does is it triggers the Mystic the Mystic Remora. Because right now, there is a known ad nauseum coming down after this. So Chain of Vapor being bounced doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I would, if you're Steven, sack a land, target your Chrome Mox.
Right.
Yeah, target your Chrome Mox and then probably end the chain here. Don't get crazy with it. There's nothing else for you to really target. Yeah, definitely don't point it at the Stormkiln Artist player. Oh my gosh!
Floating a blue.
That's
floating a
tag
black,
C
floating a black. Okay.
Special.
To bounce the Ristic. That makes sense.
Interesting. I think this might be a little bit of a greedy move because if Silence resolves, you don't really care. And if anyone has a SWAT or something no, I guess it's fine.
I'll jump in here to let you know that from our judge on the floor, we do know that Steven has a Force of Will and a Mindbreak Trap in hand. So I think he's feeling really confident here. What he needs to make sure is there isn't any other interaction drawn through that Ristic Study, right?
Yeah. Just to preserve the ad nauseum, because even right now we're presenting Nas with 3 extra mana once Nas resolves, right? And if you can't get there with 34 life, Deflecting Slot resolves, Silence looks like it resolves. Wow.
There it is.
I think Steven's just gonna get there. There's a Lotho trigger underneath that they, I think, forgot to mark. But he might be responding to the Lotho trigger, question mark? Yeah, with the Silence resolve, Adnaz in hand, Steven has the absolute world right now. My prediction might be failing, ladies and gentlemen. My prediction that the person in charge in the driver's seat was going to get stopped is not happening.
Go ahead and draw.
Yep.
Float 3, add a boom.
Add a black. Cast
Boom,
ad
ad nauseam.
nauseum with 5 treasures to go. Draw for fish. I think right now the table is talking about their demise. Ad nauseum resolves. Okay, it's up to Steven now. This is Steven's game to lose at this point. I think that we're seeing... Ooh, Knuckles. Heck yeah, that's a banger.
Knuckles? Nice.
Fierce Guardianship. These are actually kind of big hits. Thoracle. Okay, so we have a Thoracle.
Okay.
Checking hand to see if they have Consult or Tainted Pact. Blusterstorm, Mental Misstep, Swords to Plowshares, Esper Sentinel, Force of Negation, Rain of Filth, Valley Flood Caller, Land, Lotho, Toxic Deluge, Mox Diamond. I can't tell what that card is. It looks kind of like a Heuristic Study. Blue card.
There's some glare on that for us.
Zach's hand is over the... Oh, he's got Breach in hand. Might be Brain Freeze, then, if he's showing Breach in hand. Can't see life total because Zach's hand's over it right now, but he can't be super low yet. Because he has PFB out as well, so he can Imp Seal Impulse something as well. He's showing what he has. He's probably just thinking through his line here. Oh, life total's at 5. Wow, he's really low. Yeah, he has Breach in hand. Can Impulse if needed. He's thinking how he can win the game right now because it looks like he has win in hand or the ability to. I guess Professional Facebreaker was bounced to his hand, so he can't Impulse it without actually recasting it. Yeah, so he's going to continue. Yeah. Lotus Petal. Okay, that's basically exactly what he needed to make sure that he has the mana he needs once Breach resolves. Looking around the table, and guess what? Beseiju does not exist because it's for Blue Farm players. So he's probably feeling really excited about this Underworld Breach line he's about to go through here.
Resources for an Otawara to hit your Breach. Yeah.
No, even though Otawara is minused by 2 cost for Zach, which is kind of funny right now because he's got 2 legendary permanents. But I don't think it will really matter here. Casting a Mox Diamond, gonna sacrifice or discard a land. Sterling is being a homie and tracking Storm Count. Casting a Lotus Petal. Yeah, nobody has Otawara online, Eric. Cracking Lotus Petal, casting Breach. The cool thing about this is in the bin, we know there's a Mystical Tutor, and we know that Steven also has Thoracle in hand. So
mnemonic, right? That's hot.
He just has to be able to draw the card, which is kind of interesting. But the worst case scenario, he can use Professional Facebreaker.
Rain of Filth.
Casting Rain of Filth, sacking for 2 black. Imperial Sealing.
Seal.
Is this going to be Imperial Seal cast Facebreaker Impulse to draw the card? That'd be really interesting. Imperial Seal for like Yeah, it's kind of awkward. I think he's going to have to use Professional Facebreaker to actually draw the card or get the card to his hand, which is going to be kind of awkward. Yeah, he's got a card. He might actually end up Imp Sealing twice. No, I guess he... Oh,
no, because he's got 6 mana, right? He's got the 5 treasures plus the black. He could... No, that's...
He's playing face up to help himself out. That's funny.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, yeah, so he is going to cast the Professional Facebreaker using the floating mana and the 2 treasures. Zach's making sure that he had the mana to do so. He does. Great. So we have Facebreaker. He's going to Impulse to flip the Brain Freeze. Cast Brain Freeze targeting himself. to mill what looks to be a
Oh, there
million
it is.
cards. Yeah,
Yep.
14 cards. They're
Yep.
just going to say, yeah, you're going to be able
There
to
it
mill
is.
your deck. Eventually hit Lion's Eye Diamond, or I guess they already had Lotus Petal
job,
out. So,
Steven.
wow, Steven just makes it. I mean, congratulations to Steven. I'm really excited to hopefully he will accept an interview and come chat with us. What's cool about this situation for Steven is not only did he have just a hot start out the gates, being in seat 1, keeping 7 cards, but also just the fact that two of your opponents mulligan to 3 and 4 respectively. So it's just a rough situation. I don't know if Sterling is necessarily going to beat himself up for deploying Stormkill Artist instead of holding up Interaction. Knowing that there was a unused Force of Will in Steven's hand, as well as a Mindbreak Trap, it probably wouldn't have mattered. So I hope Sterling doesn't beat himself too much over that. But Emily in the chat saying, wow, you guys were so right about Steven's body language right from the beginning. Yeah. I think that we saw Steven's body language change as the mulligans were resolving. Oh, mull to 7, gets closer to the table. Oh, my opponent's mulling to 6, gets closer to the table. Oh, my opponent's mulliganing to 5. Whoo, I'm liking this. But elbow on the table, mulligan to 4. Oh my goodness, now I'm cracking jokes with the elbow on the table. Mull to 3. I'm surprised Steven didn't start getting up and dancing. I'm going to be honest.
That's funny.
Oh.
You're right.
Yeah. What's really funny about this game too is like everyone in the chat who was saying this game's going to be draw no matter what. This game's going to be a draw no matter what. Guess what, folks? It was not a draw. The game ended. A blue farm player.
It was not as fast as I thought it would be, but I think it was not as fast as I was thinking it would be, but Steven got there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
Shout
cleanly,
out
too.
Yeah, no, it was super clean, had tons of protection. I'm excited to chat with him and gas him up a little bit. I'm sure he's going to be riding a high here, just because, after a win like that, it's got to feel great, right? And I think that Steven was one of the folks that was at 6 points, if I recall correctly. So if they were at 6 points, now they're at
sorry, 11.
11. Quick maths.
11 points. Sorry.
The rare cEDH win, no draw. It's not rare at all, but I think that there's a world where in certain pod compositions there is a higher higher likelihood of drawing the game. But to be honest, Steven just, I think, had a good handle on the game the whole time and was able to eventually close it out. And what's cool about that is, like, if you are a really strong blue farm player and you know that you're going into that pod of all blue farm, I think going first also gives you a pretty massive advantage.
I think that's
right?
huge. Yeah.
I think that there is a world where the draws off Timna or the draws off Mystic were better and or worse, and if that's the case, the table could have come together to stop him. But because those draws weren't as good as they needed to be, or they were good for Steven but not as good for everybody else, we were able to see an overly protected ad nause into a breach win. So shout out to all the blue farm players that are still on ad nauseum, by the way. If you are not on ad nauseum, shame on you. Try to end the game. Jam, jam, jam. That's my PSA to everybody. I am a big time ad nause blue farm player. I'm like, if you're on blue farm, you should be playing ad nause. Card wins games. Obviously, as seen here in one of the most prestigious invitational tournaments there is. So, I mean, if ad nause is winning games against really, really good pilots, then it deserves to be in the deck. But anyway, I've just gotten a notification from the producer that we have an interview lined up here.
Hello,
Hey,
how's it going, guys?
What's up, Steven?
How's it going?
How's it going?
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Steven. It's great to see you repping the tag C floating mana card as well. We were cheering you on solely because of that purpose.
Yeah, I still have my stack that I got from when we met at the Dave and Busters tournament. I still hand them out.
Yeah. That's
Thank you so
awesome.
much. We appreciate that.
Well, congratulations on the win here. We were just having a conversation here, and I wanted to get your thoughts. How good were you feeling in seat 1 as you watched your opponents mull respectively to 4 and 3?
it made my like medium 7 that has like consistent mana and a fairy mastermind makes me feel really good. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I was expecting this game to go long until they started mulling. I'm like, never mind. Someone's gonna push a win really fast and it's gonna be over. Hopefully gonna
Yeah.
be me.
Yeah, and you didn't have a way from your starting hand. You didn't have a way to kind of like find that win. Did you naturally draw into that mystical tutor through like a Timna trigger, or how
Yeah.
did you get to that? You did. Okay.
I drew it off of either draw for turn, one of the Timna triggers, one of the mastermind triggers.
Yeah, and was there any doubt in your mind that you were going to use that card for anything other than Ad Nauseam?
No. I was like, this is a Nas.
Same, brother. Same.
The only thing that would have changed my mind is like if I spiked a Tithe, I'm like, oh, this could be a mystical for a wheel. But like I had the vault in hand, I had PFP going. I was like, no, this is a Nas. I have the silence from my opening hand. Like it's gonna be a protected Nas, and I'm gonna try and push my win.
Absolutely. I think that,
Yeah,
that's a no-brainer. And we were just chatting before we had you on here about like how there's a lot of blue farm decks right now that aren't playing a more turbo focus and aren't playing Ad Nauseam. So we were saying that I personally in my blue farm list play Ad Nauseam. I think it's incredible. I think the card wins games, as you can see here. So what are your thoughts?
Also
What's your
winning
shout out to it? Yeah.
Y'all don't like winning games? Play the cards that win the game. Play Necro, play Nas, play some red cards, make mana, win the game.
Yep.
I
And if
absolutely
not,
love
you
it.
can pivot anyway. Your commanders draw cards. You'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Try and win the
exactly.
game.
I absolutely love that mentality. I'm so excited to see you get a dub here. I had made a prediction early on before seeing the mulligans that low. I had made a prediction early on that there might be a slingshot effect in this game because I think that the T and K mirror matchups kind of create those sometimes where
Yeah.
whoever gets out ahead will get shut down and then the next person in line kind of like reaps the benefits.
Yeah.
Did you have any, I guess because of the mulligans, were you just super confident to just deploy your thing, not play slow, just go, go, go?
Before they all mulled really low, I mean, my hand was like a turn 1 mastermind, and I was waffling before my draw for turn what I was going to imprint to the Chrome box, because double mastermind against 3 farms, everyone's drawing cards. If I'm drawing off mastermind, that means they're probably that first person that's pushing the thing to get shut down, but I'm reaping a bunch of benefits for the mastermind, and
Yeah.
I'm going first.
Yep.
And then was like
But,
when they mulled
but you
really
had
low,
interaction in your hand too, right? So you had Force of Will from the start,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, my
so
opening was Force, Mockingbird, Fairy, Silence, Lands, Chrome Box.
yeah. So was there any part of you that was thinking about holding up like an extra blue card to have Force active early? Or is that just something that you're just like, nah, what's the point? Everyone's
Once
so
they had
low.
mulled that low, I was like, I don't think I need to Force of Will turn 1 in the blind against them all mulling that low.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I drew a Mnemonic Betrayal pretty early on and was like, perfect. That's what this card's floor is. It's going to pitch to my Force of Will.
Yeah.
So-
No, that's awesome. I mean, I think that the game played out perfectly for you. It really
it
just
really did.
kind of it lined up in a wonderful way. You did have to play through the Rhystic Study as well as the Mystic Remora, but you just were drawing the perfect cards. Talk me through your thought process on the Chain of Vapor. Were you thinking? Was there any point in time where you were like, I'm not going to bounce the Rhystic, or what was your thought on pointing it somewhere else to bounce it?
Pointing it at my Chrome Box because if this all works out for me, I'm resolving an Adnos. I'll have another card to pitch. So it's just +1 mana for me. And then, like one of them said that if it comes back to me again, I can bounce both the Rhystic and the Mystic. So I'm pretty sure it's not going anywhere. Because if
Yeah.
I go to bounce his Rhystic, he gives it back to me. I can bounce the Mystic Remora, and now I'm not fighting for any of them. So
Yeah.
I felt pretty safe in going float a mana, sack my land, bounce heuristic study.
Yeah.
And
No, that
he's the only
I mean,
one with mana up, so I'm
That's
playing
true.
around more outs of him drawing 1 and free mana interaction versus blue farm with no mana drawing into packed Mindbreak Trap, Force.
which is
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it worked out. It was kind of awkward. We were kind of predicting as you were walking through it, and your Adnaz actually kind of sucked. I mean, it wasn't.
It was bad.
It was pretty bad when you were flipping like Knuckles into Fierce. Like this is post silence resolving, so anytime you see any of those like free counter spells, you're like, I don't need these things, and they just hurt.
Yeah, Knuckles, like the card, it's cool. I don't think it's as good as I think it is. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, if it's a 4 mana hit off of Adnos, it's rough.
Yeah, it definitely hurt. But I was immediately saying like, oh, it kind of like originally I didn't think that bouncing the PFB was going to do much, but it actually made it a little tighter of a line because you ended up having to impulse off PFB and put yourself to 3 using the Imperial Seal, which was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy.
If I hadn't hit the Lotus Petal, I would have probably had to go to 1 to do it twice.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were talking about. But luckily, that Lotus Petal flip was just absolutely perfect, and it could have been a little dangerous too, because when you did decide to flip for that Lotus Petal, if you hit something bigger, now the Imperial Seal line is offline.
Yeah,
So-
I think after I might have been able to I still would have been able to try because I had Mystical in yard. So instead
You
of
did.
I would have been able
Yeah.
to put the Brain Freeze on top and just blind rip the Brain Freeze with a Storm count of like 14. So
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I think that you would have been the bounce of Professional Facebreaker made it a little more complex than one would think when you resolve that silence. That's for sure. That's for sure. So it was definitely correct by your opponents for doing that. But yeah, anything else you want to say? We really appreciate you having you on here.
thank you to the judges, the event staff, you guys, everyone coming out to play. Like, it's the biggest event, and I'm happy to see so many faces playing the game we all love, doing the thing we all love, and just being here having a great time. And
Awesome.
It's
Well,
been a great experience here with everyone.
congratulations. You're sitting at 11 points now, correct?
Yep.
Yep, feeling great. Feeling great. All right. Well, we hope
Winner
to we hope to be commentating for you in the finals in the top 16 cut. So we'll see you there.
I would love that. See you guys.
All right,
See
take
ya.
care.
Congratulations again.
Steven's such a great guy. It's so nice to see him get a dub. Just so nice to see him get a dub. Well, listeners, we are now in between rounds 4 and 5. Taking a look at the time left in round, it looks like we have 29 minutes and 23 seconds left in round 4, in which case, after that concludes, we will be headed to our final round of the day. But I'm just, man, that was the first game. I'm just so glad we actually got to see a dub, like a really solid dub on the stream. That was really fun. And I think what we're going to do now is we're going to transition to a little break. But we will be right back. Thank you all for listening, and we will see you for round 5.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamlined registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. EDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. Kings Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Top Deck Invitational 2025. We are looking out over the wonderful city of Pittsburgh. My name's Kyle. This is my co-host, Ya. We are from the That's a Good Card cEDH podcast, and we are so excited to be invited here to cast rounds 4 and 5 today, as well as the top cut tomorrow, as well as the final table tomorrow as well. So hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you got your popcorn, you got your extra something to drink, and you're excited to go into our final round of the day. Ya, how are you feeling after round 4? And what are something you're looking forward to in round 5?
I've been really enjoying myself over these last couple games. That last round was just so cool to finally get a win on stream. And then now we're looking at the last part of the day. People are probably... I'm actually really interested in seeing how players are kind of mentally at this point, whether or not their energy is up, and whether or not they're going to still be able to kind of get this pulled out.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that we talked a little bit about before the start of round 4, was just the amount of mental stamina needed to continue to push through round 4. And now that we're already at round 5, and we're on Eastern time for this tournament, so it's 5 o'clock. The bellies are going to start rumbling pretty soon here. People are going to start getting hungry for dinner, especially those who didn't get the chance to eat lunch. I know one of the biggest struggles I have in 5-round tournaments is, even though there is a lunch break, I generally, I have a food restriction where I, can't eat everything. So I generally don't end up eating lunch a lot of the times. And I just kind of snack. And by round 5, I am freaking starving. So I'm hoping that there aren't a lot of players here in round 5 who are just rearing to get to dinner. But at the same time, maybe that means less draws.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's the ultimate politicking tool. Hey guys, if we just jam now, we can go to dinner on time. Oh man, shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Shout out to resident Chatterfang player I see in the chat. As well as everyone else listening here. Just super excited to kind of show you guys a couple of graphics that the producers have been working on, and talk about some of the player profiles that we have been working through. But before we get to that, we have a couple of sponsors to talk about. So thank you so much to MTG Basics for allowing us to come on this channel and do our first ever commentary. Please check out all of their content. If you are watching on the stream right now, you are watching on their channel. So take a look at all the videos and the content they've put out. They are excellent cEDH content creators, as well as a big thank you to all of our sponsors. So we have Snowball, Gold Sabertooth, Doot Loot, The King's Court, Tavern of Souls, TopDeck, Freedom Waffle, and EDH Top 16. Big shout out to all of our sponsors. We wouldn't be able to put on this kind of production without them. They are just awesome pieces of the cEDH community, and we are so excited to have them as sponsors both today and tomorrow for a wonderful, wonderful Top Deck Championship tournament.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right. So let's kind of talk about, some of the players that have been doing a really good job in the tournament so far. So round 5 has now been posted, by the way. So listeners, if you're just rearing to get to some cEDH gameplay, we just got the pods announced for round 5. That means that we are waiting a little bit just to get our feature pod situated. And we want to make sure that we are getting a pod for you to view that isn't going to just intentionally draw. That's another aspect of this. So if there is a situation where that would happen, we would obviously get a table that is not going to do that. So we're excited to grab a good game for you today. Looking at the standings, we're seeing one player at the top with 12 points, and that's Dio. So 12 points, 2 wins, 2 draws. So far, hasn't lost today. Underneath Dio, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at 11 points, which is 2 wins and 1 draw. So here's our statistics here for Dio. Wow, what a great graphic. Shout out to the MTG Basics production crew. Holy crap. We got a 41.24% win rate. 47 tournaments, which, that's a lot of tournaments. A 44.68% conversion rate. We have 6 tournament wins, 7 finals appearances, and I believe finals appearances is top 4s. I don't know when they changed that recently, but finals appearances top 4 cuts, 2 top 10 cuts, and 6 top 16 cuts for a final record of 73 wins, 90 draws, 14 losses? Or no, it's 90 losses and 14 draws. Uh-oh. Someone correct me. I don't know how to do the math. Anyway, Dio's just an awesome player, and it's great to see him at the top right now at 12 points with just a great win percentage. Hasn't lost today, so we'll see if Dio can actually close out the day by getting another win. So sounds to us, we just got some notification from the production team. It looks like we will be seeing Dio in our featured match in Pod 1. They are playing. They're not drawing. Heck yeah. Shout out to the players. So Dio will be in seat 1. Matt will be in seat 2. We have Corwin in seat 3. And Ty Ohio in seat 4. So we have a pretty awesome lineup here. I'm seeing Corwin as one of the players at 11 points currently. So Corwin is sitting with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. If we keep going down the bracket here, Matt and Ty are both sitting at 7 points, a respectable 7 points, I might add. That's 1 win and 2 draws. So really excited to see this pod and how it plays out. I was looking back through the rounds, and it looks like the majority of wins are coming from the first seat, which, doesn't surprise me. But I'm also seeing a lot of wins coming out of the third seat specifically, which I find pretty interesting. Yeah, what's your thought process on the importance of seat position for this tournament? Do you think that in a field of players of this caliber, it matters more or less than a standard tournament?
I think more. Right, I think the last round we played, we casted, kind of showed that like it just gets you forward so quickly. Steven said it himself. He felt like he had a mid hand, and then as soon as the mulligans started resolving, he felt like, oh, I'm in a great spot. He did what Blue Farm does best: drew cards, and then got other value engines out there to create mana, and then was just able to piece everything together and got himself there. So I think there's a lot to be said there. And then people winning in third, I think they're just being extra patient.
Yeah, I think that there is a level of patience here. I do think that the first position still provides the players with a significant advantage. That being said, I'm starting to think that in a pool of really, really, really good players, the advantage isn't as high as you might find in a tournament where players are making more mistakes. And I'd love to hear if the chat agrees with this take or not. My thought process here is that if the players are making less blunders, that means that the games are likely to go a little bit longer. And if the games go longer, that means that as the turn order increases, I think that everyone just kind of evens out in terms of their power over time. So like, your seat positioning matters less as rounds go on because, you could have developed a draw engine or a mana generator or something unique that the other players don't have, and it could put you in a different position over time. So my thought process here is the reason that we're seeing some wins coming at a third seat is because, to be honest, this caliber of players just allows them to take the game slower, take it to time, and then eventually get the win.
Yep.
I think... Thanks, Eric, for saying great point. I appreciate that in the chat. We're seeing you, chat. I think that when mistakes happen at a higher rate, you are more likely, like the first person up to bat is more likely to get a hit, Shout out to the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's the team. Yep, baseball. I know sports ball. Yep. Just got a announcement from our judges/producer team. The pod that we are watching is getting set up, so we have a couple of minutes to go over here, and let's kind of just talk about some of the other players that we're seeing in the standings that are doing well. Looks like other people at 11 points. We have obviously Steven, who was the star of our last game, who got that win on Blue Farm, sitting at 11 points. We have Andy, who I was told won very fast last round, sitting at 11 points, as well as Jordan, sitting at 11 points as well. So just a solid showing. It's interesting that only 7 players total have 2 wins right now. So Jack is sitting at 7th place with 10 points. That's it. So of this whole tournament, there's only 7 players who have gotten 2 wins at this point. It kind of makes sense to me that that these players would opt to play instead of intentionally draw, because I know that's a big part of tournament play, is taking that draw to secure the point. But at the end of the day, if there's 7 rounds, 2 wins ain't going to cut it, right? So you got to get the dub. You got to actually push yourself to win. You got to rip the nods. You got to go for it. You got to jam. You got to find your window. But yeah, I'm seeing that the pairings are active and live. We're 3 minutes into it. Obviously, our feature pod is going to be given extra time because we have to set them up, mic them up, get everything ready, make sure that everyone's good to go and ready for action on the live stream. So just taking a little extra time to get all that set up. I do want to point out a couple of pods that I think would be pretty exciting to kind of see what happens here. Looks like pod 4, we have Michael, Logan, Zachary, and Jeremy. I think that'll be a super cool pod. Honestly, I'm going through all these and I'm like, every single one of these pods looks amazing. We have in pod 5, Austin, Shauna, Felipe, and Evan. Sorry if I'm butchering pronunciations of names. I apologize greatly. But yeah, we just have a bunch of really, really cool pods jamming here. I like pod 14 with Kevin, Jason, Renzo, and Bailey. We just got all these great pods firing in the 5th round here, so I'm excited to see how all those end up. Do you want to make a prediction for our feature pod here? Once again, that's Dio, Matt Hayes, Corwin, and Ty Ohio. Who do you think's taking it?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting. I think that I guess we should talk about it real fast. We know that Dio is on Sisei today. Matt, we saw in the last round on our feature table, he's playing Blue Farm. Corwin is also on Blue Farm. And then we've got Ty Ohio, who is on, I believe, his version of a wrong side mashup. I know he plays a slightly different brew than what Logan plays for wrong side. And so I'm really curious here. I mean, Ty could just try to swoop in underneath, looking at how the pod composition is. He's the turbo, right? Like, he's the turbo deck. And so the other 3 players, but he's also in 4th seat. So I think it's going to be potentially difficult for him unless he can just really mulligan himself to a really fast hand that they can't respond to. But these players are responsible. They're going to be I think the first 3 players are also going to just keep that in mind and see how it goes.
Well, Ty's definitely going to be fighting an uphill battle here, right? So coming from the 4th seat, I think that they're, they have the advantage. The 4th seat gives you 2 advantages, which sounds crazy to say that you might actually have an advantage in 4th seat, right? But I think the first one is the fact that you can just use the simple position, like saying the statistic of, hey, I have a significantly lower percentage chance of actually winning this game. I am not the threat. So if you want to, go after the person who's sitting in the 1st seat or sitting in the 2nd seat, who's actually developed their stuff, go after them, right? Your opponents are more likely to let your stuff resolve when you are in 4th seat versus someone in the 1st seat, right? Not only is it because of just the general seat position and statistics of it, but it's also because when they're looking at your opponent's boards are going to be more developed and look more developed than your seat. Those are really the only big benefits of being in seat 4. Maybe you can make an argument for if you are playing a clone-heavy deck. Seat 4 is more interesting because you'll have more options to clone. That being said, I think that's like it's a pretty fringe. It's a pretty fringe situation. Hey, look at that. We are live at the table. Excellent. All of our players here shout out to Dio, Matt, Corwin, and Ty. Super excited to get this round 5 pod going. Sorry for all the listeners in the chat who are requesting that we have a different pod on stream. I believe that's Emily. So that's Emily cheering on her husband who's in a different pod. But we do have an awesome setup for us today here. Looks like the judge is just looking out over, making sure these mulligans are resolving properly. I see Ty sitting there confidently. Looks like he's already lined up his hand. So Ty might have already decided to keep a first 7. On wrong side. Dio is really thinking about his hand. He kind of just did like the, if we're going to do a little body language deep dive, just did the... One more time. Ooh. The, oh my goodness. Am I keeping this hand? We'll see. I'm liking the confidence out of Matt here. Sitting forward, looking excited to play, smile on his face. Corwin shuffling up. Not sure if he is going to 6 or if this is the second 7. But once again, viewers, the production team will let us know the final hand counts for everybody and make sure that everybody, we might even get a sneak peek of what each player's starting hand will look like. So it's also a shout out and a shout out to the production team and just giving us a sneak peek view into what's going on here. Did want to show you another one of those really cool infographics here. So we have a profile infographic for Ty Ohio. Shout out Ty Ohio and shout out the production team for putting this little infographic together. Someday I hope to have an infographic of my own. But let's talk about Ty. 33.83% win rate. Sensational. 29 tournaments, which is a little less than the other profiles that we've seen so far. A lot of the players have somewhere between, I would say that the average would be like 25 to 80 tournaments on the highest scale. So 29 tournaments, but man, look at that conversion rate, 37.93%. Ty has 4 tournament wins, 5 finals appearances, 2 top 10s with a record of 45, 66, and 23. So shout out Ty. Really excited to see if he can pull something out of the 4th seat here. And production's letting us know we also have another player profile for Matt. Shout out to Matt, looking happy and jovial as ever. 37.54% win rate, 74 tournaments. Now that is a lot of tournaments and a whopping 48.65% conversion rate over 74 tournaments. That's insane, right? That is absolutely insane. And for those listeners viewing or those viewers listening in, we have seen Matt now, and I think 3 times in a row or in 3 pods today, which is pretty exciting. Matt sporting 11 wins, 16 finals appearances, 5 top 10s, 4 top 16s for 107, 139, and 39 overall record. Just a sensational player. That is a lot of experience and a lot of confidence. And yeah, I'm excited to see if he can pull it out. Last time we saw him on stream, I don't believe he got the dub, but this might be a different situation for him. He's in 2nd seat. That's exciting. Might be a little better of a situation here. It looks like Ty's cutting out a different hand, so Ty didn't keep his first hand. I think Ty was just
waiting for
waiting
to resolve around the table.
Yeah, I think he was just playing properly, waiting. Ooh, I see a Gemstone Caverns, I think, in Ty's hand. That might indicate a keep. A lot of times it means keep. So we'll see if this is good enough for Ty to keep here. I think everybody else, no one else is making any action, so I think everybody else has decided to keep. It looks like Ty has decided what's going on the bottom, which leads me to believe that this is a 6.
Here we go.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Dio keeping 7. We have Matt keeping 7. Corwin keeping 2nd 7. And Ty keeping 6. All right, and away we go. Ty having that Turn 0, Gemstone Caverns. Looks like exiling a Chain of Vapor. Dio playing a Marsh Flats and passing the turn. Moving over to Matt on blue farm. Land for turn. Cracking it immediately. Likely shortcutting. Dark Rit Oppo check from Sisay here. Matt denoting a shortcut. And we'll see what he's going to deploy turn 1 here. That's a Ragavan. Heck yeah. I love Ragavan.
Nice.
It's a very fun start to the game. Sometimes it just like the Ragavan hit just absolutely wins you the game. And I think it's hilarious that a 1-drop can actually do that. All right. Corwin.
Sentinel.
Deploying that Esper Sentinel, first person with a draw engine. That's exciting to see. And we didn't actually see a response to Esper Sentinel from Ty, so no turn 0 Vamp Tutor shenanigans coming down here for Ty, which I'm sure his opponents are happy about. It looks like a Dragon's Rage Chandler being deployed for Ty, playing a land for turn, attempting to fetch. Shortcut. And I believe that's an Esper Sentinel. That's one of the Final Fantasy cards, right?
Ragavan.
Is that a Ragavan?
He's on the wrong side.
Oh, he's on the wrong side, yeah. Freaking me out that Final Fantasy art is all white, but it's a red card. All right, and pass the turn. Land drop for Dio. Ooh, that's an exciting deployment. Casters, if you can put this card up on the screen, this is the... I don't want to misspeak. It starts with a K, I think. This is a Sisay tech. Provides extra mana or something along those lines.
Ooh.
Producers, if we can get what Sisay just deployed up on the screen here so I don't butcher the name of it. Ragavan going to combat.
Ruby, I believe.
I thought it started with a K. Maybe the chat will help me. Is it Ruby? Oh, I probably
saying
threw it
Ruby.
off. Ooh. Ruby, Daring Tracker. That's it. Okay, thank you so much, chat. Production will get Ruby Daring Tracker up on the screen. Ragavan flipped what looks to be a land, which is kind of depressing. Matt making a treasure off of the Ragavan hit, obviously. I believe Ty should be at 49 life as well. So if we can get that adjustment, because I think Ty fetched. Oh no, my least favorite card in the history of Magic the Gathering. Tataru Taro being deployed by Matt. That card is so good. I wish that this card was printed in red. It would be insane as a red dwarf. Unfortunately, as a Jund player, I'm unable to play this card. Oh, thanks, production team, for getting a Ruby Daring Tracker put out on the field. It's a dork that is legendary. It taps for green and red. Also has haste. So that's pretty exciting. And unfortunately, at least I guess it's fortunate for Matt, but unfortunately for me, because I don't like Tataru Taro, Matt has deployed this amazing card, already has a tap treasure. I believe he gave the card on ETB to Ty, if I saw that correctly. Judge or production team, if you can let me know if that was exactly the case, that would be wonderful. Matt, after deploying that, making his 2 treasures on the turn, passing to Corwin. Corwin missed a land drop and passed. My gosh, that is absolutely brutal for Corwin.
And yes,
oh man,
producers
just a heavy
confirmed
sigh.
Ty got the Tataru draw.
Yep, awesome. Unfortunately, the Ragavan hits Corwin again, rips another land off the top. That's such a miserable feeling when you're missing your land drops, and the Ragavans keep stealing your lands. Oh, we've all been there, folks. We have all been there. It is miserable. Ty tapping out here for 2 mana for a grinding station. Darcy trigger on the stack. That's fun. I'm a huge fan of grinding station. I think it's incredible. We have a Tataru trigger, giving another tapped treasure over to Matt. I believe the Esper Sentinel was allowed to draw. And now we are going to resolve our Darcy trigger. If I say Darcy, that means Dragon's Rage Chandler, for those of you who don't know that nomenclature. Surveilled, bind the Vexing Bauble from Dragon's Rage Chandler. And I believe the grinding station has resolved, and Ty passes the turn. Very interesting situation here for Ty. I actually really like Ty's setup so far. the judges have let us know that it looks like Ty has both Reanimate and REB in hand, which is great. I think that he's actually in a really good position, shockingly. Oh, Silvala hits the board. Okay, well, scratch that. Sisay is in a really good position now because Silvala is an incredible mana generator for Sisay. One of the best, if not the best, allowing you to create large amounts of mana, getting to that Wooburg Sisay activation. Now, Sisay is not deployed yet, but that being said, getting a Silvala to stick feels really, really good. Ragavan Trigger again. Oh my gosh, is that another land? Don't tell me that is. It's a Surge Foil, so I can barely tell what it is, but it looks like that was another land. That is heartbreaking if that's 3 lands being ripped from Corwin. Oh, F in the chat, everybody. F in the chat. Missing the land drop, and 3 lands have been stolen off of the top of your library by your opponents. Ay, 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 ay. Oh. Heavy sigh for Corwin here.
And we have a that's so funny.
Yeah. Darcy deployed. We have a Lion's Eye Diamond cast by Matt. Corwin chomping at the bit to draw a card off his Esper trigger finally. It's been a while. Hopefully Corwin's drawn a land by now. There's another Taru trigger, making that tap treasure, or maybe just denoting it. Surveil from Darcy. Bins a land. That's a Flooded Strand. See if Matt has any other actions here. Corwin moving his cards a lot. I think he drew a land. That's my guess. Corwin's finally excited. He's like, I can play the game, hopefully. Oh, okay. So we are seeing... What is that card? That is one of those special artwork cards, and I don't play with them, so I'm not sure what that is. Is that a Dark Ritual? It is a Dark Ritual. Excellent. Okay, so Dark Ritual on the stack. Darcy trigger. Very interesting what Blue Farm might be trying to pull off here. Has like a metric ton of mana here.
Darcy
4
trigger.
untapped treasures. Yep, Darcy trigger. Bins a Mox Diamond. Exciting. I believe the crew has passed on Dark Ritual, meaning that Matt will be creating 3 black to go along with his 4 treasures, Lion's Eye Diamond, and City of Brass. Did they just switch out a floating mana token for the tag C1? Yeah. I'm dying right now. Oh my gosh.
That's so funny.
I appreciate you, but it's completely unnecessary. And we have a Demonic Tutor coming down. Okay. Well, this certainly opens up a lot of opportunities if this Demonic Tutor resolves. Oh my gosh, Surveil trigger, binning Intuition. So this can simply just like get Breach and present a win. This is very, very much a presented win here if this Demonic Tutor resolves. Now we do know that Ty has an REB Hot. So with an REB Hot, could potentially do something here. Matt almost looks like he's hesitating because he doesn't believe that this Dark Ritual is resolving, or this Demonic Tutor is resolving. But he wanted to make sure that it's okay. And I think this just grabs Breach, right? I don't think there's any other planet where he gets anything but Breach, especially if he has backup in hand. And our judges are telling us that he might have backup in hand. So we'll see if he can get through this. But yeah, this is looking really, really good for Matt. With 4 treasures, an untapped City of Brass, a floating black, Lion's Eye Diamond deployed, and a Darcy to feed Breach. This just has to be just cast Breach, question mark.
There it is.
And there it is. Cast Breach, question mark. All right, let's see what the team has. There is a Darcy trigger. I think Matt just pointed at his Darcy, so I'm sure we'll see if the table resolves here, or lets him resolve it or not. I think that this might be part of the game now where the rest of the table starts showing each other their hand to be like, do we just lose? Are we losing the game? No. Question mark? Do you have anything? I don't have anything. Do you have anything? No. Are we conceding? Oh, there's the card pass from Ty, handing it over. I'm sure he just showed him the REB, which does absolutely nothing right now. Oh, okay. Corwin did have something. That's nice. Corwin says, okay, I can save the table here. Let's see. Let's see how this works. And a Force of Will, pitching a Mind Break Trap. Now Ty actually has the ability to interact with the REB. Let's see. Yeehaw, Ty says as he rips off this REB, targeting the Mind Break Trap. Esper Sentinel trigger, draw. Ty did have a Darcy trigger here. I believe he missed that trigger, which is a little sad.
Yeah.
But that's rough because Matt pitched the Mind Break Trap to the Force of Will. So now we're back on that Force of Negation, Darcy trigger, a Flusterstorm to the bin. I believe Force of Negation will resolve Exiling Breach? Question mark? Not sure what they're chatting about here. I don't believe Matt has any more backup. So
I don't think so either.
I don't really know what the conversation going on would be at this moment in time, but I think that's just, yep, Exiled Breach. There we go. The table stopped him. Holy guacamole. And that not only stopped Matt, but it exiled the Breach. That Breach is gone. Immediately, the treasures are cracked, and Timna is deployed.
Yep.
That's a sadness Timna if I've ever seen one. That is a sadness Timna right there. But to be honest, I mean, Matt's still in a great position. Thoracle Consult still exists. He's now got a draw engine on the board. He's got a Ragavan. He's got a million treasures. The table now knows that he has no interaction, which is important to note. He obviously would have used interaction if he had it. Yep, looks like an Enlightened Tutor. This honestly might be, well, it could be a fish. We'll see. It depends on whether or not Corwin drew a land or not. Because there's like also a possibility that he was like Enlightened Tutoring for a rock of some kind. Corwin's thinking. I'm assuming this is still in Matt's end step. But man, Matt sitting here just really frustrated that he couldn't get this through. I think Corwin unfortunately had to use a lot of resources to do so. Ty only has one card in hand right now. Okay, yep. So the Enlightened Tutor is coming down. I honestly think that with Ty only having one card in hand, Dio is in a really, really, really good spot. Like, do you agree, Ya? Who do you think is in the best position currently?
Dio.
Yeah.
I mean, he just watched the other three players rip off interaction against each other, and he had to do nothing. He just had to sit there and wait. That feels so good, especially when, as it says, you have Selvala just waiting to be usable on his next turn. So good.
Yeah, and the fact that Dio got to get the information of Ty showing Corwin the Reb. Effectively, Dio knows this. He didn't see the information. Like, he doesn't know which of the two cards Ty showed. But the fact that it looks like Corwin then prompted Ty to, do the thing once that Mind Break or that Force of Will came out, I think that Dio now knows, okay, Ty has nothing, and Corwin has likely nothing. There's probably a huge sigh of relief from Dio when Corwin showed that Force of Negation on the Breach, because I don't think, from this situation, I don't think that Dio was like sandbagging or anything like that. I think he was just sitting there going, "Oh, if I lose, I lose." So the fact that his other two opponents were able to stop them means that he's just sitting there going, "Nice, awesome. Everybody used all the resources. I have a Solvala and another Dork. I have enough mana to cast this. I'm feeling pretty good." It'll be interesting to see what Corwin Enlightened Tutors for. Just because we know he's stuck on mana. I think that's a Soul Ring, right? If the production team could let us know what he showed there. Is that it? Yeah, it's got to be a Soul Ring.
Okay, just to get himself some.
Which just makes sense, right? I think that the argument could be made for him to get a Mystic Remora. The problem with that, if he hasn't drawn any land, is then he's just sitting there with a Mystic Remora. He's already used one piece of free interaction, so there's not a ton of free interaction left in his deck. And plus, the free interaction doesn't do a lot against Sisay. So
No.
I think that just develop if Corwin wants a chance of being able to be in this game whatsoever, he's got to hope that Ty can do something to stop Sisay, or Matt can potentially do something to stop Sisay. But I don't know if Matt has any cards in hand left. Producers, can we get a cards in hand check on Matt? 0. Oh, okay, so Matt is completely F6 at this point. Corwin's playing the Soul Ring, so it's literally going to be on Ty to be able to do something about Sisay. Now, I don't think, unless Dio has like a god hand, I don't think Dio is going to be able to deploy Sisay when under his turn. I don't think that that's the case. It's just more of a Sisay will be in a massive driver's seat if able to safely deploy Sisay. And I think that on the next go around, Sisay will probably, depending on the cards in hand, be able to push for a win. So the one card in Ty's hand is Reanimate. So it's one of those things where it could be relevant. So we just saw Corwin just play the Soul Ring, pass the turn. Ty is moving to combat with Ragavan.
Notably, he also activated, I believe, Grinding Station in the end step, and that's why we now see a Daze and Mnemonic Betrayal, and I can't tell that other Japanese card right above Mnemonic.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I mean, if he knows that he only has a Reanimate, I feel like it's just one of those situations where, oh, a Lotus Petal being hit off Ragavan, that's useful. It's like actually relevant. I guess it's not as relevant if... Oh, Reanimate. What's the target for Reanimate? Whoa.
I think there's a Consecrated Sphinx. That's what he hit off the Grinding Station, so it's between the Mnemonic...
No way. Is that a Con Sphinx? The Japanese art? If that is, that's crazy. That would be so hot if he's reanimating a Con Sphinx. Is that what that Japanese artwork card is? Producers, if we could get a confirmation on the card third from the top in Ty's graveyard, or just the target of Reanimate, that would be excellent.
Solving a...
Chat's telling us it is. I trust chat.
Yep.
Yeah, the Darcy trigger, it's a Yogswell.
Oh.
Apparently it's a secret layer.
Yep. Yep.
There we go. Wow, that's a Con Sphinx. That's huge. This is literally like game breaking. Ty has suddenly found a way to just put himself into an incredible position here. It's like it's just gonna, why not cast the pedal? Why not get another Darcy trigger? Is he thinking about casting Silas? I unironically think he's thinking about casting Silas. I mean, it's Death Toucher. It's not crazy. There is still a threat that Sisay can win on their turn. It's a little difficult. I think that they would have to have like a really, really great hand to do so. But okay, there's the pass. Con Sphinx trigger on the draw for turn. Ty is going to be tapping that Con Sphinx so hard every single time. There might be a crater at the end on the card itself.
That. Yeah, for sure.
Now he's tapping with 2 fingers. Oh my god, there's 2 craters on that thing. Whoa, Orcish Bowmaster coming out of Corwin. That is relevant.
Ooh.
That's highly relevant. Oh my goodness, that's going to be crazy with the Con Sphinx. Okay, Corwin, I see you. I see you. Now this game just got really interesting. Between the Orcish Bowmaster and the Con Sphinx. Oh my god. Because not only is it going to be pressuring the Sisay player, but it's also pressuring Ty, like, significantly. Losing the Darcy will matter a good amount. Also, just life total will start to matter. At a certain point, like, Ty's life total will get targeted by this OBM if people continue to draw. Right now, it sounds like Our production team is saying that the players are deciding on what to target with this Bowmaster. It could be anything, really. I don't think.
Deflecting. Don't hit me. I have nothing. Look at my
Oh,
hand.
do you think Sisse just sort of deflecting SWAT? That'd be
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Oh,
It
well,
might be, or swords or something like that. Dio obviously has something, so it's one of these weird situations where you don't necessarily want to hit anybody except for the Consphinx player. And viewers, if you have not played against a Consphinx, no matter what they try to tell you, if a player has a Consphinx out, you're in trouble. They are in a really good situation if they have a Consphinx out. So don't get it twisted. I think that Ty is in the absolute driver's seat right now. I'm interested to hear, producers, can we cut to their audio just to hear what the conversation about Orcish Bowmasters is looking like here?
Yeah.
And it's a 3-3 right now.
Yeah. I need an orc army, please. That's what that is. Cool.
My trigger with the Consphinx, draw 2.
Yeah. Bowman trigger. Yeah. I have 2 double point at the dice.
That's fine. Grinding station there with that treasure?
Yeah, I have power power.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like the table did finally come to the same conclusion that I did, which was, hey, we should probably be hitting the guy with the Kong Sphinx. And it looks like 3 Orcish Bowmaster pings took out Darcy, which is, I think the correct move. At the same time, the Sylvala on board makes this really scary.
Yes.
But I think that there's probably a good amount of. Well, maybe there isn't a good amount. I guess Ty is the only one who could potentially have good interaction at this point in time. Corwin could, technically. I didn't expect the Orcish Bowmaster from Corwin, I won't lie. But Corwin has no mana currently. A used Force of Negation. Ty did draw cards from Consphinx. We know Matt is F6 and has no cards in hand. So Dio, if everything goes his way, could still do something here. Tapping City of Brass.
Oof, Cultist.
Is that Cultist of the Absolute?
Yep. I'm
Wow.
pretty sure.
Producers, can you put Cultist of the Absolute on the screen here for us? And now, we're seeing 2 draw. Okay, got you. So we're seeing 2 draws from Ty, from the draw from Esper, I believe, if that's what that was. Yeah, because Cultist is technically an enchantment, so that triggered Esper. Ty drew 2 cards. Now we have 2 Orcish Bowmaster pings. Ty is showing a card to Corwin, which is interesting. So what's really interesting here is it's just going to make... you know what? Let's cut to player audio, because I think Dio is probably explaining it right now, if this resolves.
Yep.
And then you're going to tap float 1 again?
Yes.
I'm going to float a green.
Sure. Hold on. Yeah, that's a mana ability.
Mana.
You can respond to that. Yeah.
Okay. Damage?
Before damage. Judge, can you give me the Oracle text for this card?
I think that's worth taking.
Sorry, Jack.
Also give me the Oracle text.
If I cast it, you can for sure have whatever you want, bro. Yes, thank
Okay,
you, Judge.
Looks like we're getting a judge call back here, asking for Oracle text. But this Cultist is a severe problem for the rest of the table, so they're going to have to work together here to prevent Sisse from winning the game here. I'm wondering what the card in question that needed Oracle text was, and I don't believe that Cultist has resolved yet. Producers, if you could let us know where we're at on the stack here, if Cultist is on the stack.
I believe it's on the stack. They're all responding to it right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes a lot of
Cultist
sense.
is on the stack.
Yeah, it looks like Ty is flashing a stink into stupor. Almost said that wrong. We'll see what the producers can let us know what the declared target is. Ty is shaking here. Intense game, huh? Man, there's a lot of tapping and untapping happening. Yeah. And, this is kind of what we predicted, right? Sisse being in a position that's super commanding, presenting effectively a win. It looks like the judges, or not the judges, the producers have let us know that this is technically all in response to a Bowmaster trigger targeting Ruby, which is why Ruby was tapped for mana. Ruby died, floated a green before it died. Ty is now paying 3. But hasn't actually put the spell on the stack. So they're probably deciding on whether or not they are playing Sink into Stupor. Man, what an interesting game. Now, yeah, do you think this is Dio's window to push?
I think he thinks so after seeing all the action, but the
It's so
consecrated Sphinx that changed the game so much. I feel like
absolutely it changed everything, and it looks like this the Sink into Stupor is on the stack. So it was cast by Ty in response to the Cultist of the Absolute.
there's Orcish Bowmaster trigger underneath.
There is a Bowmaster trigger. Yep.
Yep, there it is.
There we go. Thank you, players, for putting all these. And then there's Kant Sphinx draw triggers, I believe is what that is. Or no, those are 2 triggers. Those are 2 Bowmaster triggers from the draw triggers, I believe.
Okay.
And they're deciding what to shoot.
They went to, it looks like Ty's face.
Yeah. Interesting. I think that's a Selvala activation to make mana. See if Dio wants to denote different types of mana here. Okay, yeah, we're getting the whole floating mana situation set up. He had 1 green floating. Now he's tapping Selvala. Sync looks like Result. Bouncing Sisse. We're back on Cultist on the stack. I think they stopped it, shockingly. Okay, seeing a Fell Warstone come down. Tapping the Fell Warstone. Using the 2 mana to cast Sisse.
Yep.
He didn't have. Okay, I see. I see what he did with the Selvala. That was interesting. He only had a dice on the green, but the other 2 cards were denoting a singular mana. That confused me. Apologies. I think that's what happened because he made an excess amount of mana because of the Selvala. That makes sense. Okay. So now you're sitting here with Dio. If Dio untaps, he wins the game. We'll see if Matt's able to do anything from this. Matt draws for turn. Ty draws 2 cards off the Con Sphinx. And Matt's in a really tough situation. Luckily,
I don't know if Dio untaps.
Yeah, that's true. That is really true because 2 for turn there. Plus, if Matt goes to combat with Tymna, Con Sphinx draws a ton of cards. This is one of those situations where, depending on how Matt and Corwin play, it's like they currently feel like they likely feel, and I can't speak for them, like they have to draw cards to be able to win the game. The problem is if they draw cards to try to win the game, they're giving Ty the ability to untap with like 15 cards in hand. And if they do that, they're losing the game, right? So it's just like this weird scenario where Matt is going to be forced to attack, which he's doing right now, to get any sort of cards to potentially give him any chance of winning the game. But by doing this, could be handing the game to Ty. We'll see. There's also a scenario where Ty draws all of his lands in a row off of the Consecrated Sphinx. and doesn't get there. They're attempting to put damage onto the Consecrated Sphinx. I don't know if they'll get there. Let's try to cut to table audio here. Let's see what the conversation's looking like.
How much damage you took?
Three.
You delivered.
Almost certainly.
So you guys stream something to add Ty as well?
No,
I know. I
he
think
wants him to there.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
All right, let's clean up the stack a little bit. Sorry. So we had Bowmaster triggers here. Obviously, your triggers happen, right?
Yes, I have a
Okay.
trigger.
So, and this is why I was like, can we grab trigger tokens real quick?
You have a Bowmaster, two Bowmaster triggers off my first Sphinx.
Okay. I still had to put those on the stack, but my Timna Bowmasters will go on your Sphinx.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like we can mark those somewhere.
They'll be a filler.
Okay.
And now I have another Sphinx trigger.
Okay, and then we got the Sphinx.
Sphinx trigger.
Yes. This is a 6 toughness?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna draw 2 more.
So two more damage here.
It's 4 total.
Yeah, I have 2 more damage.
Yeah, I already took the
draw.
damage.
I see what's going on.
Yeah.
So this is how the triggers resolve now.
What is the
Draw it, and then on the side.
Yeah, I got you.
So I'm gonna draw 2 cards out.
Yeah. Yep. You're good.
And now you can target
Yes. My apologies. 2 to your face.
2 my face. No, he said 2 my face.
Did you not assign?
No, my original
The original 2 from the Timna
are on that right now. They're was lethal.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Top face set.
Now the matters.
I don't know.
I only have 1 card in that. It has
Okay,
to be a
so-
reanimate.
And I happen to grinding station over. Isn't that?
All right. So it looks like they finally dealt with the Consecrated Sphinx, but we're kind of going to have to figure out at this point if it was too little too late, right? I think that being able to kill the Con Sphinx is step 1. It's pretty awesome. And the cool thing is that Corwin's going to be able to eventually go to combat here and swing a ton of damage at Ty. But I don't think it's going to be enough, right? The good thing is that it turns off all of the advantage engines that Ty might be running that utilizes life total, right? I'm not sure if he's on Adonaz. I'm not sure if he's on Necro, but I would like to assume that those cards are in the deck. But maybe not. So it's just going to be put into a weird scenario. And if Ty's on wrong side, which I believe, yeah, it literally says wrong side right there. He might not be on those cards, but still pressuring the life
is
total.
on Adonaz
He is on Adonaz? Okay.
and Necro.
Yeah. What a strange scenario here. I'm glad that the table was actually able to work together to kill the Con Sphinx, which was a heads-up play by them. Originally putting the damage all the way from the start when it came to drawing for turn, and then the Timna. It's great. That being said, I think that Corwin is going to have to work really hard here on his turn to either attempt to put a win on the stack or develop cards to be able to apply pressure before it gets to the inevitable Ty's turn with 1,000,000 cards in hand or Dio's win and upkeep, right? So we'll see here. I think that there is currently a judge call happening right now or not a judge call, but they're trying to figure out life totals and make sure that the Orc army size is the proper size before they're moving forward. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of stall here, just to make sure that everyone's at the correct life total, everybody's Orc armies are the correct size. So that's kind of where we're at this point in time. It is really interesting that even to get to this position alone, the grinding station had to exactly hit Con Sphinx for Ty to reanimate the Con Sphinx. Isn't that crazy? Just got notice from the producers that they are finalizing the life total count. And we also just got note that Ty has a ton of bombs in hand. Like we're talking tutors, counter spells, and 2 wheels. So if it gets to Ty's turn without a bunch of advantage coming out of either Corwin or Matt, it's going to be a really, really interesting scenario. Oh my gosh. A mnemonic betrayal coming out of Matt. That's crazy. That must have been off the Timna triggers. And that's the power of Blue Farm, baby. Probably getting a yard check here from all of his opponents. Let's cut to player audio here so we can see what the conversation's like with this meme.
I have asked for something trigger on this.
Spots on the KFC?
Yeah, I can do anything.
Okay.
Here's your trigger. And mark it as up.
Put it right
Over this. And this is over that.
If you try to back this meme bet, I will let it resolve and he can win the game, by the way. Like,
Love it. Love it.
Cool. I guess he wins the game then.
that's what messed up.
What's in this?
Sure, you meant to miss stuff. I don't have nothing to miss stuff.
Force of will.
Okay, and then response. Oh yeah, here's the trigger.
I'll pitch a Narset part of else.
You. I do like it.
Yeah, it's good. When you land it on like
Wrong side.
Huh?
So much falls on.
What is it? Swan Song? I mean, I have no more mana, so even I have no more.
I will take a draw. Take a roll. Draw for what?
Wait, what do you mean
Oh,
you don't accept the
You're
draw?
putting me back on and asking for a draw? Yes.
Then you can't win.
Well, no, I'm okay. Resolve the main bet.
Huh?
And offer the draw.
No. He said he will put the meme bet on the stack and offer a draw,
Yeah, correct.
which means that he doesn't think he can win with the meme bet.
He can run. He doesn't.
So
think
he wouldn't.
to
So he wouldn't offer a draw.
multiple people.
So he wouldn't offer a draw.
I don't know. I don't care.
I'd like a point. So it's up to you, Ty. What do you want?
We take a point. I got 3 cards in hand.
So you have interaction.
I don't say counter target spell.
Like, this is my hand. Right here. Look at this. I don't win. Especially after getting whacked for set 19. I don't know why you were agreeing to a draw all.
Can I see what's in your graveyard?
Yes. A breach doesn't win. If I top deck breach, it doesn't win.
We're gonna lose here.
100%.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Fine with me. I just don't know why he accepted. Hold on.
His game plan there. Right now, that doesn't win.
He has 10 cards again.
Sure.
Mana right now.
See what else?
Oh, and LED shark.
Yeah.
So that's 5.
Out of my graveyard, he can yaw as well.
Yeah, but well, like Sissy does win on their next turn.
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, you guys all have a full grip.
There's also
So
What would you do with the meat bat here?
I probably do what he just said and that said.
which way this is.
That's
Whether this
It was all Marion.
I also have
I think that's
two.
all I
I have,
what do you see?
well,
All
I have this on top of the stack. I have
and it doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Look at my board.
All right, so we have a trigger for Darcy. We have a trigger for Darcy.
You can do your Darcy trigger.
Darcy trigger. I mean,
Yeah.
do we want to?
Yeah.
You can do your Darcy trigger.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
He showed me a slot. Give me the rest of your hand. That's it.
Dude. I didn't have
All right. Looks like the players accepted a draw. That is what an interesting situation there. I can't believe that putting a meme bet on the stack. Like Ty had it was a very interesting conversation there where Ty said something along the lines of, why is the player saying they're resolving the meme bet trying to get a draw? Doesn't that mean that the player can't win? It's a very interesting situation because under that circumstance, like you might think, oh, then the player, might not be confident in whether or not they can win for this meme bet. So why are they doing it in the first place?
Yeah. That is interesting.
It is super weird. I would love to go back in time, look at the actual graveyards that were available to the meme bet player, and see if they could have actually gotten there. There was a Yogg's Will in the graveyard. I believe, at the very end, one of the players flashed a silence. So I don't really know. It could have been just all the players just felt like, hey, this is a weird, insurmountable situation. If it gets back to wrong side wins. That's not how I expected the game to end. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially with that meme bet sitting there. So like that just felt like such a strong position for Matt. But obviously he knows the cards in his hands, and he kind of knew, and like he was the person that kind of mentioned it, right? He's the one that offered the draw out, like, hey, I'm gonna put this on here, make it look real scary, and maybe he wasn't in a winning position, but just wanted to scare the table into it. I don't know. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting end to the game, and it sounds like we are setting up for an interview with Matt, so we can kind of get Matt's thought process on the situation. It looks like we're getting Ty and Matt. Whoa, we're getting both. This will be exciting to see their perspectives here. Chat, go ahead and throw in any questions that you want us to ask them. We'll try to get to as many as we can as they get the interview set up. But it looks like we are getting Ty in the interview booth, and then Matt afterward. Very, very interesting finish to that game. Not what I expected at all. If you really think about it, Blue Farm was in a position where they had 0 cards in hand going into that turn. You know how we talked about having that conversation of they feel like they have to draw cards to have any chance of winning the game? They literally drew the perfect setup.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, not much to say there. They drew into the meme bet. They drew into protection. It was like the exact cards that they needed to, in this case, force a draw and get close to a win, realistically. So, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But that wraps up the 5th and final game for today. We have 2 more rounds for tomorrow, as well as the top cut to 16 and the top cut to final 4. So, setting up an interview here to send us off for the day. We take a look at the actual game time for round 5. We have 26 minutes and a little bit extra remaining of round 5. This puts a lot of our players in that were in that pod into, it looks like a top 16 scenario. It depends on if how many players actually get the win versus the draw in this round 5, but I think a lot of them will probably be really happy to just secure that point and get them an inch closer to top 16 cut. Just a reminder for everybody listening, we'll pick back up tomorrow for rounds 6 and 7 starting at 9:30 Eastern time. Once again, 9:30 Eastern time. We are starting rounds 6 and 7. Promptly followed by the top cut to 16, and then the cut to top. All right, we're getting a couple of the guys ready for interviews here. And it sounds like we are ready with our first interviewee. Let's hop in with Ty. Hey, Ty, how you doing?
Hey, Ty, how's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
absolutely, we can.
Sweet.
What an interesting way to finish that game. I think that there's a lot of question marks going on in the chat, a lot of question marks of what everyone's thought process was. So why don't you go ahead and just talk us through what your thoughts were when that meme bet went on the stack?
I definitely thought I had him like housed with enough interaction to stop that meme bet. And they had shared cards. Player 2 and 3 had like shared a card before that interaction went down. And so I almost thought certainly that the player next to me had a counter spell to stop the meme bet. But he did. So that was scary. And I have no idea why he agreed to a draw, to be honest. He could have just won. There was no more interaction.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I think that they're like, did you get after the game what the information that they shared was by chance?
I mean, we just shared like what was in our hands, and like I showed that I didn't have another counter spell, and I think that the table was convinced that I had more, and I was just sandbagging it.
I see. Who was the last person to accept the draw?
Oh, me.
It was you. Okay, yeah. So everybody wanted the draw, and they were all looking at you like, how confident is Ty?
Yeah, and in like situations like that before, I've been known to just lose, but I guess this event is important enough that I should probably take the points where I can get them. It might matter in round 7 or something.
Yeah, absolutely. It will matter at the end of the day. So, talk us through one of the coolest plays that you had here, which is when you rolled over that consecrated Sphinx into a reanimate. How excited were you when you saw that Con Sphinx get milled?
So the hilarious thing about this is the cEDH player, I hit the mill there on myself. He's convinced that I have Breach in my hands. And like he had said two or three things about Breach already. When he enlightened Tutor and I didn't mill over the Soul Ring, he was like, "Oh, you have Breach and you're about to pop this for yourself, aren't you?" And I said, "I guess I'll pop it for myself." And milling over the Con Sphinx, he's like, "Oh, that's a great card for you to not draw." And I said, "It is a great card for me to not draw." And getting to reanimate it. It sucks that he had exactly Orcish Bowmasters, but it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very interesting because, he was in a weird situation. I think he missed an early land drop in seat 3, right? So I did not expect to see the Orcish Bowmaster come out once you had established that Con Sphinx. So that was kind of a shock to me. It felt like he was kind of, way behind in that scenario before that OBM got dropped. So it ended up being pretty dang relevant and a way for you guys to kind of work together to stop both.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, just like being able to kill the Con Sphinx there took me off of the last 2 Esper Sentinel triggers. So I would have seen at least 4 more cards had the Con Sphinx stuck around, which could have been the difference in that stack interaction, right? And also like pressuring my life total so much is such a big deal. Even if it had gotten to my turn, I don't know if I could have won with such a low life total.
Yeah. Especially if that that orc army ended up coming at you too.
I know,
Are you?
they were talking about the how big it was. And I was like, guys, it's a miss trigger. No.
Are you running? We were talking about it. Are you currently running like Ad Nauseam or Necro or things that require life total to win?
Yeah, I'm running all of it.
Yeah,
it's WinCon
exactly.
tribal out here, bro. Citadel, Con Sphinx, Necro, Ad Nauseam. I did take out the Necro Dominance last night at 11:30.
Okay.
I was convinced to run Vivi, and
okay.
I don't know. We'll see if it comes up. We'll see if it comes
How
up.
has that panned out? Have you drawn it at all?
We played like a little side tournament last night, and like it seemed very good, but I haven't drawn it in the invitational yet.
Okay.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining us on the interview. Any last words before you head out?
Root for me, chat, please. Thank you.
All right. That's good luck. Good luck. Everybody, that's Ty. That is Ty. All right, producer. Our producer has just let us know that we have another interview coming up here, folks. So get your questions ready in the chat. Yeah, it looks like AI Classroom here. It does seem like from what Ty was saying that everybody thought that Ty was sandbagging a bunch of interaction and they were a little nervous of him. It is funny to hear that Ty was like, "No, I didn't have anything. I was in deep water." And it looks like the next up is going to be Matt. Chat, let us know if you have questions for Matt. Grenton in the chat. The game ended in a draw. So we had a Blue Farm player put a meme bet on the stack and say, hey, if this resolves, I'll accept a draw. And everybody just agreed to the draw. So securing that 1 point, able to get themselves one step closer to top 16 tomorrow. Ooh, that's a great question, Mind Creation Crew. Could you ask them how Taro has been performing for them? That's a card that I have seen a lot already. So it seems like it's putting in work, right? Have you seen Taro a lot, yeah? How's it been performing?
I thought it did really well in this game. Now it made him enough to look really threatening, even though it ended it in a draw.
Absolutely. All right. Looks like we have Matt here, ready to go. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you. We are so glad to have you on here. What a game. That's what I'll say here.
What a past 3 games. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You've kind of been the star of the show here. You keep on getting onto the feature pods. That was just a very interesting end of the game. Talk us through, because you had no cards in hand, correct? Before going into that turn?
Yep.
And it just seems like you drew the perfect setup to end up getting into a position to secure yourself some points. So talk us through your thought process as you were drawing those
Yeah,
cards.
I mean, I did a real early kind of attempt on the breach line, and that got shut down to the point where the breach got exiled. So I felt like already there, like I'm playing for a draw for the most part.
Yeah.
No cards in hand. Con Sphinx is on the battlefield. Esper players drawn 10 cards.
Yeah.
So
SA has win on board, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I, hit my first draw for turn was a Swan Song. It's like, okay, cool. That at least like maybe there's a draw that I can offer there. Timid attacks go through and it's misstep, meme bet. And I was like, I don't know if this gets me there, but maybe I can just throw this on the stack, try to get the other blue farm player in the pod to agree to, protect it and force draw.
Yeah.
Looking at the Sisei's board, which was just win on board and then a Rockside player with 10 cards in hand.
Yeah.
What a wild one.
Yeah, I'm a little tore up. Maybe I didn't realize they actually didn't have any more interaction. I figured at least the blue farm player did.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe if I resolve that, I can get somewhere. But
Yeah, and it's difficult though when you're in that mindset of like, oh, my initial win condition got blown out to the point where my breach is exiled. It does feel like when you switch that mindset to a draw mindset, that when you do draw something that could give you that chance, you're like, well, this isn't part of the plan.
yeah,
we have a
I was ready to
question.
flip land, whatever. Just pass.
Yeah, land pass. Yeah, we have a question from the chat who's asking how Tataru has felt in the deck and what you think about that card.
Yeah, I really love. I definitely won. I have one win in the tournament so far, and that was on the back of Tataru for sure. I would say, especially in the Envy meta where so many people are dropping a draw engine, you're looking at maybe 2 on the board every turn cycle. It's netting me 4 mana a turn. It replaces itself, gives me a card. I've really loved it. My build is definitely a lot more mana focused, so I'm gonna probably mull for a draw engine and then just try to find ways to put treasures on the battlefield, land a VV for 2 games ago or 1 game ago, whatever that was.
Yeah,
and just try to spin up from there.
Yeah, awesome. So Tataru, highly recommend. That's a good card.
Highly recommend. That is a good card.
Okay, wonderful. Good to hear. Good to hear. Another question, just like, what was your thought process when you played that breach on the stack? Did you feel like you had a high likelihood of actually getting it to resolve, winning the game, etc.? Like, how confident were you in that window?
I think Ty had 2 cards in hand at that time. I figured there was something in Farm's hand. So I had a force in the mind break. I was able to fight off the initial. And, if he has it, he has it. It's the game. Sometimes it goes that way. I'm going to drop the line. I'm just happy to be here. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it was totally fair play. And I definitely did feel like no cards in hand, cracked an LED. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go. Rock and roll.
This is the end of this game for me.
Yeah. Hey, and you were able to navigate it into a position where you got yourself a draw, got yourself a point, and are ready to go into tomorrow. So super excited for you, man. It's been great to watch your games, cast your games. Hope you've been enjoying your time at the Invitational. Any last things to say to the stream, to the chat, to your viewers, listeners, anything?
Like and subscribe. That's a good card. MTG Basics. This has been great. I'm just excited to be here. Hopefully you guys don't have to see me in 2 more rounds tomorrow.
Hey, but we do want to see you in 2 of the rounds tomorrow, Top Cut and Final Four, which we'll be commentating. So let's hope we are commentating you, Matt. You got this, dog.
We're gonna knock on wood. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
I really
good luck.
Take care, Matt. Good luck.
Good luck,
Thank
Matt.
you guys.
All right, y'all. It's time to wrap it up for the day. Thank you so much, everybody in the chat, for sticking with us through 5 rounds of cEDH gameplay. That'll do it for our coverage today. We have 13 minutes and 50 seconds left in round 5. As we're scrolling through here, there's quite a few tables still going. Looks like we have a couple of pod winners. Looks like Alex took down pod 10, Julian took down pod 12, Kevin took down pod 14, Lily took down pod 15, and Pigeon took down pod 17. So quite a few pods still going out there. A couple, it looks like pods 1 through 4 took a draw. Pod 8 drew. So good amount of draws, good amount of wins, and a lot of games still going. They'll probably go to the end of time here. So far, we've had a blast commentating this. Once again, shout out to MTG Basics. Shout out to all of our sponsors for being here with us today. Tomorrow, be here at 9:30 a.m. for round 6, round 7, as well as the leading into the top 16 and top 4 cuts. Thank you so much for listening to the stream today. Once again, the rounds start at 9:30 Eastern. I believe the stream will start at 8:30 or somewhere a little earlier. So make sure you tune in. We blasted all over social media. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat, everyone who stuck with us through this whole time. Don't forget to check out MTG Basics, us over at That's a Good Card, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, and good luck to everybody still participating.
Thank you.
Has this ever happened to you? You sit down to play a fun game of cEDH, only for you to play your first card? And what's that? Hideous white paper proxies? Well, not anymore. Introducing Doot Loot, your one-stop shop for foils, altars, and other rarities, specifically curated for the cEDH community.
Thanks, Doot Loot. Now my deck doesn't suck.
Join now and we'll throw in monthly credit giveaways, so be sure to not miss out.
Gold Sabertooth creates one-of-a-kind art for Magic players who want more from their game. From stunning playmats to beautifully illustrated tokens, every piece is crafted to inspire and stand out. Let your table tell a story. Explore the full collection now at etsy.com/shop/goldsabertooth. If you're interested in Commander-specific playmats or styled tokens, then Snowball's Etsy store is the place for you. During the Steel City stream, you can use the limited time discount code of Warhol to get 15% off any order above $50. TopDeck.gg, the ultimate tournament software. Streamline registration, pairings, event pages, mobile app, and more. Start your free trial today on topdeck.gg/subscribe. Tavern of Souls presents the Heisenberg 2026. This tournament will be a cEDH 10K Spring 2026 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Registration opens soon. Be there. CEDH Top 16, your source for keeping up with the cEDH metagame. The best resource for tournament results. View the meta today at edhtop16.com. King's Court Gaming presents the Royal Rumble, the second showdown cEDH 12K. This event will take place January 24th and 25th, 2026 in Lincoln, Rhode Island. Be there for one of the largest events of the year.